granites, something like the rock. This mongrel form varies according to the culture. I imagine that an inhabitant of the South Sea Islands might have a CT of the bird that emphasizes the vividness of the plumage more than is the case with us, but it is precisely in the negotiation of a space for common agreement that the CTs happily mongrelize themselves. Let's think of an animal such as the dinosaur, which we do not know by direct experience but through real prototypes offered us by the encyclopedia. Even in this case I maintain that the most common CT is a cross between a dinosaur, a brontosaurus, a Tyrannosaurus rex, and various other extinct giant reptiles. If it were possible to project an average of the mental images that each of us has in this regard, we would find ourselves with an animal out of Walt Disney rather than something we see reconstructed in a natural history museum. 408 third version would have the prototypes as something more abstract, a set of requisites that may be expressed propositionally, necessary if we are to predicate something as belonging to a category, and here the ambiguity of category crops up again, since in this last case we are already thinking in terms of classification. 3J4-2 Some misunderstandings regarding prototypes. Prototypes have enjoyed and still enjoy vast popularity in psychological literature, but their history is fairly complex, partly because the person who has worked most on them, Eleanor Ross, has successively changed her mind about their nature. The scholar who has reconstructed the matter with the greatest precision is perhaps Lakoff, 1987, and I will keep to his synthesis. The story of prototypes springs from a series of questions, from Wittgenstein to Ross, that regard family resemblances, centrality, the idea that some members of a category are better examples than others, gradients, the hen is seen by many as less of a bird than the sparrow, linguistic economy, the fact that language uses shorter and more easily memorizable words for things that appear as organic wholes rather than a set or class of morphologically different objects. But this, as we have seen in the preceding paragraphs, proves the fact that there are basic categories that depend on the perception of forms, on our motor acts, and on the facility of memorization, and that on this level speakers name things that manifest an integrity of their own and are human-sized with greater ease. Lakoff 1987, 519. But this does not show that the categories assume the form of prototypes. To say that the words cat, cats, or chien are handier and easier to memorize than the words felis or mammal certainly confirms that in everyday experience it is easier for us to identify something as cat rather than as mammal, but it does not tell us whether there is a prototype of the cat or, if there is, what this may be. If anything, the problem of prototypes concerns phenomena such as that of the extensibility of categorial limits, extendable boundaries, so that it is debatable whether certain highly complex irregular polyhedrons are polyhedrons, while there are no doubts about the better known regular polyhedrons, or whether transfinite numbers are numbers or not, while no one doubts that 2 or 100 million are numbers. But the existence of basic categories is inferred from spontaneous everyday linguistic behavior, whereas an experiment like the one on polyhedrons or numbers requires an interviewer to ask a subject to answer a question that brings complex classifications into play. Therefore the problem is, can the existence of prototypes be inferred from everyday behavior, not only linguistic but also behavioral, such as felicitous recognition, or from verbal responses to sophisticated questions? To come to Eleanor Ross, in a first phase of her experiments, between the 60s and the 70s, prototypes were a matter of perceptual pertinence. In a second phase, the first half of the 70s, the prototypical effects obtainable by experiment were thought to provide a characterization of the internal structure of the category, hence the persuasion that they constituted mental representations. In a third phase, the late 70s, prototypical effects were thought to subdetermine mental representations, but there was no one-to-one correspondence between prototypical effects and mental representations. The effects were not thought to reflect categorial structure. Therefore we might know judgments of prototypicality, but they would tell us nothing about our cognitive processes, and prototypical effects would be superficial. 4.1 In point of fact Ross, 1978, I-74 ff., makes it clear that the prototype is neither a member of a category nor a precise mental structure but, rather, the result of an experiment that aims at collecting and quantifying judgments on the degree of prototypicality. What does degree of prototypicality mean? We are said to have an identification of prototypicality when a member of a category is assigned the greatest number of attributes that it shares with other members of the category. Now, the subjects who attribute to vehicles in general only two properties, of moving and of transporting people, tend to identify a motor car as the prototype of vehicle, with about 25 characteristic features, and to put the bicycle or boat on lower levels, while reserving the lowest places in the ranking for the lighter than-air vehicle and finally the elevator. The elevator is attributed with only two properties, of moving and of transporting people. But in that case, the elevator ought to be the prototype of vehicles, seeing as it presents precisely those properties common to any vehicle and would therefore allow us to relate even the most diverse species and tokens to vehicles. In any categorical order, the superordinate genus must have fewer features than the subordinate species, and the species fewer of the individual tokens that make recognition possible. If the CT for dog provided instructions for constructing a Pekingese and nothing else, it would be hard to apply it to an Irish wolfhound. If a prototype, where a classificatory system has already been established, and a CT have anything in common, it would be that both ought to have maximum extension and minimum intension. Instead, the prototype has minimum extension and maximum intension. It seems to me that the notion of prototype has a value for making clear the borders of a basic category. If it is decided that the salient features of the superordinate category of birds are beak, feathers, wings, 2 feet, and the ability to fly, it is natural that there be some difficulty over defining the hen fully as a bird, because it does not fly but, at best, flaps about, and yet it is not excluded, because it must be admitted that other birds do not cease being birds when they are not flying. It strikes me that what is more debatable here regards the identification of what the prototype is, because I believe that such identification depends on environmental experiences and that judgments of prototypicality have more value for cultural anthropological research than for the determination of cognitive mechanisms in general. 4.3. 3.7.4-3 The mysterious diable. In any experiment on classification, it is always the experimenter who proposes a subdivision into classes inspired by a certain cultural model, tending not only to obliterate wild forms of classification but also to presuppose a classification in which probably there are only morphological accidents devoid of a semantic counterpart. A curious case of this kind is to be found in Lakoff, 1977, 6, where reference is made, on the basis of other research, to the diable language, Australia, in which every term must be preceded by one of these words. Bai, men, kangaroos, possums, bats, most snakes, most fishes, some birds, most insects, the moon, storms, rainbows, boomerangs, some spears, etc. Balin, women, bandicoots, dogs, platypuses, echidnas, some snakes, some fishes, most birds, fireflies, scorpions, crickets, the Harry Mary grub, anything connected with water or fire, sun and stars, shields, some spears, some trees, etc. Balaam, all edible fruits and the plants that bear them, tubers, ferns, honey, cigarettes, wine, cake bala, parts of the body, meat, bees, wind, yam sticks, some spears, most trees, grass, mud, stones, noise, language, etc. Lakoff is surprised that such categorizations are used by the natives automatically and almost without their being aware of it, and he seeks semantic and symbolic reasons to justify them. He finds, for example, that birds are classified with women, because they are held to be the spirits of dead women, but he does not manage to explain why the platypus is grouped with women, fire, and dangerous things. As you can see, I am not the only one for whom this animal is a source of continuous worry. However, Lakoff notes that for speakers of the latest generations, who have lost almost all of the tongue of their fathers, there remain only Bai for males and non-human living creatures, Balan for human females, and Bala for all the rest, and, reasonably, he connects the phenomenon with the influence of the English pronominal system, he, she, it. A correct observation, which nonetheless would encourage one to go further beyond English, I mean to say. Let us suppose that in a Mediterranean peninsula there lives a singular population whose natives have the curious habit of putting one of two words before every noun, il, with the variant lo, or la, with the following categorical effects. / is applied to men, kangaroos, bats, many snakes, boa, python, cobra, many fish, bass, pike, swordfish, shark, many insects, hornet, ladybird, sun, guardian, storm, rainbow, boomerang, wagon, rifle, machine, pistol, platypus, rhinoceros. Law is applied to women, sentinel, the tiger, locomotive, some snakes, viper, grass snake, some fish, trout, gildhead, many birds, swallow, great tit, insects, wasp, fly, water, moon, star, armor, pistol, spear, some trees, oak, palm, giraffe, skunk. As we well know, grammatical gender has nothing to do with sexual gender and not even with any classification that on a conceptual level puts sentinel on the same side as locomotive and moon, and the sun on the same side as guardian and wagon. At the end of the day, we could even suppose that to the north of that peninsula, on the other side of a mountain range, there lives another, extremely barbarous, population that, like the young Dirbel, put one of three words before every term, der, die, and das, perhaps owing to an effect of pigeonization, under the influence of the English pronominal system, but that in this case the fact that the sun is die like woman, the moon der like the leopard and the tiger, and that the platypus, the ear, and gold are all das is of no categorical importance. I am not suggesting in the slightest that something occurs in the Dirbel language that is similar to what occurs in Italian, German, French, and many other languages. I am merely expressing the suspicion that grammatical phenomena are often discussed as phenomena of classification, which casts a shadow over many investigations in which classifications familiar to the experimenter but not shared by the subjects are presumed, or in which the experimenter vainly struggles to deduce classifications where the subjects do not classify at all and merely follow grammatical automatisms. 4.4. I intend to restrict myself to those cases in which objects or events of actual or possible perceptual experience are in question, rather than go further into what happens when we talk of the ban/of England, government, the majority system, emphyteusis, fate, adversity, metonymy, precision, instinct, and so on. But up to what scale can we talk of objects of possible perception? Is the Italian peninsula perceivable? Today it is, just as much as the moon, nor is there any need to look at it from the moon, when we can photograph it from a satellite. And before we had satellites, was there a CT of the boot? Of course there was, as every Italian schoolboy knows, just as every French schoolboy had a CT of the hexagon. Yet in those days nobody had perceived these territories. However, through successive approximations, by mapping the coasts to a scale that was almost 1:1, an image was obtained, certainly variable in time and according to the projections or the imperfection of the measurements, as happened with ancient maps, that transmitted the NC of the geographical expressions Italy and France. Are there CTS of historic figures? For some, who have inspired a massive and highly popular iconography, such as Napoleon, the answer is certainly yes. Is there a CT of Roger Bacon? I doubt it. There is only an NC, not known to everybody either, medieval philosopher, and an MC available for the experts. I think that, beyond a certain limit, some very intricate situations arise. We certainly do not have a CT for some chemical substances, but we have one for others, such as hydrochloric acid, at least as much as we have one for the skunk. See Neubauer and Patofi 1981, but a chemist might have a more developed competence in this regard. We do not have a cognitive type for diabetes. It is a different matter to say that a doctor has a cognitive type for the symptoms of diabetes, but we have the impression that we can identify at a glance a person suffering from a cold, so much so that people with colds can be caricatured or mimed. Just how little the archipelago of the CTS has been explored is revealed to us by a very common experience. I am driving at night on a country road, covered with a thin layer of ice to boot. At a certain point I see ahead of me, in the distance, two sources of white light, which gradually get bigger. First there comes firstness, two white lights. Then, in order to compare a sequence of stimuli distributed temporally, light in time, greater than light in time, I must have already begun a perceptual inference. At this point there come into play what Nietzsche, 1976, 4, calls schemata, forms of expectation and anticipation that orient the selection of elements from the stimulating field, which does not mean that the stimulating field does not offer me some salient features, some preferential directions. I really do not think I could activate a system of expectations if I did not already possess the CT motor car plus the script motor car at night. The fact that I see two white lights and not two red lights tells me that the motor car is not moving away from me but coming toward me. If I were a rabbit, I would remain dazzled without being able to interpret such a singular phenomenon, and I would be run over. In order to control the situation, I must understand instantly that what is coming toward me is not a pair of bright eyes but a body with certain morphological features, even if those are not in my stimulating field. Even though the lights I see are those lights, a concrete token, as soon as I pass on to perceptual judgment, I have already entered the universal. What I can see is a car, and I'm not much interested in the make, or in who is driving it. This is by way of a reply to Gibson and his fundamentally realistic and non-constructivist, ecological, theory of perception. One might agree with him when he states that the function of the brain is not to decode signals, nor to interpret messages nor accept images. The function of the brain is not even to organize sensory input or to process data. The perceptual systems, including the nerve centers at various levels up to the brain, are ways of seeking and extracting information about the environment from the flowing array of ambient energy. 1966, 5. Let us admit that it is the stimulating field itself that offers me salient features, that it is something which is there that provides me with sufficient information to perceive two bright round sources of light, to distinguish the borders that separate them from the surrounding environment. I imagine that the rabbit sees something similar, and that its receptors react preferentially to the source of light rather than the surrounding darkness. But only by calling, as Gibson does, this first phase of the process perception are we right in saying that it is determined by salient features proposed by the stimulating field. However, if I wish to keep faith with my terminological premises, perceptual judgment is something far more complex than this. What makes me different from the rabbit is that I pass from those stimuli, for all they are determined by the object, to the perceptual judgment that is a car, applying a CT and then integrating what stimulates me now with what I already knew. Only when I have formulated the perceptual judgment am I able to proceed to a further series of inferences. First of all, I relate the type to the token. The position of the headlights tells me if the car is keeping to the right side of the road or if it is getting dangerously close to the middle, if it is traveling at high or low speed. According to whether I started off by seeing two barely perceptible light sources in the distance or whether the appearance of the lights was preceded by a diffuse glow, I understand whether there is a bend or a dip in the road coming up. Knowing that the road is icy also persuades me to follow other, learned, rules of prudence. As Nietzsche, 1976, 65, would have put it, in this oscillation I am generalizing the object on the one hand and particularizing the schema on the other. If this is the way things happen, I do not even need to think, as Kant does, that on the one hand there is the manifold of sensation and on the other the abstract apparatus of the categories waiting to be applied with, as a mediatory element, the schema. The schema would be a device, a system of instructions so flexible as to mediate itself continuously, so to speak, and to enhance and correct itself on the basis of the specific experience I am having, impregnated as it is both with semiotic primitives, an object, a brightness, and categorical elements, a car, a vehicle, a moving object. As I assess the entire situation, there also come into play what Neisser calls cognitive maps. I apply to the situation what I know about the default characteristics of a country road, and an icy one at that, and I also assess the width, for example, of the one on which I am traveling, otherwise I could not establish whether the car down there is keeping to the right side of the road or whether there is a risk of its colliding with me. From the way in which my car reacts to little exploratory dabs on the brake pedal, I estimate whether the road surface would tolerate sudden, heavier braking, and in such a case I do not perceive with my eyes but with my feet and buttocks, interpreting a quantity of stimuli that come to me proprioceptively. In short, in the course of this experience I put to work diverse CTS of objects, situations, and specific competences that would seem to belong more to schemata of cause and effect relations, as well as inferences of various types and degrees of complexity. What I see is only a part of what I understand, and what I understand includes a system of rules of the road, of acquired habits, of laws, of a learned case history, and so I already know that in the past a failure to respect those rules has led to a fatal accident. That most of these competences are public is borne out intersubjectively by the fact that, if I am inattentive or sleepy, someone beside me will be able to warn me that a car is coming straight for us, and to advise me to steer more to my side of the road. Note that this someone has arrived at the same perceptual judgment as I, even though he or she is receiving the stimuli at a different angle. Perhaps, in the course of this process, I have assessed only epiphenomena. But if I did not take these epiphenomena seriously, I would be a rabbit on death row. But let's go back to the census of the various CTS that make up our as yet largely unexplored archipelago. A CT can also regard individuals. Jackendorf, 1987, 198-99, suggests that, even though we have recourse to the same 3D model both for the recognition of individuals and of genera, two distinct processes are involved. In the case in which I categorize George as a male human being, I decide that the token is an example of the typec. In the case in which I recognize George as George, I decide that a toke is identical to the token. Others would say that in the first case I recognize George as similar to other people, in the second as the same person. We could say that type and token coincide in individuals. But it does not happen like this in the processes of recognition, because token, the individual I see in this instant, really is a token, while token is after all retrieved from the memory, be it a mental image or any other form of record, and therefore it is a CT, which we ought to define as an individual type but which, since this term borders on oxymoron, I shall call physiognomic type. If we do not postulate physiognomic types, the fact that we are able to recognize the same person over the course of time remains inexplicable. Year after year people change, the face gets fatter or thinner, wrinkles appear, the hair grows white, the shoulders sag, the walk loses its elasticity. It is prodigious that in normal circumstances we can recognize someone after having lost touch for a great many years. If we do not recognize him right away, all we need is a tone of voice, a glance, to push us toward recognition, and the ritual you haven't changed a bit. This means that we had constructed a physiognomic type of the subject with only a few salient features of the original, which sometimes have more to do with the way of moving the eyes than the shape of the nose or the quantity and length of hair. We memorize a sort of gestalt of the face, or of the posture, or sometimes the gait, that can even resist changes in each individual property. The extent to which the physiognomic type is schematic is well known to lovers, prone to having two apparently contradictory experiences. On the one hand, they are always under the impression they have spotted their beloved in the distance, only to realize later that they were wrong. This amounts to saying that desire led them to apply the physiognomic type with generosity, trying to make it applicable to many concrete tokens. On the other hand, when the loved one is absent, lovers try desperately to reconstruct his or her features in the memory and are constantly left disappointed by the fact that they do not have the same intense feeling that occurred when they saw their beloved directly. In this case, they find out how the physiognomic type serves for the recognition of tokens but not as a surrogate for direct perception of the token, with the exception of subjects with an eidetic memory, like many artists who can draw a portrait relying on memory alone. In other words, they become aware of the remarkable difference between recognition and recall, see Evans 1982, 8. But physiognomic types for individuals possess a characteristic that distinguishes them from generic CTS, which, however private they may be, can usually be made public in the form of an interpreted NC. It certainly happens that someone can easily recognize mice but cannot or has never had occasion to express the morphological features by which he recognizes them, and therefore we have no guarantee that with regard to mice this person has a type like that of other people. For idiosyncratic reasons he may recognize them only by their rapid movement, having no notion of their shape. When we talk about mice to this person, at best he would describe them as disagreeable rodents that thrive in the home, and since this notion is a part of the common NC, we would come to the mistaken conclusion that this person's CT has the same format as our own and shares with our CT a knowledge of all the morphological features that are part of the area of common knowledge. But the circumstances of communal life make a case of this kind highly improbable, and while this could happen nowadays with mice, very seldom seen by the vast majority of people, it could happen only rarely with a cow and extremely rarely with a chair. The same thing does not happen with physiognomic types of individuals. Note that the phenomenon occurs not only with humans but also, a fortiori, with individual animals, vegetables, and artifacts. Anyone will agree about what a dog, a bicycle, or a pipe looks like, but it is extremely hard to explain to someone what the dog Tom, my bicycle, or my pipe looks like. In the case of animals and objects, the generic features usually prevail, and we sometimes have trouble recognizing our car from among a large number of cars of the same make in the parking lot, unless our car has distinguishing marks. But the import of the problem is different with regard to human individuals. I would recognize Johnny among a million individuals, and it would be the same for Mark, and yet the reasons why I recognize Johnny may be enormously different from those that lead Mark to recognize him. Mark and I could spend a lifetime referring to Johnny, and both of us would recognize him when we met him, without ever having had occasion to make public the features through which we identify him. We would notice the difference between our CTS only if one day we were both asked to collaborate on his police sketch. Only then would I discover that Mark not only has never paid attention to the shape of Johnny's nose but also has ignored Johnny's abundance of hair or incipient baldness, and perhaps he considers him slim while I see him as robust. If someone were then to ask us who Johnny is, on interpreting the content of the name, we would notice not only that our interpretations fail to coincide but also that the boundaries between NC and MC would be very vague. Perhaps both of us might say that he is a human being, of the male sex, a professor of such and such at the university of such and such, but for me Johnny would be Lewis's brother and the author of a renowned book on the Nahuatl language, which was Montezuma's native tongue, while Mark might show that he did not know these details. And yet just one of these details could enable a third party to associate the name Johnny with a very large number of other properties, and even push this third party to disinter, from his own memory, data useful for Johnny's identification. For his part, Mark might be the only one to know that Johnny has the property of being Jack the Ripper, and nobody would dream of saying that this is an insignificant property even though it strikes me as being a part of the MC and not the NC. Let us say then that with individuals three phenomena occur, I, the frequently idiosyncratic nature of the CTS that make it possible to recognize individuals, 2, the difficulty of interpreting these CTS publicly and therefore of providing instructions for identification, and 3, the elasticity of the properties that may be expressed in terms of an NC. I think that this is one of the reasons many theoreticians maintain that the proper names of individuals have no content but designate their bearer directly. Clearly this is a foregone conclusion, because much of our life is spent defining, for others, the various individuals that we name by correlating their names to an occasionally vast series of properties, expressed through verbal descriptions and visual representations, but it is certain that such descriptions express features that in certain situations and for some people are salient, despite the fact that the features are not always salient for everybody, while there can be a notable gap between one interpretation and another. 4-5 In 1970, I grew a beard. 20 years later, I shaved it off for a few months, and I noticed that some friends did not recognize me at first sight when they met me, while others immediately established a normal interaction, as if they were unaware of the change. I understood later that the subjects in the first category had known me only in the last 20 years, therefore when I already had a beard, while those in the second category had known me before I grew the beard. We construct physiognomic types of the persons we meet, almost always based on first impressions or, in exceptional cases, on the moment in which the impression was most vivid, and rely on that for the rest of our life. In a certain sense we adapt the features of the new token we meet to the initial type, rather than correct the type at every new encounter. 4-6 This leads me to think that, just as caricatures emphasize features that are really to be found in the face portrayed, and just as the study of stupidity often serves to gain a better understanding of intelligence, much pathological behavior does little more than emphasize normal tendencies, which are usually controlled by and reabsorbed into more complex models of behavior. I am thinking of the studies on prosopagnosia and in particular of the fine analysis made by Sachs, 1985, on the man who mistook his wife for a hat. Since not even Sachs knows what really happened inside Mr. P.'s black box, we can content ourselves with considering Mr. P.'s verbal interpretations. P does not recognize faces, but he is not just suffering from prosopagnosia, he also has generalized agnosia and does not recognize landscapes, objects, or figures. He focalizes his attention on particular features without managing to compose them in a global image. He gives a minute description of a rose but does not identify it as such until he smells its scent. He supplies a most detailed description of a glove but recognizes it only when he slips it on. Sachs says, with reference to Kant, that P was incapable of judgment, but I would say that P did not possess schemata, and in fact in a bibliographical note Sachs admits that P must have had a Marr-type deficit and that he did not have a primal sketch for objects. Nevertheless there is something in the way that P laboriously recognized people that strikes us as being very close to the way in which we recognize them, except for the fact that P's behavior is a caricature of ours. First of all, P notices the details. He recognizes the photo of Einstein only because of the mustache and hair, and the photo of his brother Paul only because of the large teeth. This was like another patient mentioned by Sachs in the postscript. He did not recognize his wife and children but recognized some friends through certain relevant characteristics, a tic, a mole, extreme thinness. It seems to me that in elaborating types of individuals, we normally proceed like this. We certainly have the ability to construct schemata and primal sketches, we can abstract from an infinite number of particulars, we restrain our tendency to dwell on every minimal individual detail. Nevertheless we accept a regulated imbalance, we tend to seize on salient aspects and retain them with greater care in our memory. My physiognomic type of Johnny is different from Mark's, because both of us, to a very limited extent, are like Mr. P. Ultimately it is continuous social interaction that obliges us not to be completely like Mr. P, because to be defined normal, it suffices, for better or worse, to keep to the rules laid down and if necessary corrected by the community, step by step. Johnny is an individual, unique and unrepeatable, but Mark and I can both recognize him for different reasons. Now let us ask ourselves if there is a CT for Scott's Ivanhoe and Beethoven's Fifth. I would say that there is, because on opening the book, or at least on reading the first lines, or at the beginning of the composition, any one who knows these two works well will recognize them. But what are these works of the intellect? I use this expression not only for literary, pictorial, architectonic, and musical works but also for philosophical and scientific essays. Let us take another look at what was said in Eco, 1976 3.4.68. Johnny is an individual. The phoneme I pronounce is a replica of the phoneme type. There are variations in pronunciation, but the pertinent features established by the type are retained. Any first edition of Ivanhoe is a double of all the other books with the same title printed by the same publisher, in the sense that every copy has, at least on a molar level, all the properties of any other copy. But it is at the same time the clone of a literary archetype. The publishing type regards the substance of the expression, paper, font, binding, while the literary archetype regards the form of the content. In this case, my paperback copy of Ivanhoe, paper and typographic problems excluded, is a clone of the same literary archetype of which the first copy of the 1819 edition is itself a clone. While from an antiquarian standpoint, in which the substance of the expression, the paper, becomes pertinent, a copy of the 1819 edition is more valuable. From a linguistic and literary standpoint, the form of the expression, my copy possesses all the pertinent properties of the archetype as it flowed from the author's pen, with the result that, immaterial of the edition, an actor could declaim passages from the text, producing the same substance of the sound expression and creating the same aesthetic effects. The archetype of Ivanhoe is not a generic type, a form of Peircean Ligi sign. It looks more individual than Johnny, because Johnny would always be Johnny even if he lost his hair, teeth, and arms, whereas if someone were to change the beginning or the end or replace words here and there, Ivanhoe would become something else, a counterfeit, a case of plagiarism in part. Is Ivanhoe as individual as the Mona Lisa? We know, Goodman 1968, 99, that there is a difference between autographic art, which does not allow of notation and is therefore not replaceable, the Mona Lisa, and the allographic arts, replaceable some in accordance with rigorous criteria, such as books, but others in accordance with interpretative flexibility, such as music. But if one day it were possible to replicate every nuance of color, every brush stroke, and every detail of the canvas of the Mona Lisa, the difference between the original and the copy would have antiquarian value, just as in the world of rare books the more valuable copy between two copies of the same edition is the one signed by the author, but not semiotic value. In short, whether we like it or not, Ivanhoe is an individual, even though it has the property of being reproducible, but in such a way that every one of its doubles has the same exquisite individual characteristics as the archetype. For that is why I can have a non-generic physiognomic type of it. Not knowing what to call these strange types of individuals that are works of the intellect, and bearing in mind that their individuality concerns only the form of the expression and the content, not the substance, I would venture to call them formal individuals. Once we are on this path, other interesting formal individuals could be identified, but for the time being I shall restrict myself to applying the definition to those works of the intellect that are objects of direct perception. Naturally, I might open a book I have already read and fail to recognize it from the first pages, but on the other hand, if I caught a glimpse of Johnny from a distance and from behind and in the middle of a crowd into the bargain, I might feel just as puzzled. It is worth talking about this puzzlement, because it could upset our ideas on recognition and identification. Since the ploy of Ivanhoe or the fifth seems too facile, let us try a mental experiment that involves a more problematic formal individual. All the electrical appliances at home are out of order following a blackout, except for the radio with the built-in CD player, which is battery-powered. Left in total darkness, all I can do is listen to my favorite composition, Bach's Second Suite for solo cello, which henceforward I shall call SC2, in a transcription for the treble recorder. Since it is pitch dark and I cannot read the CD labels, there is nothing for it but to try them all. To make the story more complicated, since I have a plaster cast on one foot but my friend Robert, like me a fan of SC2, is in the room, I ask him to grope his way to the CD player radio and to do the job in my stead. Therefore I say to him, please, go to find me SC2, precisely as if I were asking him to go meet our mutual friend Johann Sebastian at the railway station. I have started an operation of reference that presumes, on Robert's part, the capacity to identify the referent, or the designatum of my linguistic act. 4.8 As far as a musical piece is concerned, the notion of individuality seems compromised by the fact that different executions of the same composition can be made by different performers. In such a case, however, and for those sensible of these differences, the individual would be not SC2 but that thing known as SC2/Bruggen, as distinct from SC2/Rampal. In this mental experiment of ours, we shall behave as if there were only one execution of SC2, reproduced on thousands of records. In this case, recognizing SC2 is like leafing through various books and recognizing Ivanhoe. And in fact this is exactly how it happens with the majority of listeners, who always recognize SC2 in its various executions despite the differences in interpretation. What are the instructions that Robert possesses in order to identify the individual, and to what extent do they coincide with those at my disposal? Wittgenstein, Tractatus, 4.104, says that the gramophone record, the musical thought, the score, the waves of sound, all stand to one another in that pictorial internal relation, which holds between language and the world. To all of them the logical structure is common. Let us leave aside the strong assumption of Wittgenstein's theory of Abeldung, which would have linguistic propositions as icons of the state of things to which they refer. The later Wittgenstein was far more prudent with regard to this. Considering only the musical example, it seems clear to me that we are faced with two different phenomena. We have the iconic relation between sound waves and the grooves in the vinyl of the disc or the sequences of discrete signals in the CD. We are certainly dealing with caste relations, with a primary iconism like that discussed in 2.8, a relation that would establish itself even in the absence of any mind to interpret it and that continues to subsist both when the sound waves are recorded analogically and when they are translated digitally. There is a different relation between the physical phenomenon and its transcription on the stave, on the one hand, and between it and the musical idea, on the other. Transcription to the stave certainly represents a highly conventional way of rendering the musical idea public. That the procedure is conventional, highly codified, does not eliminate the fact that the sequence of the written notes is motivated by the sequence of the sounds imagined or tried out on an instrument by the composer. We are faced with one of those cases that in a theory of semiotics I defined as ratio difficiles, in which the form of the expression is motivated by the form of the content. The problem arises when we wish to define the form of the content, which seems to correspond to what Wittgenstein called the musical idea, which is that ideal of good form upon which the performer is trying to confer substance while interpreting the notes on the stave. What does musical idea mean? Whatever it means, it is certainly that formal individuality that I must identify in order to recognize SC2 as such. But is it also that sequence of notes that Bach imagined, a dynamical object whose whereabouts, ontologically speaking, we no longer know, in the same sense that we do not know the whereabouts of the square triangle? One would have to say that the immediate object should be the physiognomic type of this dynamical object, otherwise how could we clone it in an intersubjectively acceptable way and recognize each of its clones? Nonetheless, in my mental experiment the matter gets more complicated, because Bach conceived his suite for the cello, not for the recorder, and therefore his first musical idea also included features of timbre that were changed in the transcription. But I have not chosen such a damned complex situation by chance. The fact is that when people who know SC2 only in the transcription for recorder hear the piece performed for the first time by the cello, they have a moment of puzzlement, but usually by the end they will have recognized with surprise that it is the same composition. On the other hand, we recognize any given song whether it is performed on the guitar or the piano, and it is therefore worth sticking to a physiognomic type so schematic that it can do without parameters such as timbre, which is no small matter. 5.0 It is clear that, if the relation between the sound waves and the grooves of the disc is a case of primary iconism, and if the relation between Breuigen's execution and the notes of the score is already substantiated by multiple interpretative inferences, choices, and accentuations of pertinency, we have now arrived, with the physiognomic type, at an extremely complex process that seems very difficult to take account of. What is the musical idea I am considering? Must it correspond to Breuigen's? Certainly not. My physiognomic type might be different from Robert's. I can sight read the score of the transcription for recorder of SC2, and if I try to play from memory, I can continue for a minute or two, then I stop and can no longer remember how it goes, while Robert, who can also play the recorder a bit, has listened to the piece thousands of times and can recognize it, but could not play it if he tried. Therefore Breuigen, Robert, and I can recognize SC2, but we refer to, or bring into play, three different, that is, in terms of complexity and refinement or definition, physiognomic types. Can we speak of three acoustic images that are equivalent for the purposes of simple recognition? What is an acoustic image? It is not enough to say that I recognize Johann Sebastian on the basis of visual features and SC2 on the basis of acoustic features. The fact is that Johann Sebastian's physiognomic features are presented to me all together, even though inspecting them may sometimes take time, while the acoustic features of the musical composition are presented to me distributed over time. But our problem, in the dark room, is not a matter of recognizing SC2 after having listened to the whole record. That would be like recognizing Johann Sebastian only after having spent a long time making him walk backward and forward, smile, speak, and after a police-style interrogation regarding his past, something that happens only in exceptional circumstances. In order to satisfy my request, Robert must recognize SC2 in a fairly short time, perhaps on the basis of a few random selections. This is a problem we come across very often. For example, when we switch on the radio and listen to a piece that we certainly know but cannot identify straight off the bat. If Robert needs to listen to the whole composition before recognizing SC2, he has lost even before he has begun, so let him bring me the well-tempered clavier, and I'll be just as happy, because I'm not hard to please. Can we say that the physiognomic schema of SC2 is no different from that of the Mona Lisa? I should say not. If I can recognize the Mona Lisa, it is because I have seen it before. If I have seen it, I would know how to interpret it verbally, a half-length portrait of a smiling woman, seen against a landscape, and even though I am only a very poor drawer, I could make a sketch of it that, no matter how rough the sketch was, would still be enough to make the Mona Lisa distinguishable from Botticelli's Venus. But I can recognize SC2 even without being able to play so much as the first few notes. And let it not be said that this is due solely to my or Robert's incapacity. If we know Traviata, all of us are perfectly capable of humming a few notes of Semper Libera di Gaio or Labium nei Lieti Colisi. But you can know Don Giovanni like the back of your hand, and nevertheless I challenge anyone who is not a professional singer to hum Non si pas di cibo mortale. Yet as soon as we hear it, we know instantly that it is the commendator who is singing. We might be tempted to say that one recognizes a style. But apart from the difficulty experienced in trying to define a stylistic schema, a musicologist can easily tell us what characteristics we seize on when we identify a piece as Bach and not Beethoven, but the trouble is that, in identifying the piece, we do not know what we are identifying. Our problem is how we distinguish the second suite without confusing it with the first. Here I think that even the musicologist, so good at analyzing the melodic, rhythmic, and harmonic devices proper to Bach's style, could do no more than refer us to the stave. SC2 is that musical individual composed of this and that set of notes, and if the notes are different, then we are dealing with another composition. What Robert should instinctively prepare to search for after my mentioning SC2 is something of which he possesses not a highly complex cognitive type, like that of Breuigen, but a partial physiognomic type, like a clue that encourages him with regard to the possibility, if necessary, of executing a more complex combination of pattern recognition skills, Ellis 1995, 87, and that curiously enough can also imply the capacity to recognize acoustic features he was unaware of when he associated a partial type with the name. Ellis, 1995, 95 FFI, suggests that we have memorized a simple melodic rhythmic pattern, the first 5 notes, for example. I would say more, that we recognize some compositions not at the beginning but at a certain point, and therefore these 5, or 20, crucial notes could be anywhere, according to the physiognomic type that each of us has elaborated. In any event, we would still be dealing with a truncated response. Those few notes give me the feeling of confidence that I could execute the piece 5. 1. But what happens to people who cannot carry a tune? We must be careful here. I am talking not about clinical cases of tone deafness but of those people who can recognize a tune but are moderately off-key, and so when they try to hum a few bars, any listeners ask them to stop. People of this type would have in mind, or in any mnemonic recording apparatus standing in for mind, in some mysterious way, the first 5 or 20 notes, even though they would not be able to reproduce them, either with their voice or on the ocarina. The case is not unlike that of the lover constantly seeking to call up the image of his beloved. He is never satisfied with his evocation, would be absolutely unable to draw her portrait, and yet as soon as he meets her, he recognizes her. Faced with the greed of their own desire, all lovers are imaginatively off-key. The person who cannot carry a tune possesses a minimal schema of recognition, a feebler version of the one that would allow a great number of people to draw the silhouette of a mouse, or the outline of the Italian peninsula, and yet when he is subjected to the stimulus, he recognizes the configuration. Such a person has no idea what a musical fifth is, nor could he reproduce one with his voice, but he could recognize one, even without being able to name it as such, as a known configuration when he hears it. And so we recognize SC2 by features that are sometimes melodic, sometimes rhythmic, and sometimes having to do with timbre, and on the basis of a truncated physiognomic type, in which pertinency has perhaps been assigned to features wholly absent from other people's physiognomic type. While a compendious set of encyclopedic facts, such as knowing that SC2 is a composition structured in such and such a way, written by Bach on such and such a date, etc., may be of no use for purposes of recognition. Truncated and often entirely idiosyncratic types may be sufficient. The fact that we often proceed by truncated cognitive types reminds one of Peirce's pragmatic maxim, CP 5.9. In order to ascertain the meaning of an intellectual conception, one should consider what practical consequences might conceivably result by necessity from the truth of that conception, and the sum of these consequences will constitute the entire meaning of the conception. In fact, in order to know whether to agree with another person's perceptual judgment, this is an execution of SC2, or in order to verify my own, hazarded after not very many notes of the prelude, I would have to know all its remote illative consequences, including the fact that the piece must continue in a certain way, recognizable when I listen to the notes. But as far as SC2 is concerned, it is also possible that I have always listened only to the allemande and the couranti, and that therefore I have no idea, and never will have one, of what the closing jig is like. In recognizing, we simply guess that in all probability the end will be as it should. In short, we maneuver vague but optative physiognomic schemata. In these cases the only guarantee is the consensus of the community, and too bad if the community in my mental experiment was reduced to only 2 individuals. The series of interpret ants will see to the rest. When the power comes back on, we shall both be able to read the title of the piece on the record sleeve, and only then, via interpret ants publicly registered in the encyclopedia, will the community tell us that we did not make a mistake. We have admitted that, for all that it is truncated, I possess a cognitive type of SC2. Is it identical to the nuclear content? I should say not, because, however rough the nuclear content may be, it should be possible to interpret it, while we have ascertained that someone can recognize SC2 without being able to hum so much as a note or to write the first notes on the stave. Therefore the only interpretation that this person could provide of the name SC2 would be composition written by Johann Sebastian Bach at first for cello, on such and such a date, and we would be dealing with a verbal interpretation. Or else one could show the corresponding score, and we would be dealing with interpretation by Ausensein of the graphical interpretation of a sound event. Therefore truncated CTS have the characteristic of being wholly detached from the content, be it nuclear or otherwise. 5.2 Are there other objects of knowledge that reveal the same phenomenon of detachment? A case very similar to that of SC2 regards CTS of places, private, sufficient for subjective recognition, hard to interpret publicly, wholly detached from the NC. If I were blindfolded and taken to my hometown, and then left at the corner of a road, with the blindfold removed, I would recognize instantly or fairly quickly where I was. I could say the same thing if I were left in Milan, Bologna, Paris, New York, Chicago, San Francisco, London, Jerusalem, or Rio de Janeiro, cities I would recognize by the skyline if nothing else, see Lynch 1966. This eminently visual knowledge of mine is still private, because it would be hard for me to give someone a description of my hometown that would enable him to recognize it in analogous circumstances. What would I say? That it is a city whose streets are usually parallel, that there is a very high bell tower in the shape of a pencil and a river that separates the tower from a citadel? Not enough, the description would not be sufficient to identify the place. Sometimes these private CTS are most vivid. We can tell ourselves what our town is like, without being able to tell anybody else. It seems that visual experiences are easier to put into words than musical ones, but while I, if not Robert, could always interpret SC2 by whistling the first notes, I would not be able to interpret for anybody else the shape, unmistakable for me, of Via Dante in Alessandria, a task that could be carried out, laboriously, by an architect, a painter, or a photographer. However, in that case we would be talking not about CT but MC. In addition, my cognitive type would have nothing to do with the NC that I have corresponded to the name of the city, which would be reduced to Alessandria is a city in Piedmont. Even in cases in which the NC includes some curious particular, such as the fact that in Rome there are the ruins of a great amphitheater or that New York is a city with lots of skyscrapers, the information would not make it possible to distinguish Rome from Nîmes or New York from Chicago, nor would it allow me to recognize the fact that I was in Rome, if I were deposited in a street in the vicinity of Piazza Navona, something that in reality I could do perfectly well. One could continue with this typology of dubious cases. I can easily recognize Sharon Stone when I see her in a film, but I cannot explain to others how to recognize her, over and beyond saying that she is a glamorous blonde, but that's not much to go on, and yet I associate her name with an NC, human being of the female sex, American actress, starred in Basic Instinct. On the highway I can easily tell a Lancia from a Volvo. I have an NC associated with both makes, but I cannot tell anyone how to distinguish them, except in a vague fashion. It is clear that with regard to our way of approaching the objects of the world, and of talking about them to others, all is not crystal clear, and not everything goes smoothly. When things do not go at all, there is no problem, it simply means that someone does not know something, just as one does not know the meanings of many words or cannot recognize unfamiliar objects. The problem arises when things should not work and yet in some way they do, as in the case of the recognition of SC2. I think we have to stick to a fairly liberal view, for many of our cognitive experiences, CT and NC coincide, for others, they do not. I do not think this admission is a surrender. It is only a philosophical contribution to an ongoing debate. Let us content ourselves for the time being with clear-cut cases, the mouse, the chair, and let us ascribe the ambiguous cases to the list of phenomena of which we still know very little. A CT is always a private matter, but it becomes public when it is interpreted as an NC, while a public NC can provide instructions for the formation of CTS. In a certain sense, therefore, although CTS are private, they are continuously subjected to public control, and the community educates us step by step to match our own to those of others. The same thing happens with the control of CTS, as with hasty off-the-cuff assertions. If I say it is raining when my epidermis is struck by imperceptible particles of humidity, but water is not in fact falling from the sky, people will tell me that what I have perceived is mist and not rain, and how to apply the two terms correctly when I put my perceptual judgment into words. CTS become public, because in the course of our education they are taught us, reviewed, corrected, and enhanced according to the state of the art as sanctioned by the community. Our introduction to the dog begins with someone's having us note that it has 4 legs and not 2 like a hen, and we are encouraged to see its friendly nature as pertinent. We are invited not to be afraid, to caress it, and we are warned that it will yelp if we tread on its tail. We are told very early on that the sun is in reality far bigger than it seems to the naked eye, and far bigger than we could imagine. It has been said that the physiognomic types of individuals can be very private. And yet in communicational interaction even physiognomic types are, so to speak, brought together by chains of interpretations. It is possible that Mark and I have a different CT of Johnny, but we usually exchange descriptions of Johnny with other friends. We remark on his way of laughing, we say that he is stouter than Robert, we see photographs that we deem a better or worse likeness of him. In short, we establish, at least with regard to our private circle of acquaintances or to many public figures, sets of what we might call iconographic conventions, and the extent to which these count in the case of public figures emerges from the fact that we recognize them even in caricatures, the caricature being the art of accentuating, or even of discovering, the most salient typical features of a face. Very private types could belong to artists. A painter has a perception of the difference between colors that is much more refined than that of an ordinary person, and Michelangelo certainly had a cognitive type of the human body more complex than a 3D model. But this does not at all imply that his type was destined to remain private and idiolectic. On the contrary, a 3D model is clearly the elementary type on which we generally agree when we perceive a human body, but the continuous interpretation of anatomists, painters, sculptors, or photographers serves to modify and enrich it. Only for some, obviously, there is a division of cognitive labor as there is of linguistic labor, and as there are elaborated and restricted codes, in the same sense in which a chemist has a more extensive notion of water than ordinary people. Just as in linguistic communication transactions between more or less restricted or broadened competences are always being made, so it also happens in the trade in CTS. This is why it is said that artists enhance our capacity to perceive the environment. An artist, and this is what the Russian formalists meant by their concept of defamiliarization, continuously tries to revise current CTS, as if everything were perceived as a hitherto unknown object. Cézanne or Renoir trained us to look in a different way, in certain circumstances of particular felicitousness or perceptual freshness, at foliage, fruit, or the complexion of a young girl. There are lines of resistance in the stimulating field that oppose uncontrolled artistic invention, or that oblige the artist to portray objects not of our world but of a possible world. This is why the artist's suggestions are not always completely absorbed by the community. It would be hard for us to conceive a CT of the female body inspired by Duchamp's Marie Mice anew, and yet the work of artists always tries to call our perceptual schemata into question, if in no other way than by inviting us to recognize that in certain circumstances things could also appear to us differently, or that there are alternative possibilities of schematization, which make some features of the object pertinent in a provocatively abnormal way, the skeletal lankiness of bodies, for Giacometti, the uncontrollable tendencies of the flesh and muscle, for Botero. I recall an evening in which people were playing parlor games, including a variant of statues, in which the onlookers had to guess which work of art the players were miming. At a certain point a well-composed group of girls presented themselves with their limbs and faces twisted into distorted positions. Almost everybody recognized the reference to Demoiselles d'Avignon. If the human body can interpret Picasso's representation of it, then that representation had caught certain possibilities of the human body. Chapter 4. The platypus between dictionary and encyclopedia. As usual, let us imagine a situation. When Sandra tells me she is going to cross Australia from north to south by car, I tell her that she must not forget to visit Ayers Rock, which stands in the center of the continent and is one of the world's many eighth wonders. I add that if, en route between Darwin and Adelaide, she passes through Alice Springs, she should then head southwest into the desert until she sees a mountain, hard to miss because it rises in the center of the plain like Chartres Cathedral in the middle of the Beauce. This is Ayers Rock, a fabulous orographic formation that changes color according to the time of day and is stunning at sunset. I have given her instructions not only for finding but also for identifying Ayers Rock, and yet I feel slightly ill at ease, as if I were deceiving her. And therefore I tell her that while I was telling the truth when I told her that, Ayers Rock / is a mountain, I am nonetheless also telling the truth if at the same time I state that, Ayers Rock / is not a mountain. Obviously, Sandra reacts by reminding me that a minimum of truth functional good breeding requires that if is true, then must be false, and vice versa. So I reiterate the difference between NC and MC. In this story, Sandra has already read this book, apart from this paragraph, and I explain to her that Ayers Rock displays all the characteristics that we attribute to mountains, and that if we were asked to divide the objects we know into mountains and non-mountains, then we should certainly put Ayers Rock in the first category. It is true that we are accustomed to recognize a mountain as something that rises to a great height after being preceded by hilly slopes that get steadily steeper and steeper, while Ayers Rock rises solitary and precipitous from the middle of the plain, but the fact that we are dealing with a curious, atypical mountain should not worry us more than the fact that the ostrich, insofar as it is a bird, is equally curious and atypical, without its being perceived as less of a bird for this reason. Nevertheless, from a scientific point of view, Ayers Rock is not a mountain, it is a stone, it is a single stone, in other words, a monolith planted in the ground as if a giant had hurled it down from the sky. Ayers Rock is a mountain from the point of view of the CT, but it is not from the point of view of the MC, i.e., of a competence definable as petrological or lithological or what have you. Sandra understands very well why I did not tell her to proceed southwest until she saw a stone, because in that case she would have gone on with her gaze fixed on the ground without looking up. However, she might say that, as I am in the mood to play with logical paradoxes, I would do better to rewrite IA and IIA in this way: IB, Ayers Rock is a mountain, and IB, Ayers Rock is not a mountain. In this way it would be clear that IB asserts that Ayers Rock has the perceptual qualities of a mountain, while IB would assert that it is not a mountain in a categorical system. Naturally, Sandra would use her voice to emphasize, with suprasegmental features, the use of small capitals, precisely to show that terms written in such characters stand for what compositional semantics calls dictionary properties, which are semantic primitives for some, and which in any case imply a categorical organization, in the sense of the expression as used in the preceding chapter. But at that point she would have me notice a curious paradox. The supporters of a dictionary representation maintain that such representations take account of relations within the language, leaving aside elements of knowledge of the world, while knowledge in an encyclopedic format presupposes extra-linguistic knowledge. In order to provide a rigorous explanation of the functioning of language, the supporters of a dictionary representation maintain that we must turn to a package of semantic categories that are organized hierarchically, such as object, animal vs vegetable, mammal versus reptile, and that are of such a kind that even when we have no knowledge of the world various inferences can be made, of the type: if mammal, then animal; if this is a mammal, then it is not a reptile. It is impossible for something to be at once a reptile and not an animal; if this is a reptile, then it is not a vegetable, and many other pleasant apothegms that, according to the experts, we habitually utter when, for example, we realize we have picked up a viper instead of an asparagus spear. Encyclopedic knowledge, on the other hand, would be uncoordinated by nature, with an uncontrollable format, and the encyclopedic content of dog would have to include practically all that is and could be known about dogs, even details such as the fact that my sister has a bitch called Best. In short, a knowledge that would be too much even for Borges's Funes El Memorioso. Naturally, it is not quite like this, because we can consider as encyclopedic knowledge only those items that the community has in some way registered publicly, and moreover it is maintained that encyclopedic competence is shared across sectors, according to a sort of linguistic division of labor, or activated in different ways and formats according to the context. But there is no doubt that, with regard to the events and objects of this world, not to mention those of other worlds, there are always new facts to learn, and therefore those who find the encyclopedic format hard to handle are not wrong. Nonetheless, the curious accident has occurred whereby, given that the repertoires that succinctly record the properties of terms are called dictionaries while those that indulge in complex descriptions are called encyclopedias, everybody thinks that dictionary competence is the indispensable one for the use of language. Instead, what the story of Ayers Rock tells us is that, in order to recognize that object and to be able to talk about it every day, the perceptual, not linguistic, characteristic of appearing like a mountain, on the basis of many factual properties, counts for a very great deal, while the fact that it is not a mountain but a stone is a datum reserved only for an elite that shares a vast encyclopedic competence. Therefore Sandra would point out to me that people, when speaking plainly, run on encyclopedia mode, while only the learned turn to the dictionary. Nor would she be wrong. The whole business could be confirmed in historic terms too. If we take a look at Hellenistic and medieval encyclopedias, we find only descriptions that either tell us what something looks like. For Alexander Neckham, the crocodile was a serpens aquaticus bubalus infestus, magni quantitatis, or how something can be found, the instructions for capturing a basilisk. In general, there is an accumulation of largely anecdotal features, such as in the Cambridge bestiary, the cat is called Mugio because it is traditionally the enemy of mice. The more common catus derives from capturare, or according to others because captat, i.e., it sees. It has in fact such acute sight as to be able to pierce the shadows of the night with flashing eyes. When we get to dictionaries such as the one published by the Italian Accademia della Crusca in 1612, we find the definition of cat, entered, with admirable political correctness, in the feminine form gatta, even though the rest is then written using the masculine pronoun known animal, kept in houses, owing to its particular enmity for mice, which it kills. And that's that. As can be seen, once upon a time there were no dictionary-type definitions, except for the traditional rational mortal animal. The first attempts in this regard are found in the dictionaries of the perfect languages, such as in the essay Toward a Real Character by John Wilkins, 1668, who attempted to define the furnishings of the entire universe by genus and differentia, basing himself on the first attempts at scientific taxonomy. But, after having worked out a table of 40 major genera, subdivided into 251 peculiar differences, from which he derived 2030 species, Wilkins, if we take, for example, the classification of viviparous clawed beasts, managed to distinguish the fox from the dog but not the dog from the wolf, see Eco 1993, 242, figure 12.2. And then if we want to know what a dog is and what it does, we have to go to consult the differences, which are not presented as dictionary-type primitives but are authentic encyclopedic descriptions of empirical properties. Example: rapacious viviparous animals generally have 6 short, pointed incisors and 2 long fangs. The dog kind have an oblong head that distinguishes them from the cat kind, which have a round head, and the dog is differentiated from the wolf, because the former is noted for tameness and the latter for wildness and enmity to sheep. The dictionary schema is an instrument of classification, not an instrument of definition. It is like the Dewey method of librarianship, which allows us to identify a given book from among the thousands of shelves in a library, and to infer its subject matter, if we know the code, but not the specific content. 2. Given therefore that scientific taxonomies took on a rough shape in the 17th century and were established organically only starting from the 18th century, we would seem to be led to the paradoxical conclusion that before then, in the absence of dictionary structures, from the appearance of Homo sapiens up to at least the 17th century, since a dictionary competence did not exist, no one managed to use his own language decently. Aristotle and Plato or Descartes and Pascal spoke, but they could not understand each other, and no one managed to translate from one language to another. Since historical experience contradicts this inference, one must conclude that, while the absence of a dictionary competence did not prevent humanity from speaking and understanding for millennia, that absence is, if not irrelevant, certainly not decisive for the purposes of linguistic competence. Perhaps it would be sufficient to state that the NC is mostly composed of features of an encyclopedic nature, often disorganized, while forms of dictionary competence appear only in representations of MC. But it's not that simple. The authors of the medieval bestiaries would perhaps fail a zoology exam, but it cannot be denied that in their own way they were trying to constitute categories when they defined the crocodile, in terms of NC, as a water snake, evidently by taking for granted that this category was opposed to that of land snakes. In addition, if there are semiotic primitives, precategorial distinctions such as that of animal, in the sense of animated beings, when we decide to perceive a mosquito as an animal, we collocate it, in a rather confused way, in a categorical order, just as we would put a chicken and an edible mushroom together among comestible things, thereby opposing them to a rhinoceros or a poisonous mushroom, dangerous things. Let us try therefore to compare our cognitive processes, from the first perceptions to the constitution of any knowledge, not necessarily scientific, to the organization of our computer. We perceive things as sets of properties. A dog is a hairy animal that has 4 legs, a tongue that hangs out, and barks, etc. In order to recognize or identify things, we construct files, which may be private or public. A file can be our own work, or it may have been communicated to us by the community. As the file is gradually defined, by our judging similarities or differences, we decide to insert it, or the community presents it to us as already inserted, in a given directory. Sometimes, when we need to look something up, we call the tree of directories up on the screen and, if we have a vague idea of how the tree is organized, we know that files of a certain type must be in a given directory. As we continue to gather data, we can decide to shift a file from one directory to another. But as the task gets more complex, it becomes necessary to split certain directories up into subdirectories, and at a certain point we may decide to restructure the entire tree of directories. A scientific taxonomy is no more than a tree of directories and subdirectories, and the only difference between the taxonomies of the 17th century and those of the 19th was that the tree of directories was simply restructured on a series of occasions. But this computer-inspired example conceals a trap. The files in a computer are full, in the sense that they are collections of information, while the directories are empty. In other words, they can be collections of files, but, if there are no files, they contain no other information. In a scientific taxonomy, on the other hand, as has already been pointed out in Eco 1984, 2.3, when, let's say, the canids are inserted among the mammals, saying that dogs and wolves are mammals does not mean only that they are housed in the directory called mammals. The scientist also knows that mammals, be they canids or felids, usually reproduce in a similar manner. This means that the taxonomist cannot open a directory headed, let's say, Cryptotheria, and decide to put any old files in there should the need arise. He must have decided what the characteristics, perhaps brand new, of the Cryptotheria are, so that on the basis of the presence of these characteristics in a given animal he can justify the insertion of the animal's file in that directory. This ensures that when the taxonomist says that a certain animal is a mammal, he knows what general characteristics it possesses, even though he does not yet know if it looks more like an ox or a dolphin. Therefore every directory ought to contain a label with a series of data on the common characteristics of the objects described in its files. All we need do is think that it is possible, as is already the case with the files in certain operating systems, to register the name of a directory not as a simple cipher but as a text. In such a case, the mammals directory would be registered as mammals, possessing such and such reproductive properties. As a matter of fact, taxonomic terms such as mammal, oviparous, pisciped, or ungulate express a great number of qualities. In the Linnean system, names such as Poa bulbata contain all the information that Paton de Tournefort was still obliged to list as Gramen Zerampolinum, Miliacea, Pretenui, Ramosac, Sparsa canicula, Civ Zerampolinum cong enur, Arvans, Estivum, Gravem minutissimo semine, see Rossi 1997, 274. Such a condition is not at all indispensable for a dictionary semantics, if the species of the pre-SIDS were put in the subdirectory of the family of the prosids, let's say, and if the prosids belonged to the order of the proseids, it would not be necessary to know the properties possessed by a proseid or a prosid to be able to make highly accurate inferences of the type. If this is a prosid, then it is definitely a prosid, and it is not possible for something to be a prosid and not a proseid. Unfortunately, while this is the way we reason when performing exercises in logic, laudable activity, and the way in which a zoology student who has memorized the book without understanding the argument, deplorable activity, attempts to answer an examination question, it is not the way we reason in order to understand either the words we use or the concepts that correspond to them. So it would not be unlikely that, on hearing it said that all pre-SIDS are prosids, somebody might just ask for some supplementary information. But even if the dialectic between directory and files can be compared to that between dictionary and encyclopedia, or between categorical knowledge and knowledge by properties, this division is not homologous with that between NC and MC. We do in fact also organize directories at the level of NC, by putting cats among the animals and stones among inanimate objects, but the organizational criteria are less strict, and so it is all right, and it has been all right by us for a long time, to put the files on whales in the directory marked fish, and when we recognize that Ayers Rock has many of the properties of mountains, we unthinkingly store it in the untidy file of mountainous objects, without putting too fine a point on things. Therefore by dictionary competence I mean something that limits itself to registering, both in terms of NC and MC, that a given concept belongs on a certain node in the tree of directories. Encyclopedic competence, on the other hand, involves both a knowledge of the names of the directories and the files and a knowledge of their contents. The totality of files and directories, those currently registered and even those that have been deleted and reordered or rewritten in the course of time, represents what on various occasions I have called encyclopedia as a regulative idea, the library of libraries, a postulate of a globality of knowledge that cannot be realized by any single speaker, a perpetually increasing treasure most of which has not been explored by the community. At the level of NC there is a continuous organizing and reordering of wild categories, most of which spring from the recognition of constant precategorial features. For example, in the Western world the chicken is considered one of the edible animals while the dog is not, but in some Asiatic regions the dog is a fully fledged member of the edible category and is kept around the house much like a turkey or a pig in the West, in the knowledge that at a certain point it will have to be eaten. 3. But it is in the specialized sector of the MC that negotiations become more punctilious. Just think of the notions of mineral, vegetable, or insect. Many speakers, who would hesitate about recognizing that a certain animal, the porpoise, for example, is a mammal, would cheerfully admit that the fly or the flea is an insect. Could it be said that we are dealing with a zoological category, at first proper to an MC, which in the course of time has been captured, so to speak, by the NC? I should say not. This would happen if we noticed that common competence has accepted the idea that cows are mammals, a notion learned at school, but there is no doubt that people were recognizing insects before taxonomists decided to label a certain class. This happens because mammal was coined in 1791 as a technical term, preceded by mammalia, extended for the first time to include the cetaceans, in Linnaeus's Systema Naturae of 1758, and it depends on a certain functional criterion that takes the reproductive system into account. On the contrary, insectus, a Latin caec from the Greek entomozoa, meant a cut animal. This is an interpretation of a morphological feature that takes into account the typical form of these little animals, from the instinctive feeling that those bodies might be cut and divided where they are joined in a bottleneck shape or by rings. The wild category of insects still has such strength that we commonly give the name insect to many animals that zoologists do not recognize as such as spiders, which are arthropods but arachnids instead of insects. For, in this way, on the level of North Carolina we might find it odd if someone said that a spider is not an insect, while on the level of MC the spider is not an insect. Therefore insect is either a semiotic primitive, of a precategorial type, which ordinary speech has presented to naturalists, while the mammals are a category that, if anything, has been given to ordinary speech by naturalists, or it is a wild category in any case. In categorizing wildly, we group objects by what use they have for us, by their relation to our survival, by formal analogies, etc. Our indifference in retaining the fact that an animal is a mammal is due to the fact that the scientific category mammal includes animals that are not only very different to look at but also very different to deal with. Example, there are mammals that we eat and mammals that eat us, while insects strike us as being more or less morphologically alike, and all equally noisome. For the speaker, these wild categories usually sum up, almost stenographically, a large number of features and also implicitly contain instructions for identification or retrieval. When Marconi, 1977, 64-65, suggests that, even if we do not know what uranium is or looks like but are told that it is a mineral, we could probably identify it when it was showed to us together with an unknown fruit and an unknown animal, he is referring to the wild category of minerals, not to minerals. In fact, if we ask someone devoid of any scientific knowledge to tell an arthropod from a spider, a millipede, and an orthopedic prosthesis, he would not know what to do. But when we know, roughly, that uranium is a mineral, we go to look in the wild directory of minerals, just as when we are told that Ayers Rock is a mountain, we go to look in the wild directory of mountains, and if they had told us that it was a stone, we would have gone to look in a directory where we would not have found good instructions for its identification. Now, if we consider categorial, or dictionary, competence by referring to its scientific model, we have been told that one of the characteristics of that competence is that it is composed of indelible features. If we know that a porpoise is a cetacean is a mammal, and a mammal is an animal, it cannot be said that something is a porpoise but not an animal, and if, just to avoid always using canonical examples, on a certain planet all the porpoises were robots, the fact that they were not animals would prevent us from saying they were porpoises. You can have toy porpoises, pseudo-porpoises, virtual porpoises, but not porpoises. On the other hand, a folk competence tells us that a porpoise is like a dolphin with a rounded nose and a triangular dorsal fin, and so on, with regard to the habitat, habits, intelligence, and edibility of the porpoise, but any feature could be legitimately deleted, because the cognitive type does not organize the features hierarchically, nor does it rigidly fix number of features, or precedence. We can recognize porpoises with prognathes or malformed or retroussé snouts and serrated dorsal fins, porpoises that would not win any porpoise beauty prizes but are porpoises for all that, just as much as their better-looking kin. The features of a scientific taxonomy cannot be deleted, because they are organized into a series of embedded hyperonyms and hyponyms. If a spider is an arachnid, it cannot not be an arthropod, otherwise the entire categorical system would collapse, but precisely because a spider is an arachnid, it cannot be an insect at the same time. Also on the level of NC our knowledge is organized into files and directories, but the organization is not hierarchical. Let us look over some features of the definition of mouse examined in 3.4.3. People think that they are all of the same kind. People think they live in or near places where people live. A person could hold one easily in one hand, most people wouldn't want to hold them. This means that the mouse file can be put both in the animals that live in the home category, which includes the cat file, and in the repugnant animals category, together with flies and cockroaches, which can also infest the home, as well as caterpillars and snakes. The same file, depending on the occasion, can be put in several directories simultaneously and taken from one to the other according to the context. And in fact, Levi Strauss reminds us that the savage mind proceeds by bricolage, which is a form of patchwork that does not envisage any hierarchical organization. But if this is the case, the file does not necessarily imply the directory, as in scientific taxonomies. In other words, it is very easy to deny entailment when entailment is not convenient. Those who breed charming white mice do not put them in the category of repugnant animals. In Australia, the rabbit is considered a harmful pest. In certain Chinese markets, people display cages containing things that they consider delicacies but we perceive as loathsome rats, and if they were to appear in our lofts, we would be terrified. On the other hand, chickens have been listed among farmyard animals for millennia, while that directory, if not already for us, at least for our descendants, will sooner or later contain only one species of chicken, known as free-range, while all its kin will be classified as factory-farmed animals. On the level of MC, a chicken is a bird and cannot not be one, while on the level of NC, a chicken, a bird up to a point, but certainly less so than an eagle, may or may not be classified among the farmyard animals. Does the wild nature of non-scientific categorizations therefore prevent there being features that cannot be deleted? It does not seem so, since it has been rightly observed, Violi 1997, 2223, TNATSOME features appear more resistant than others, and that these indelible features are not merely categorical labels such as animal and physical object. In the life of semiosis, we notice that we are also wary of deleting some factual properties that seem more salient and characterizing than others. A great many people would accept the idea that a porpoise is not a mammal. We have seen that mammalness is not a feature that belongs to the CT of the porpoise. For centuries it was thought to be a fish, but no matter how little a person knows about porpoises, he would find it hard to accept the idea that porpoises live in trees. How to explain why certain negations seem more resistant than others? Violi, 1997, 7.2, distinguishes between essential and typical properties. It is essential that the cat is an animal, it is typical for it to meow. The second property can be deleted, but the first cannot. But in that case we are back at the old difference between dictionary and encyclopedic properties. On the contrary, Violi, 7.3.1.3, holds that even functional properties, closely connected to the CT by virtue of an affordance typical of the object, are indelible, and so it is hard to say that something is a box while denying that it can contain objects. If it could not, it would be a fake box. 6. Let us examine the following sentences. 1. Mice are not mammals. This is what in Eco 1976, 3.1.2, I defined as a semiotic judgment, that is, an assertion that confirms or challenges encyclopedic or dictionary conventions existing within the bounds of a given language or, better still, an assertion on the current taxonomic paradigm. Within the bounds of the paradigm this assertion is certainly false, but many people would be able to recognize and name a mouse without knowing that, 1, is false. It could be that, 1, should be understood as I assert on the basis of new factual evidence regarding their reproductive process that mice can no longer be classed as mammals. As will be seen in 4.5, assertions of this kind were in circulation for 80 years regarding the platypus. The proof of their truth was in the first instance up to the researchers who were carrying out an empirical examination of the animal's physiology and anatomy. but naturally it would be enough to change the taxonomic criterion to assert that the platypus is not a mammal. In any case, the assertion, 1, does not refer either to the CT or the NC of the mouse. It is not a part of that area of common competence of which we spoke in 3.5.2. If anything, it is part of the MC. Let the zoologists decide what is more or less worthy of deletion as far as they are concerned. 2. Mice do not have tails. If the assertion were understood as being supported by a universal quantifier referring to all the mice in existence, it would be sufficient to provide at least one mouse with a tail to falsify it. However, in everyday life, I think it unlikely that anyone would make such an assertion, which would presuppose that the speaker had made a previous inspection of all mice, billions of them, one by one. This utterance should simply be transcribed as the property of having a tail is not part of the CT of the mouse or of the NC of mouse. We have seen that NCS are publicly verifiable, and I would say that it would be easy to challenge assertion, 2. Those things we call mice, usually, have a tail. The stereotype of the mouse has one, as does its prototype, if the prototype exists somewhere or other. It seems improbable that someone would say, 2, but it was possible, as we shall see, for someone to say that the female platypus has no mammae. It was a case of a CTian process. Now, is the property of having a tail cancelable or not? I think the question is badly put. When a CT is interpreted, all the properties have the same value at first, also because we still have to know to what extent the type is really wholly shared by all speakers. The acid test is when a token is recognized. Which brings us to the next example. 3. This is a mouse, but it has no tail. It is possible to find a dead mouse and recognize it despite its mutilation. Our CT of the mouse also envisages the characteristic tail, and yet this is a cancelable property. 4. This is a mouse, but it is not an animal. Here we must refer back to what has already been said. The attribution of animality has nothing to do with ascription to a category. We are dealing with a perceptual primitive, a precategorial experience. If this is not an animal, it cannot be a mouse. It must be the usual robot mouse that is chased through many pages of the philosophy of language by a robot cat. The property of being an animal is indelible. 5. This is a mouse, but it has the sinuously cylindrical shape, tapered at the extremities, of an eel. Granted that someone, without having to take a philosophy of language exam, were so foolish as to utter, 5, seriously, we would be unlikely to agree. An almost oval shape slightly tapering toward the nose is part of the indispensable, and indelible, conditions for recognizing a mouse. The importance of this gestalt is such that we can be flexible about the tail, and flexible even with regard to the presence of the paws. The gestalt of the mouse, once it is perceived, allows us to deduce the paws and the tail, / mouse, then tail, dot. The presence on the ground of 4 little paws or a tail, on the other hand, allows us to infer the mouse that is not there only by abduction. In this case, we behave like the paleontologist who takes a jawbone and reconstructs a cranium, but precisely because he is referring to a CT, albeit a hypothetical one, of that prehistoric being. This amounts to saying that, if a 3D model is part of a CT, it plays a role so important for recognition and identification, that it cannot be deleted. 6. This is a mouse, but it is 80 meters long and weighs 800 kilograms. No one can exclude that, after some tinkering with the genetic code, this assertion might one day be utterable. But in such a case I would say we would be talking about the appearance of a new species. We shall call them mice, as opposed to normal mice. It should suffice to think of the different tone with which the assertion "there is a mouse in the kitchen" would be uttered depending on whether the reference was to a mouse or a mouse. This means that the CT of the mouse also includes standard dimensions that, no matter how negotiable, may not go beyond a certain threshold. Let us recall the question put by Searle, 1979, i.e., why is it that when we go into a restaurant and ask for a hamburger, We do not expect the waiter to serve a hamburger a mile long enveloped in a plastic cube. It is curious that not long after the formulation of this example, an American restaurant chain prepared a manual for its chefs containing specifications regarding the size, weight, cooking times, and condiments required for a standard hamburger. This was not in reply to Searle but because it was economically and industrially important to make public the standard concept of hamburger. Naturally, this manual was the elaboration not only of a CT but of an MC of the term hamburger. However, it established the nuclear conditions for recognizing something as a hamburger, if not with regard to specifications of weight and cooking times, at least with regard to its dimensions and approximate consistency. This is therefore why a property such as standard size seems, if not indelible, at least hard to delete. Of course, saying that there is an 800-kilogram mouse is less of a problem than saying there is a mouse that is not an animal, but while in order to justify the first statement, it has to be admitted that we are dealing with a fake mouse, to justify the second, it is necessary at the very least to postulate a wholly improbable world, and so this mouse, if it is not fake, must be at least fictional or fictitious. 7. This is an elephant, but it has no trunk. Here we have to distinguish between the proposition this is an elephant, but it no longer has a trunk, similar to the case of the mouse without a tail, and the assertion that a given animal is an elephant that nonetheless has no trunk but a snout made in some other way, like the snout of a kangaroo or the beak of an albatross, let's say. I think that each of us would react by maintaining that in such a case we are dealing no longer with an elephant but with some other animal. We can imagine a breed of mouse without a tail, but the idea of a breed of elephant without a trunk is unconvincing. This case is in fact similar to 5. The trunk is part of the characteristic gestalt of the elephant, more so than the tusks. Don't ask me why, but try to draw an elephant with its trunk and no tusks, and other people will usually recognize it, but if you draw a beast with tusks and the round snout of the porpoise, no one will say you have drawn an elephant. At best we can say that the presence of the trunk is not sufficient for the recognition of an elephant, because the trunk could also belong to a mammoth, but there is no doubt that its absence eliminates the elephant. It is an indelible property. This example suggests that cancelable properties are sufficient conditions for recognition, such as scratching a match to produce combustion, while indelible properties are seen as necessary conditions. There can be no combustion in the absence of oxygen. The difference is that in physics or chemistry we can ascertain experimentally which conditions are really necessary, while in our case the necessity of these conditions depends on many perceptual and cultural factors. It seems intuitive that an animal designed by nature without a trunk is no longer what we have decided to call an elephant. And what if nature had designed a rhinoceros without horns? I think we would have to assign it to another species and call it by another name, for the sake of etymology if nothing else. And yet I suspect that we would be more indulgent and flexible over the matter of the rhinoceros than that of the elephant. So much so, that while the Indian rhinoceros, Rhinoceros unicornis, probably the species Marco Polo saw, has only one horn, the African rhino, Diceros bicornis, in fact, has two. And yet, for anybody who is not a zoologist or a hunter, while the elephant's trunk is crucial, the rhinoceros's horns count for much less. The recognition of a property as indelible depends on the history of our perceptual experiences. The zebra's stripes strike us as indelible properties, but it would be sufficient if evolution had produced breeds of horse or ass with striped coats. The stripes would become all too cancelable, because we would have shifted our attention to some other characterizing feature. And perhaps the same thing would happen in a universe in which all quadrupeds had trunks. In that case perhaps the elephant's tusks would become indelible. An entire iconography in the cinema and in books convinced us that feather head dresses were an indelible property for the recognition of an American Indian, and then along came John Ford, who in Stagecoach had the iconographic courage to have Geronimo and his braves suddenly appear on the heights of the bluff without feathers, and the entire cinema audience was on the edge of their seats waiting for the attack on the stagecoach after having recognized the Redskins, in a black and white film. Perfectly well. We might say that Ford had probably identified other indelible features that basically determined our CT, painted cheeks, that gritty impassiveness, the gaze, who knows. 8. However, he managed to convince us by constructing a context, a network of intertextual references and a system of expectations capable of rendering some physiognomic features, and the position on the heights, and the presence of a certain type of weapons and clothing, that was more relevant than the presence of the feathers. That it is the context that establishes the relevant properties has already been pointed out in Eco, 1979 and 1994, I therefore agree with Violi, 1997, 9.2.1 and 10.3.3, when in the end she assigns the function of selecting the indelible properties to the contexts. The essential properties therefore become the ones that we must know about if, in a certain context, we wish to keep the discourse open, and that can be denied only on pain of renegotiating the meaning of the terms we are using. On occasion the context can be common to an epoch and a culture, and it is only in such cases that dictionary properties, which refer to the way in which that culture has classified the objects it knows, seem indelible. But even then things often proceed in a complex way, accompanied by many coups de theatre. Which is all reconfirmed for us by what the reader has probably been waiting for some time, and that is the real story of the platypus. In 1798, a naturalist called Dobson sent the British Museum a stuffed animal that the Australian colonists called the water mole or duck-billed platypus. From an account published by Collins in 1802, a similar animal had been found in November 1797 on the shores of a lake near Hawkesbury. It was the size of a mole, with little eyes, the front feet had 4 claws and were united by a membrane larger than the one that united the claws of the hind feet. It had a tail and the beak of a duck, it swam with its feet, which it also used to dig out its lair. It was certainly an amphibian type. Collins's text was accompanied by a most inaccurate drawing. The animal looks more like a seal, a whale, or a dolphin, as if, knowing that it swam, the artist had applied the generic CT of a marine animal to it at first sight. Or perhaps the source is another. According to Gould, 1991, 19, in the course of a voyage to Australia in 1793, Captain Bligh, of Bounty fame, had discovered, and eaten, roasted, with gusto, an echidna. Now we know that the echidna is cousin germain to the platypus, with whom it shares the privilege of being a monotreme. Bligh drew it with great care, and the drawing was published in 1802. It looks very like Collins's platypus. I don't know if Collins had seen Bligh's drawing or not, but if he had seen it, so much the better. The conclusion would seem to be that both artists caught some common generic features of two different animals at the expense of specific features. Collins's platypus does not have a convincing beak and seems more suited for eating ants, like the echidna. Let's get back to the stuffed platypus, which reached London and was described in 1799 by George Shaw as Platypus anatinus. Shaw, who was able to examine only the skin, not the internal organs, betrayed various signs of amazement and puzzlement. At first he thought a duck's beak had been grafted onto the head of a quadruped. The use of graft was no accident. The skin had arrived after crossing the Indian Ocean, and it was known at the time that certain diabolical Chinese taxidermists were extremely good at grafting, for example, fish tails onto monkeys' bodies in order to create mermaid-like monsters. Shaw therefore had some reason to opine at first that he was faced with a bogus creature made by artificial means, but he later admitted he could find no sign of fraud. His reaction is interesting. The animal was unknown, he had no way of recognizing it, and he would have preferred to believe it did not exist. But since he was a man of science, he went on. And right from the start he switchered between dictionary and encyclopedia. In order to understand what was before his eyes, he tried right away to classify it. The platypus seemed to him to represent a new and singular genus that, in the Linnaean organization of the quadrupeds, should be placed in the order of the Bruta alongside the order of the Myrmecophaga. After that, he left the categories and moved on to properties. He described the shape of the body, the fur, tail, beak, spur, color, size, 13 inches, feet, jaw, and nostrils. He found no teeth and noted that the tongue of his exemplar was missing. He saw something that seemed like eyes to him, but they were too small, and there was too much fur over them to make for good vision, which was why he thought they were like a mole's eyes. He said they might have been suited to aquatic life and mice that the creature fed on water plants and animals. He quoted Buffon, "Everything that is possible for nature to produce, has in fact been produced." In 1800, Shaw again took up the description, with renewed doubts and hesitation, as he did not dare include the animal among the quadrupeds. He said he had news of another 2 specimens sent by the governor of New Holland, Hunter, to Joseph Banks, which ought to have dispelled all suspicion of fraud. These specimens, and it seems that Hunter had sent another to the Newcastle Literary and Philosophical Society, were later described by Buick in an addendum to the 4th edition of his General History of Quadrupeds, Newcastle, Berwick, 1824, as a unique animal with the triple nature of a fish, a bird, and a quadruped. Buick's view was that it ought not to be collocated according to the standard methods of classification, but that it was sufficient to provide a description of these curious animals exactly as they were when he received them. And although this is followed by a picture entitled An Amphibious Animal, we can see that Buick refused to classify it as fish, bird, or quadruped, although he identified morphological features of fish, birds, and quadrupeds. Finally, exemplars complete with internal organs began to arrive preserved in alcohol. But still in 1800 the German Blumenbach received another stuffed specimen. He was to have 2 in alcohol only the following year, and he named it Ornithorhynchus paradoxus. The choice of adjective is curious. It does not correspond to taxonomic usage. It tells us that Blumenbach was trying to categorize something as uncategorizable. After him the name Ornithorhynchus anatinus was to prevail, and we should note that this is a dictionary name, but one that depends on an encyclopedic description, since it means with a bird's beak similar to that of a duck. In 1802, the specimens in alcohol, male and female, that Blumenbach had also seen were described by Home, 1-3, who also said that the animal did not swim on the surface but came up for air, like the turtle. Since he was faced with a furry quadruped, Home immediately thought of a mammal. But a mammal must have mammary glands with nipples. Now, not only does the female platypus not possess this property, but also, instead of forming a uterus, the oviduct opens out into a cloaca, as in birds and reptiles, that is, it serves as urinary tract and rectum as well as for reproductive purposes. Home was an anatomist, not a taxonomist, and therefore he did not bother over much about classifying, limiting himself to describing what he saw. But the analogy with the reproductive organs of birds and reptiles could hardly fail to make him think the platypus was oviparous, or perhaps merely oviparous. As we now know, it is oviparous, but it is not oviparous, and he decided that it might be oviviviparous. The eggs were formed inside the mother's body but then dissolved. Home found a supporter for his hypothesis in the anatomist Richard Owen, but by 1819 he was inclined toward viviparity, and this hypothesis usually crops up every time people reflect on the paradox of a furry animal born from an egg. Home also found that the platypus resembled the echidna, already described by Shaw in 1792. But 2 similar animals ought to refer back to a common genus, and he guessed it might be that of Ornithorhynchus hystrix. Apart from that, he expatiated at some length on the spur on the hind foot of the male, on the smooth beak and the rest of the body covered with fur, on the wrinkly tongue that served in lieu of teeth, on the penis suited for the passage of sperm, on the external orifice of the penis subdivided into various apertures, so that the sperm might be spread over a wide area, etc. At the end he spoke of a tribe that was certainly related to birds and amphibians, thereby putting forward, before Darwin, an idea very close to that of the evolutionary relation. In 1803, the proto-evolutionist Étienne Geoffroy de Saint-Hilaire created the category of the monotremes, and here too the term expresses a property, with a single orifice. He did not know yet where to put these animals, but assumed they were oviparous. 6 years later, Lamarck created a new class, the Prototheria, saying, they were not mammals, because they had no mammary glands, and were probably oviparous. They were not birds, because they had no wings, and they were not reptiles, because they had a heart with 4 chambers. 1. If a class were to define an essence, we would have here 2 fine cases of pure nominalism. But at this point the need to categorize gave free play to the imagination of men of science. In 1811, Illiger was talking of reptentia, intermediates between reptiles and mammals. In 1812, Blainville was talking of mammals in the order of the Ornithodelphia. It is clear that it is the properties that decide whether the animal is assigned to one class or the other, and some people were already arguing that as a newborn creature with a beak cannot suckle milk, we ought to forget about mammals. But the fact is that even a hypothesis about the class drives one to seek out or overlook some properties, or even to disregard them. A case in point would be the business of the mammary glands, which were discovered in 1824 by the German anatomist Meckel. They are very large, practically covering the whole body from the front to the hind limbs, but they are visible only when the creature is nursing its young, after which their size is reduced, and this explains why they had not been previously identified. Is an animal with mammae a mammal? Yes, if it also has nipples, but the female platypus does not have these, not to mention the male. Instead it has pore-like glands on the surface, rather like sweat glands that secrete milk. Today we know that this is how it is, and that the young take milk by licking, but Saint Hilaire was not all wrong in refusing to see these organs as mammae, also because he was firmly convinced that the monotremes were oviparous and could therefore not be mammals. He considered the glands seen by Meckel as something like the glands on the flanks of the shrew, which secrete a substance for attracting a partner during the mating season. Perhaps they were glands that secreted a perfume, or a substance that made the fur waterproof, or something like the so-called mammary glands of seals and whales, which secrete not milk but a mucus that clots in the water and serves as food for their young. But Owen, a supporter of the ovoviviparous hypothesis, suspended that secretion in alcohol and obtained something that seemed milk and not mucus. Saint Hilaire did not give in. The reproductive apparatus was that of an oviparous animal. An oviparous animal can only produce an egg. An animal born from an egg is not breastfed. In 1829, given that the monotremes could not be mammals, could not be birds, because they had neither wings nor feathers, could not be reptiles, because they were warm-blooded, and, with their lungs sheathed in a pleura and separated from the abdomen by a diaphragm, could not even be fish, Saint Hilaire decided that it was necessary to invent for them a 5th category of vertebrates. Note that in those days amphibians did not yet constitute a class in themselves and were normally classified among the reptiles. In doing this, Saint Hilaire was appealing to a principle that strikes me as very important. Taxonomies, he said, are not just ways of ordering, they are guides to action. If we put the monotremes among the mammals, the question may be considered settled, while if we put them to one side, we are obliged to go in search of new properties. In a certain sense Saint Hilaire was proposing the creation of an open genus, so as to avoid making a clumsy classification of the unknown object, a type that must stand as a stimulus to conjecture. And therefore he stubbornly waited for those eggs that had not yet been discovered but that sooner or later had to appear. As we now know, Saint Hilaire lost the battle of the mammae, and therefore the platypus was to be a mammal, although it seems a lot he's sitting there all alone with only the echidna for company in the jump seat reserved for the monotrams, but he won the battle of the eggs. As early as 1817, John Jameson had made mention of the eggs in a letter from Sydney. The datum was not certain, but in 1824 Saint Hilaire took it as proven. It is not easy to see a platypus while it is laying eggs. One supposes it does so in private, in the depths of a burrow inaccessible to human explorers, and so one puts one's trust in those who ought to know more about it, in natives. Patrick Hill wrote in 1882 that Ku Gong, a native, chief of the Bora Bora tribe, says that they all know that this animal lays 2 eggs, of the size, color, and shape of hen's eggs. Today we know that the eggs are tiny, 1/3 of an inch long. Either Ku Gong was wrong about the size, or he expressed himself badly in English, or Hill did not understand his language. Nor can we exclude the possibility that the Aborigine chief had lied in order to please the explorer. In 1829, new information reached St. Hilaire. Someone had seen some eggs, laid in a hole in the sand, this time shaped like the eggs of a bird, snake, or lizard. He also received a drawing, and therefore his informers might really have seen the eggs. Unfortunately, it is now thought that these were probably the eggs of a turtle, Chelodina longicalis. But St. Hilaire maintained that eggs of that size could not pass through the birth canal of a female platypus, and he was right, but for the wrong reasons, because he did not take into account that the eggs found in the sand had probably been in an advanced phase of development. In 1831, Lieutenant Maule opened some burrows and found eggshells. The opponents of oviparity said the shells were excrement covered with urinary salts such that occur in birds, seeing that both urine and feces are expelled through the same orifice. In 1834, Dr. George Bennett, a supporter of viviparity, led some native informers into making contradictions on the subject of the eggs. He drew an oval egg, and they told him it was a mulligong egg. Then he drew a round one, and they repeated that it was the cabango, egg, of the mulligong. However, they then said that the newborn animal tumbled down. You don't tumble down out of an egg, but from the womb. Bennett admitted that the natives could not speak English well, but who knows what he asked them and what they understood, who knows what his ovals and circles were like. Better a gavagai than a mulligong. In 1865, Richard Owen, of the Anti-Egg Party, received a letter from a certain Nicholson sent in September 1864, which said how 10 months previously a female had been captured and given to the district gold receiver. This person had put the animal in a cage, where on the following morning he found 2 eggs, this time about the size of a crow's egg, soft and without a calcareous shell. Nicholson said he had seen them, but 2 days later someone threw them away and killed the animal, finding in the belly many of what his informers called eggs but may have been ova. A subsequent letter from the gold receiver seems to confirm this account. Owen published the 2 letters but wondered what the 2 alleged eggs contained. If they had been opened and an embryo or at least a yolk had been seen, if someone had put them in a bottle of alcohol. But alas, nothing more was known about this matter. Perhaps it was all the effect of a miscarriage brought on by fright. Burrell, 1927, 44, had to admit that Owen, whose behavior was that of a prudent scientist, was right. Burrell moreover reasoned that the eggs could not have been the size of any bird definable as a crow, and suggested that it might have been a prank on the part of some wag who had slipped bird eggs into the cage. The debate continued in the scientific journals for many years after that, and it was only in 1884, about 86 years after the discovery of the animal, that W. H. Caldwell, who had gone to Australia to carry out research on the spot, was to send a celebrated telegram to the University of Sydney, Monotrems oviparous, ovum meriblastic, where the second datum establishes that the cells of the embryo divide in a way typical of reptiles and birds. End of argument. The monotremes were mammals and oviparous. What is the moral of the story? In the first instance, we might say that this is a splendid example of how observation sentences can be made only in the light of a conceptual framework or of a theory that gives them a sense, in other words, that the first attempt to understand what is seen is to consider the experience in relation to a previous categorical system, as in the case of Marco Polo and the rhinoceros. But at the same time we would have to say, again as in the case of Marco Polo, that when observations challenge the categorical framework, attempts are made to adjust the framework. In this way we progress on a parallel course, readjusting the categorical framework according to the new observation sentences and recognizing as real those observation sentences that are in accordance with the assumed categorical framework. As we gradually categorize, we await the identification of new properties, no doubt in the form of a disordered encyclopedia. As properties are gradually found, we attempt to re-establish the categorical structure. But every hypothesis regarding the categorical framework to be assumed influences the way we make observation sentences and acknowledge them to be valid, with the result that those who would have the platypus a mammal do not search for its eggs, or they refuse to recognize eggs when they appear, while those who would have the platypus oviparous refuse to acknowledge either the mammy or the milk. This is the dialectic both of cognition and understanding, that is, of understanding and knowledge. But is this conclusion sufficient? In point of fact, someone finally showed that there were both mammy and eggs. We might say that, given two competing theories, both won the day, obliging researchers in the field to look for something that the theory required to be there, and that if one academic faction had prevailed over another, because this is the mechanism that comes into play even when scientific theories are compared, perhaps neither the mammy nor the eggs would ever have been seen. But the fact remains that in the end both mammy and eggs were seen, so that today it seems hard to deny that the platypus nurses its young and, notwithstanding this, also lays eggs. The story of the platypus therefore serves to demonstrate that in the final instance facts prevail over theories, and, as Peirce wished, the torch of truth will in any case be passed on from hand to hand despite the difficulties. But, judging by the literature on the argument in question, we still have not stopped discovering many unsuspected properties of the platypus, and one might say that this happens because the winning theory required that the animal be grouped with the mammals. Peirce would put our minds at rest, all we need do is wait, and in the end the community will find a point of consensus. But remember Shaw's decision of 1799, it might be possible to assign the unknown animal to some class, but for the moment let us describe what can be seen. And what naturalists knew about the platypus, even before deciding on what class to put it in, and, we note, as the debate about this wore on, was that it was a strange thing, certainly an animal, which could be recognized according to some instructions for its identification, beak, beaver tail, webbed feet, etc. For over 80 years, the naturalists could agree on nothing, except that they were talking about that creature made in such and such a fashion, specimens of which were gradually identified. That creature might or might not be mammal, bird, or reptile, without its ever ceasing to be that double-damned beast that, as Lesson observed in 1839, had set itself athwart the path of taxonomy to prove its fallaciousness. The story of the platypus is the story of a long negotiation, and in this sense it is an exemplary tale. But the negotiation had a basis, and this was that the platypus seemed similar to a beaver, a duck, and a mole, but not to a cat, an elephant, or an ostrich. If it is necessary to yield to the evidence that perception has an iconic content, the story of the platypus tells us so. Anyone who saw one, or a drawing of one, or a stuffed specimen, or one preserved in spirit, would refer back to a common CT. There were 80-odd years of negotiation, but the negotiations always revolved around resistances and the grain of the continuum. Given these resistances, the decision, certainly contractual in nature, to acknowledge that certain features were undeniable, was obligatory. At first, and for some decades after, people were prepared to delete everything about the platypus, that it was a mammal or oviparous, that it had mammy or not, but certainly not the property of being the animal that was made in such and such a fashion and that someone found in Australia. And, while they were arguing, everybody knew they were referring to the same CT. Proposals regarding the MC were different, but negotiations were underpinned by an NC. That the beak could not be deleted, first and foremost because it should not have been there, is revealed by the names with which the animal was indicated, both in ordinary and scientific language, from the beginning and throughout the course of the debate: duck-billed platypus, schnabeltier, ornithorynco. I have long feared that the semiotic approach adopted in my theory of semiotics suffered from syncretism. What did it mean to try, as I did, to combine the structuralist perspective of Hjelmslev with the cognitive interpretative semiotics of Peirce? The former shows us how our semantic, and therefore conceptual, competence is of a categorical type, based on a segmentation of the continuum by virtue of which the form of the content presents itself structured in the form of opposition and difference. We tell a sheep from a horse by the presence or absence of some dictionary markers, such as ovine or equine, and Helmslef suggests that this organization of content imposes a vision of the world. But such an organization of content either assumes these markers as primitives not open to further interpretation, and therefore it does not tell us the properties of an equid or an ovine, or it demands that these components be interpreted in their turn. Alas, when we enter the phase of interpretation, the rigid structural organization dissolves in the network of encyclopedic properties, arranged along the potentially infinite thread of unlimited semiosis. How is it possible for the 2 points of view to coexist? The result of the preceding reflections is that they must coexist, because if we choose one of them only, we cannot account for our way of knowing and expressing what we know. It is indispensable to make them coexist on a theoretical level, because, effectively speaking, on the level of our cognitive experiences we proceed so that we run if the expression does not seem too reductive with the hare and hunt with the hounds. The unstable equilibrium of this coexistence is not, theoretically, syncretistic, because it is on the basis of this happily unstable equilibrium that our understanding proceeds. And this is why the categorial moment and the observational moment do not oppose each other as irreconcilable ways of understanding, nor are they juxtaposed through syncretism. They are two complementary ways of considering our competence, precisely because, at least at the auroral moment of understanding, when the dynamical object is a terminus a quo, they imply each other reciprocally. Now I shall consider a possible objection. We consider taxa, let's say mammals, or birds, as cultural constructs insofar as they sum up observation sentences like this animal nurses its young or this animal lays eggs. But why do we consider the presence or absence of mammal or eggs as facts to be simply observed? As if recognizing something as an egg rather than as an ovum, or deciding whether something is milk or mucus, does not depend on a structured system of concepts, only within which something is or is not an egg. In structural semantics, do we not have the oppositional analysis of properties, such as hard/soft, to distinguish a chair from an armchair? The fact is that the constitution of a system of taxa is based precisely on the abstractive capacity to group as far as possible according to highly comprehensive classifications, and this is precisely why it is hard on a folk level of experience to decide that a giraffe and a whale are both mammals, while no structural semantics has ever managed to constitute a total system of opposites, one that accounts for all our knowledge and all the uses of language, a system within which there is a precise place for the egg and the spinal column, the scent of violets and climbing. On the contrary, for illustrative purposes we are always limited to highly restricted fields, such as furniture to sit down on or parental relationships. This does not exclude the possibility of our constructing one day, in theory, a global system of content, nor does it exclude the existence of such a system in the divine mind. All it tells us is that, precisely because, as Kant used to say, empirical concepts can never exhaust all their determinations, we can proceed only by temporary settlements and successive corrections. Even the observation sentence "this is an egg" depends on cultural conventions. But, though egg and mammal are both concepts that spring from a cultural segmentation of the content, and though the very concept of mammal also takes account of experiential data, there is a difference in the proximity of the construction of the concept and perceptual experience, and it is on this that the difference between NC and MC is based. When we say that, in order to decide whether an animal is a mammal or not, we have to fall back on a system of cultural conventions, or, as we have seen, reconstruct one, while, in order to decide if something is an egg, we intuitively put our faith in perception and an elementary knowledge of the language being used, we are saying something that goes beyond intuitive obviousness. Of course, if someone has not been trained to apply the word egg to a certain CT, which already considers the form, the presence of yolk and albumin, the presupposition that if this object is sat on for the right amount of time, then a living creature might be hatched from it, there will be no agreement on the recognition of an egg. Therefore perceptual consensus too always springs from a prior cultural agreement, no matter how vague or folk it might be. 1.5 And this confirms what I was trying to say shortly before, that in the process of understanding, the structural moment and the interpretative moment alternate and complement each other step by step. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that, in defining an egg as such, the testimony of the senses prevails, while in order to define a mammal as such, what prevails is a knowledge of classifications and our agreement on a given taxonomic system. When we go on to refine perceptual judgments, and there is a clash about whether something is milk or mucus, it is necessary to treat the perceptual experience in cultural terms too and to decide which criteria and chemical classifications allow us to distinguish milk from mucus. But yet again we have evidence of an oscillation and a constant complementarity of our two ways of understanding the world. At a given moment even the common CT that would have allowed Saint Hilaire to recognize something as milk had to give way to an MC already imbued with structured oppositions, on the basis of which it was inevitable that Meckel and Owen would emerge victorious. All this brings us back to the opposition between the systematic, or holistic, pressure of a system of propositions and the possibility of observation sentences dependent on perceptual experience. The postulating of a perceptual semiotics ought to give rise again to the rift between those who maintain that we give form to an amorphous continuum, and that this form is a cultural construct, and those who maintain, on the other hand, that what we know about the environment is determined by characteristics of the environment itself, from which we take the salient information it offers us sponte propria. It seems obvious that even an observation sentence such as "it's raining" cannot be understood, and judged true or false, if not within a system of linguistic conventions on the basis of which we distinguish the meaning of rain from that of mist and dew, and that therefore the concept of rain depends not only on some lexical conventions but also on a coherent system of propositions regarding atmospheric phenomena. To use a formula that Putnam attributes to West Churchman, who attributed it to A. E. Singer, Jr., who in his turn meant it to be an efficacious condensation of James's thought, Putnam 1992, 20, knowledge of facts presupposes knowledge of theories presupposes knowledge of facts. However, the meaning of rain does not depend on the chemical notion of water, otherwise the unlearned could not assert that it is raining, and each one of us would assert this falsely in the case of acid rain, in which God only knows what is falling from the sky. In the same way, in order to observe that it is sunny, or that there is a full moon, it is certainly necessary to share a sort of segmentation, albeit an ingenuous one, of the astronomic continuum, but it is not indispensable to know the astrophysical distinction between star and planet. An ingenuous segmentation of the continuum can also survive within a system of interconnected notions that actually denies it. This is why we have no problem in asserting that the sun rises, when in the light of the system of notions upon which our knowledge is based, we ought to know that the sun does not move in that way. Let us try to imagine an imaginary debate between Galileo, one of his Ptolemaic adversaries, and someone who prefers to keep one foot in both camps, such as Tycho Brahe, Kepler, or Newton. I don't think we need an enormous amount of imagination to assume that all the participants will agree on the fact that at a given moment they can see the sun or the moon in the sky, that both bodies seem circular in shape and not square, and that they illuminate over architravi something that everyone can recognize as trees. Nonetheless, within diverse systems of propositions, movement, distances, functions of the sun and the moon, notions such as mass, epicycle, deferent, gravity, or gravitation not only assume a different value but also can be acknowledged or refuted. However, even if each debater has a different conceptual frame of reference, all of them perceive some objects and phenomena in the same way. For the heliocentrists the sun's movement is apparent, whereas for their opponents it is real. But this difference is relevant with respect to a coherent system of propositions regarding the universe, not with respect to the observation sentence upon which both parties have agreed. It is one thing to ask whether everybody sees an eclipse of the moon and another to talk about the movement of the heavenly bodies that produce the perception of the eclipse. The first problem concerns the way in which we form a perceptual judgment, which despite its being dependent on the structure of our cognitive apparatus must nonetheless account for the manifold of sensation, while the second concerns a system of propositions, for Kant, a system of judgments based on experience, that is certainly influenced by internal structural relations. When we talk of holism, we mean the solidarity of a system of propositions, when instead we talk of perception, even though we can presume that it is influenced by a system of propositions that create a series of expectations, we are talking about observation sentences that must in some way take account of what the environment is proposing to us in an immediate sense. I am well aware that advocating the existence of observation sentences independent of a general system of propositions was said by Davidson to be the third dogma of empiricism, but we cannot ignore the evidence that it is easier to negotiate, in a very short time, our assent to the sentence "watch out," because there is a step than to the sentence that expresses the second law of thermodynamics. The difference is that in the first case I immediately run a check on perceptual bases. The concept of step is an empirical concept. Thus in the story I told in 3.5.1, Gabriel and Belphegor might have had very different notions regarding virtue, but both were able to tell the sexual difference between Joseph and Mary. Therefore, even if we admit that every cultural system and every linguistic system upon which it rests segments the continuum of experience in its own way, Davidson would talk of a conceptual schema. This does not alter the fact that the continuum organized by systems of propositions already offers itself according to a grain that provides directives for intersubjectively homogeneous perception, even between subjects that refer to different systems of propositions. The segmentation of the continuum brought into being by a system of propositions and categories in some way takes into account the fact that that continuum is no longer entirely amorphous. In other words, while it is propositionally amorphous, it is not entirely perceptually chaotic, because within it, objects interpreted and constituted as such on a perceptual level have already been carved out, as if the continuum in which a system of propositions carves out its own configurations has already been tilled by a wild and as yet non-systematic semiosis. Before deciding whether the sun is a star, planet, immaterial body that revolves around the Earth, or a body that lies at the center of the orbit of our planet, we perceive that a circular luminous object moves in the sky, and this object was familiar also to our remote ancestors, who probably had not yet so much as elaborated a name with which to designate it. 1.6. All this obliges us to offer some reflections on the concept of truth. Is there a difference between saying it is true that something is an egg and saying it is true that something is a mammal? Or between saying it is true that something is a mountain and saying it is true that something is a mountain? If the continuous oscillation, between structural organization and interpretation in terms of experience, I was talking about before did not exist, the answer would be easy. To say that something is a mammal or a mountain can only be true within a language L, while saying that something is an egg or a mountain is true in terms of experience. Yet we have seen that even in order to recognize an egg, we cannot elude the restraints imposed by a language L, the same one by virtue of which it is decided that birds are such insofar as they lay eggs, but not all animals that lay eggs are birds. There is a definition of truth in the dictionary by Griamus-Kortz, 1979, that seems tailor-made to irritate any upholder of a truth-functional semantics, not to mention every supporter of a correspondence theory of truth. Truth designates the complex term which subsumes the terms being and seeming situated on the axis of contraries within the semiotic square of veridictory modalities. It might be helpful to point out that the true is situated within the discourse, for it is the fruit of the veridiction operations. This thus excludes any relation, or any homologation, with an external referent. Perhaps the dictionary has discovered the most complicated way to say something that is by no means simple but has nonetheless been said before, and that is that the concept of truth should be seen within the context of a system of content, that the propositions that the receiver already deems guaranteed within the framework of his own cultural model are true, and that the interest of the analysis has shifted from the protocols for defining an assertion as a true one, the logical neopositivist stance, and that of the young Wittgenstein, to the analysis of the discursive strategies that present something as true. This position was less scandalous and less impermeable to the, apparently opposite, discourses of analytic philosophy. Griames's position is based on a Hjelmslevian version of the structuralist paradigm, and the Hjelmslevian version anticipated, and when it was not anticipating, it was on a parallel course. The dates speak volumes. 1. The development of that internal criticism of logical neopositivism and analytic philosophy that goes by the name of holism, the challenging of the difference between analytic and synthetic, the principle of warranted assertion, internal realism, and the individuation of scientific paradigms as incommensurable structures, or, in any event, as structures that do not admit of simple translation from one to the other. Even though indirectly, Hjelmslev's version also influenced, rather than anticipated, the criticism of knowledge as mirror of nature, and Rorty's, 1979, idea that every representation is a mediation and that we must drop the notion of correspondence and see propositions connected with other propositions rather than with the world. The only difference is that from what is known as the holistic standpoint there is in any case a tendency to define in what sense something can be assumed as true, albeit in terms of warranted assertion, while in the semiostructuralist school, of which Griames perhaps represents the most radical wing, the thrust of research was directed at understanding how a discourse makes one believe that something is true. The limitations of the semiostructural approach lie in the fact that, to be able to say whether and how people accept something as true, and to make them believe it is true, we must also assume that there is a naive concept of truth, the same one that authorizes us to say that the sentence "it's raining today" is empirically true within the context in which it is uttered. I do not think that this criterion exists within the structuralist paradigm. The trouble is that it does not exist within the truth functionalist paradigm either. In any event, it is not provided for in Tarski's criterion of truth, which concerns the way in which the truth conditions of a proposition are defined but not how to establish whether or not the proposition is true. And to say that understanding the meaning of a sentence means knowing its truth conditions, that is to say, understanding under what conditions it would be true, does not amount to proving whether or not the sentence is true. Agreed, the paradigm is by no means so homogeneous as it is usually held to be, and some also tend to interpret Tarski's criterion in accordance with the correspondence theory of truth. But, whatever Tarski thought, 1.8 it is hard to read in a correspondentist sense the canonical definition. I. Snow is white is true if and only if, 2. Snow is white. We are able to say which type of logical and linguistic entity, I, is a statement, or a sentence in a language L, which conveys a proposition, but we still have no idea of what, 2, is. If it were a state of affairs, or a perceptual experience, we would be extremely puzzled. A state of affairs is a state of affairs, and a perceptual experience is a perceptual experience, not a statement. If anything, a sentence is produced to express a state of affairs or a perceptual experience. But if what appears in 2 is a sentence regarding a state of affairs or a perceptual experience, it cannot be a sentence expressed in L, given that it must guarantee the truth of the proposition expressed by the sentence, I. It must therefore be a sentence expressed in a metalanguage L-, but then Tarski's formula must be translated as I. The proposition "snow is white," conveyed by the sentence, in L, "snow is white," is true if and only if, 2. The proposition "snow is white," conveyed by the sentence, in L2, "snow is white," is true. This solution is clearly destined to produce a series of infinite sentences, each expressed in a new metalanguage. 1.9 Unless we understand the definition in a strictly behaviorist sense, snow is white if when confronted with the stimulus of snow each of the speakers reacts by saying that it is white. Apart from the fact that we would find ourselves up to our necks in the difficulties of radical translation, I don't think this was what Tarski thought, and even if it were, this would still not be a way of deciding whether a statement is true, because it would simply tell us that all speakers make the same perceptual error, just as the fact that for thousands of years all speakers said that in the evening the sun fell in the sea is not proof that their statement was true. It seems more convincing to admit that, in Tarski's formula, 2 conventionally stands for the assignation of a truth value to I. The Tarskian state of affairs is not something we can check in order to acknowledge that the proposition it expresses is true. On the contrary, it is that thing to which a true proposition corresponds, or everything that is expressed by a true proposition. See Macaulay 1981, 161, in other words, its truth value. In this sense the Tarskian notion does not tell us if it is truer to say that a cat is a cat or that a cat is a mammal. Which brings us back once more to the question of whether there are truth criteria for observation sentences that are different for non-observation sentences. Since such questions were debated in exemplary fashion in Quine's Two Dogmas of Empiricism, I shall recycle a story I recounted in 1990 in the course of a conference on Quine himself. 20 I specify this, because otherwise it would not be possible to understand the names of the streets and the localities I use. All refer to famous examples taken from Quine's works. Neither the name Vanville attributed to the city, Van is how Willard Van Orman Quine was known to close friends, nor the passing reference to a brick-built house on Elm Street, a typical example of an observation sentence used in Quine 1951. Figure 4.1 shows the map of Vanville, a little town that first grew up north of the River Gavagai in the days of the first pioneers. The Platypus between Dictionary and Encyclopedia I 261. Vanville is made entirely of wooden buildings, including the Presbyterian Church, with the exception of the Civic Center, where at the beginning of the century they constructed 3 masonry buildings with cast iron columns. The map also shows a house made of bricks on Elm Street, but this was built in 1951, and we shall have more to say about it later. As can be seen, Tegucigalpa Street, Pegasus Street, and Jurgen Street run perpendicular to Elm, Orman, and Willard Streets as well as to Riverside Drive. A sort of Broadway, called Tully Road, tells us that Vanville is not necessarily a Roman castrum, but that its development was inspired by a certain Anglo-Saxon empiricism. Then there are Midtown Place and Uptown Square, and between Midtown Square and Elm there are some hills that still have not been built on. At the corner of Pegasus and Willard, we find the 3 masonry buildings, the First Vanville City Bank, the Delmonico Hotel, and the Town Hall. The citizens of Vanville call it the Pegwill Center, which means the center on the corner of Pegasus and Willard, which is not very different from giving the name duck-billed platypus to a creature with a bird's beak. The map is an interpretation of the expression Vanville, but only under a certain profile. It says nothing about the shape of the houses or the beauty of the river. Since the citizens know their way around town perfectly well, we can assume that each one has a certain knowledge of where the places are and that therefore the diagram that is the map is part of their CT and of the publicly shared NC. 2.1 Let us now suppose that a tourist arrives in Vanville and asks for the Pegwill Center. Depending on the direction from which he enters the town, he will receive instructions of this type. 1. The Pegwill Center is the place with 3 large buildings that can be reached by starting off from the corner of Tegucigalpa and Elm and then heading east across Elm before turning at the corner of Pegasus and Elm to take Pegasus in a southerly direction as far as the corner of Pegasus and Willard. 2. The Pegwill Center is the place with 3 large buildings that can be reached by starting off from the corner of Tully and Willard and then heading east along Willard as far as the corner between Pegasus and Willard. 3. The Pegwill Center is the place with 3 large buildings that can be reached by heading south along Jurgen as far as the 1, 2, and 3, are all interpretations of the term Pegwill City Center. As such, they are a part of the NC of Pegwill Center, i.e., they are instructions for its retrieval, and, all things considered, for its identification, since there are no other large buildings in the town. At first sight, instruction 3 may seem bizarre, but it would not be, if it were given to someone who wanted to reach the Pegwill Center after having acquired a sufficient knowledge of Vanville. Given that a characteristic of interpretations is that through them we always learn something more about the immediate object interpreted, Interpretation, 3, makes it possible to know something more about the Pegwill Center with regard to its relations with the rest of the town. Insofar as they are statements, 1, 2, and 3, are all true, at least within the framework of the map, and the structure of the town. In our case, in which we are simply imagining Vanville and its map, it is clear that they are true only within the bounds of a system of assumptions. The only experience we have is that of the map, but the map is a drawing of a possible world, not a state of the real world. But if Vanville really existed and a real tourist found the Pegwill Center by following these instructions, he could truthfully say / reached the Pegwill Center by following the route described in instruction X. One fine day, however, around 1953, someone built a house made of bricks on Elm Street, right at the corner of Pegasus. Corner of Jurgen and Orman, then turning west onto Orman and proceeding to the corner of Orman and Tegucigalpa before turning north and proceeding along Tegucigalpa until the corner of Tegucigalpa and Elm, where you turn east and proceed along Elm before turning southwest at the corner of Elm and Tully and heading along Tully, where you have to cross Riverside and the Rabbit Bridge and then dive into the River Gavagai and swim eastward as far as the corner of Riverside and Jurgen before going north along Jurgen until the corner of Jurgen and Willard, where you go west along Willard until you come to the corner of Pegasus and Willard. Anyone passing there would now be entitled to say that there is a house made of bricks on Elm Street. This would be an observation sentence, which springs from a perceptual experience, and is probably taken as true by others who put their faith in credible testimony. As such, this sentence does not upset all the other assertions that could have been made previously about Vanville, and it does not make the definitions, 1, 2, and 3, any less true. But we cannot say that it is independent of Vanville's general situation. If someone were to characterize that house as the brick / house on Elm Street, at the very least it would have to be the only one of its kind on Elm Street. In a city full of brick houses, it would still be a true observation sentence to say that there is a brick house on Elm Street, but it would not be a description capable of providing instructions for the identification of the referent. Suppose, however, that the house on Elm Street is the only brick structure in Vanville. As soon as its existence is registered by the citizens, the possible interpretations of the Pegwill Center will be increased. Without dragging in a cam, quadl. Septem, 8, who used to say that you cannot raise a finger without creating an infinity of new entities, because with this movement all relations of position between the finger and all the entities of the universe will be changed, it cannot be denied that one of the new possible interpretations of the Pegwill Center becomes the group of buildings south of the brick house on Elm Street or the group of buildings that can be reached by starting from the brick house on Elm Street and then heading south along Pegasus. What will happen if a second brick house is built in Vanville? If the citizens are used to calling the house on Elm the brick house, with the appearance of a second the name of the first will have to be changed. And one of the definitions of Elm Street will also have to change, if someone defines it as that street in which stands the only house made of bricks in the city. How many new facts, with the observation sentences they involve, are necessary to make a radical change in a system of interconnected definitions? The question recalls the paradox of the heap. But between a heap and a single grain of sand there are many intermediate degrees, and by removing many grains of sand from a heap it is legitimate at least to assert that at a moment / the heap is smaller than it was in the moment t. Let us therefore leap from Vanville 1951 to the present day and see in figure 4.2 how, through a series of transformations, it has become Vanville 1997. Around the famous brick house skyscrapers have gradually sprung up, and the new civic center, to which the bank, the town hall, and the museum have been transferred, while a new Hilton Hotel has been built, has been created. Owing to the northerly expansion of the town, the old Uptown Square has become Midtown Square. As it now stands on the corner of Pegasus and Elm, it is curious that the new civic center is still called Pegwill. There are inertial phenomena in language, in the same way as today we still apply the name atom to something that has been shown to be divisible. Midtown is now occupied by the artificial Lake Barbarelli, to the delight of the wealthy inhabitants of the new Gori-Sander Heights, a series of residential villas that have sprung up on what had previously been open hills. Tully Road stops at the lake, beyond which it appears again as Cicero Road. The old Civic Center now houses the Paradox Arcades, shops and amusements. The new brick houses built along Riverside Drive constitute Venus Village, which for a while was an area whose picturesque bars were frequented by artists, but then was gradually transformed into a red light district with porn shops and strip clubs. It is now dangerous to walk alone at night in downtown Vanville. Obviously, the previous interpretations of the Pegwell Center no longer work. Number 2 now defines the Paradox Arcades, while 1 and 3 no longer mean anything. The two Vanvilles seem to constitute two mutually incommensurable systems, just as is said of languages when the notion of mutual translatability is called into question. How can we translate the sentences pronounced on Vanville 1951 to make them comprehensible and true with regard to Vanville 1997? The answer is that we cannot. We are faced with two systems in which the same names refer to different streets. In Vanville 1997, Tully Road means something different from what it meant in Vanville 1951. The single facts and observation sentences that used to express these names and streets have gradually generated a new system, the Vanville 1997 system, incommensurable with the Vanville 1951 system. We can no longer even consider as equally true the sentence "There is a brick house on Elm Street," because, if anything, there is a brick house on East Elm. Besides, that house is no longer close to Uptown Square but to Midtown Square, it is not north of the Pegwell Center but in the Pegwell Center, etc., etc. Yet even though the entire system that once denned that brick house has changed, the brick house is still there, anyone can see it, and anyone who saw it in 1951 can recognize it in 1997 as the same house. A curious situation, but not that dissimilar to the one in which I had Put Galileo and Tycho Brahe, intent on looking at the same sun, acknowledging they were seeing the same thing and nevertheless obliged, in terms of the MC they attributed to the term sun, to define it in different ways within the framework of a different system of assumptions. But although they recognize the brick house as the same one as before, do the citizens really perceive it in the same way? In New York today, dwarfed by the skyscrapers on Fifth Avenue, the neo-Gothic churches with their tall spires that once seemed towering affairs now strike us as minuscule, almost miniaturized. In the same way, how will this handsome and majestic house, so imposing when it was built, appear now, set against the skyscrapers of the new center that have sprung up around it? And that's how, on the one hand, an object does not change and is always perceived as such, and how, on the other hand, by virtue of the town plan system of which it is a part, is seen differently. 2. The principle is also taken up again in Quine, 1995, 43 FFI. Although they are dependent on perceptual stimuli, observation sentences change and develop with the growth of scientific knowledge. The parameter of an observation sentence is given, as well as experience, by the pertinent linguistic community. It is public pressure that obliges the subject to correct the observation sentence "look attne fob" when faced with a whale. Let us try to reformulate the question in the terms used by Putnam, 1987, 33. There are external facts, and we can say what they are. What we cannot say because it makes no sense is what the facts are independent of all conceptual choices. Let there be three spatio-temporal points 11, x2, and x3, how many objects are there? In a world a la Carnap there would be three objects, 11, x2, and x3, in a world according to the Polish logicians, there would be 7 objects, 11, x2, x3, 11 plus x2, 11 plus x3, x2 plus x3, 11 plus x2 plus x3. The number of identifiable objects changes according to the conceptual framework. Yet, and I stress this, we recognize as an initial stimulus 3 spatio-temporal points, and in the absence of that agreement on the initial stimulus, the debate on identifiable objects could not even get started. Not only that, the two universes would not be comparable. That two systems are structurally incommensurable does not mean that their two structures cannot be compared, and the two maps of Vanville we have been playing with until now demonstrate this. We are able to understand the two systems, and we are able to understand what it means when both cities contain the same brick house. On this basis we can certainly understand that the instructions, 1M3, that held good for Vanville 1951 no longer hold good for Vanville 1997. Yet by taking the first map and checking the meaning of the expression Tully Road, we are able to establish from the second map that that content now corresponds to two different urban entities, nameable as Tully Road and Cicero Road. This allows us to say that, if we found a treasure map from Vanville 1951, which said that starting from the corner of Elm and Jurgen, before turning southwest along Tully Road, 3 meters before the corner of Midtown Square, on the right we would find a buried chest of Spanish doubloons. In Vanville 1997, this sentence would translate as starting from the corner of East Elm and Jurgen, before turning southwest along Cicero, 3 meters before the area occupied by Lake Barbarelli, on the right, we will find a chest of Spanish doubloons. The interesting aspect of the business is that, by negotiating the criteria of reference and the criteria of translation between two systems considered incommensurable, we might really find those doubloons. One of the more diverting problems to be found in old, and sometimes new, Italian translations of hard-boiled American crime fiction is that the detective often gets into a cab and says "Portami nella città bassa," literally, "take me to the lower city." Sometimes he asks to be taken to the upper city. The Italian reader immediately thinks that all American cities are like Bergamo, which is divided into Upper Bergamo and Lower Bergamo, or like Turin, Florence, Budapest, or Tbilisi, with one part of town on the plain and, across the river, another part on the hills. Obviously it is not like that. In the English text the detective asks to be taken downtown, or uptown. But let's put ourselves in the translator's shoes, remembering that often he or she has never set foot in the United States. How must these terms be translated? If the translator asked a native for an explanation, the native would tell him that uptown and downtown are concepts that change from city to city. Sometimes they mean the business center, sometimes the red light district and therefore the oldest part of the city, sometimes the area along the river, according to how the city developed. In New York these concepts are occasionally absolute, and so Wall Street is certainly downtown and occasionally relative. So if you want to go to the Village from Central Park you tell the driver to go downtown, while if you wanted to go there from Wall Street, you would tell him to go uptown. Solutions. There is no rule, but the translator would need to know in which city the story is set. Then he would have to look at the map, and consult a good guidebook, understand what the detective is going to do, visit a gambling house, a 5-star hotel, a seedy dive, or to find a ship, and then have him tell the cab driver each time to take him to the center, to the business quarter, to the old town, to the port, or wherever the devil it is he wants to go. The referent for downtown is to be negotiated, to the extent in which the meaning is negotiable, according to the city, to the system. The chance of an observation sentence's being true is also a matter for negotiation. But this does not alter the fact that the observation sentence is based on perceptual evidence, on the fact that that brick house was built after all, and that in some way it is perceived even by a dog who knows nothing about the Vanville town plan. You can avoid noting its presence, but you cannot deny that it is there. However, the moment its presence is noted, it must be named and defined, and this cannot be done except within the context of the city as a system. By now I think it is clear that all this presupposes a contractual notion both of CTS and of NCS and MCS. I dealt elsewhere, Eco 1993, with the various attempts made over the centuries to construct, or rediscover, a perfect language. Most of these attempts were based on the assumption that it is possible to identify a series of primitive notions, common to the whole species, and arrange them in an elementary grammar, so as to construct a meta-language in which the notions and propositions expressed in any natural language are entirely translatable, under all circumstances, and in a way devoid of that ambiguity proper to our mother tongues. Why, given that I have mentioned semiotic primitives and CTS connected with perceptual experience, might it not be possible to construct such a perfect language on this basis, which today might even assume the form of a mentalace that explains the way in which the human mind works and the way in which a silicon-based mind might humanly work? Because, I think, it's one thing to proceed in the course of our experience by elaborating CTS and NCS, but it is another thing to say that these entities of ours are really universal and metahistoric in their format. You cannot construct a perfect language, because it would exclude that moment of negotiation that makes our languages efficacious. Everybody finds himself more or less agreed regarding to the recognition of a rat, but not only is the zoologist's competence different from mine, the zoologist must also continually check to see whether his NC has the same format as mine. Is the fact that rats are carriers of disease a part of the NC of rat? It depends on the culture, the circumstances, and naturally the age. In the 17th century, people had still not associated rats with plagues, but they do today, and when pestilence strikes now, anyone, before perceiving the rat as a quadruped, would perceive it as a threat. The CT and NC are always negotiable. They are sort of chewing gum notions that assume configurations that vary according to circumstances and cultures. Things are there, with their invasive presence. I don't think there is a culture that can induce one to perceive dogs as bips or feathered creatures, and this is a very strong bond indeed. But apart from that, meanings scatter, dissociate themselves, and reorganize. Even the so-called dispositional properties give us serious reasons for doubting whether the proposition sugar is soluble, in whatever language it is uttered, is the same when it is expressed in Latin America, with reference to brown cane sugar, or in Europe, with reference to white beet sugar. This solubility requires different times. The same negotiability, as has been demonstrated by the story of the platypus, regulates the construction of scientific paradigms, even though in such cases the restructuring of the directories takes more time and is negotiated on the basis of rigorous and not wild criteria. Some have concluded that, if meaning is negotiable, then it is no longer of any use in explaining the way we understand one another. There are two ways to avoid talking of meaning. The first consists in stating, example as in Marconi 1997, 4, that we cannot talk of meaning, because it is an entity whose whereabouts is unknown, whereas we can talk about the various kinds of lexical competence, which are families of skills. But in such a case, it seems to me, in order to establish that such competence exists, all we can do is try a behavioral test. That the speakers share the same degree of competence would be proved by the fact that they understand one another, making the same inferences from the same premises, or in referring to something, and making what I have called acts of felicitous reference. Now, in what way does this proof of the existence of shared competence differ from what I understand as proof by interpretation of the public existence of a content, or meaning, that in its turn proves the private existence of cognitive types? Let us remember that for Peirce even certain ongoing behavior can be seen as a dynamic interpreton. The fact that at the command attention, all soldiers assume a determined position is a possible interpreton of the verbal command. Therefore to speak of meanings as content does not lead to any hypostatization of elusive entities, or no more at least than it does with concepts of competence or lexical abilities. The second way consists in saying that the understanding of language happens simply by attributing beliefs to our interlocutor that may coincide more or less with our own. But I have the impression that the introduction of belief does not exorcise the ghost of meaning, and of the CT it expresses, at least not in the sense of content I have been using so far. To take an example from Davidson, 1984-279, if a boat sails past rigged as a ketch, and someone beside me says, "Lol at that fine yawl," I assume, he perceived the rigging of the boat as I did and erred only in using the linguistic term that belongs to a simple slip. 2. he does not know the content of the word y'all, or, 3, he has committed a perceptual error. But in all these cases I must postulate that he may know various types of boat just as I do, and that he associates a term with these types that expresses their NC, otherwise I could not even suppose that he has, simply confused the use of the words, 2, confused the meaning of words, or, 3, erred in associating a given token with an idea of boat that he is conceiving somewhere. Without the assumption that the two interlocutors must in some way share a system, no matter how asystematic, of directories and files, interaction is not possible. I might be moved by a principle of charity so generous as to attribute to the other person directories organized differently from my own, and try to adapt myself to them. If this means comparing beliefs, well and good. But then we are dealing with a purely terminological issue. The tree of directories, and that which ought to be Regis tiered, is postulated as that organization of content, no matter how idiosyncratic, which others call meaning. I maintain that these discussions lack a distinction that many theories of semiotics have been making for a long time, even though I admit that it is difficult to come to an agreement regarding the sense to be assigned to the terms. The notion of meaning is internal to a semiotic system. It has to be admitted that in a given semiotic system there exists a meaning assigned to a term. The notion of sense, on the other hand, is internal to utterances, or, rather, to texts. I do not think anybody would refuse to admit that there exists a fairly stable meaning of the word dog, to the point that we can even an extreme act of semiotic imprudence assume that it is the synonym of cane, chien, perro, and hunt, and that nevertheless the same word can assume different senses within different utterances. We need only think of metaphorical cases. 2-3 readers are enjoined not to think in terms of a total parallelism with the difference as posited by Freyo between sin and bedudung. In any case, it seems clear to me that the dictionary can assign a meaning to term X, and nonetheless within different utterances the same term can assume different senses, if nothing else, in the most trivial sense of the term, and so the expression "this Pope is corrupt," pronounced by an anti-clerical with reference to Alexander VI, may have a sense that is different from that pronounced with reference to John XXIII by a traditionalist prelate. Now, it is evident that in order to determine the sense of an utterance, it is necessary to have frequent recourse to the principle of charity. But the same rule does not hold good with regard to the meaning of a term. To say that understanding one another is the effect of infinite negotiations, and acts of charity in order to be able to understand the beliefs of others, or the format of their competence, regards the understanding of utterances, i.e., of texts. 2-4 But it does not mean we can eliminate the notion of meaning by dissolving an old and venerable semantics in syntax, on the one hand, and in pragmatics, on the other. To say that meaning is negotiated does not mean that the contract springs from nothing. On the contrary, also from a juridical point of view, contracts are possible precisely because contractual rules are already in existence. A sale is a contract. If A sells a house to B, after the contract the house will be defined as the property of B, and it would never have been such had it not been for the sales agreement. But for the contract to be made, it was necessary for A and B to agree on the NC of sale. A and B can even negotiate the content of house. B could say to A that what he is trying to sell him is not a house but a farmhouse, a shanty, a cowshed, a skyscraper, a lake dwelling, or a ruin unfit for human habitation. But even in such a case they would start off from a shared notion of artifact originally intended to shelter living creatures or things, and if they were unable to have a regulated notion that at least allowed them to distinguish what could be defined as a house from what could be defined as a tree, they would not be able even to begin negotiating. Defining the meaning of the term sale is not the same as saying in what sense I must interpret the expression "you sold yourself to the enemy." It is one thing to say that we cannot formulate precise rules for the disambiguation of a concept, because it all depends on each individual's beliefs, and another to say that the meanings of terms in a given language, which to some extent must be public, are nonetheless always negotiable, and not only in the shift from language to language but also within the same language, according to different pertinences. Insofar as they are contents, meanings can always be identified even though they fluctuate and coagulate, and for some speakers shrivel until they all but prevent them from speaking appropriately or from recognizing something. But I see no reason why a contractual view of the sense of utterances must rule out, on the one hand, the existence of a grain that binds our cognitive types and, on the other, the linguistic conventions that register these bonds and supply the basis for successive interpretations and negotiations. 2.6 There is no doubt that if I, sitting in a car beside the driver, urge her on, saying, "You can go, the traffic light is blue," she will instantly understand that I meant to say green, or she will think that I am colorblind, or that it was merely a slip on my part. Perhaps this happens because the meaning of the words does not count and she understands me only because she attributes to me a belief similar to her own. And what would have happened if in that moment I had said "you can go, because 7 is a prime number"? Would she have thought that, as I am like her, I could only have been referring to the green light? Or would not the strength of the words, independently of the situation, have obliged her to try to understand what I meant to communicate, perhaps implicitly, because my observation was certainly mathematical and had nothing to do with traffic circulation? I have said that certain surprises regarding the flexibility of our semiotic instruments spring from the fact that, in almost all discourses on the elusive nature of meaning, there is confusion over the meaning of the terms and the sense of the utterance. But there is more to the problem than this. There is also confusion with regard to elementary utterances and texts. In the traffic light example, the dialogue cannot stop at that point. The driver has to ask me for extra information, I have to tell her what I meant by that mathematical allusion. Textual semiotics has acknowledged for some time that we can recognize systems of conventions on a grammatical level and nevertheless admit that negotiation occurs on a textual level. It is the text that negotiates the rules. All things considered, giving a book the title Pride and Prejudice also means to say that, at the end of the novel, our idea of those two sentiments, or of that social behavior, must emerge modified. But this on condition that right from the start we have a vague notion of what those two words mean. As for isolated utterances, these highly improbable affairs, pronounced only in language laboratories, allow for no negotiation. Only autistic subjects exchange fragments of their extremely private idiolect, asserting that men can be unmarried without being bachelors, that elephants can or cannot have trunks. But to negotiate with my patient readers that it is possible to say truthfully that Ayers rocks a mountain and at the same time that Ayers rocks not a mountain, I had need of lengthy argumentation in textual form. And I could not rely on my interlocutor's goodwill, or on her charity to be hoped for toward me. This brings me handily to some thoughts on the cartoonist Peyo's little blue gnomes, known in English as the Smurfs, which were originally called les Schtroumpfs. 2. The characteristic of the Schtroumpf language is that in it, as often as possible, proper and common nouns, verbs, and adverbs are replaced by conjugations and declinations of the word Schtroumpf. For example, in one of the stories a Schtroumpf decides to rise to power and launches a political campaign. His speech sounds like this. Domain, vous Schtroumpfers auxiliary earns pour Schtroumpfer celui qui sera votre Schtroumpf. Et qui allez vous Schtroumpfer votre voix. Et un quelconque Schtroumpf qui ne Schtroumpfe pas plus loin que le bout de son Schtroumpf. Non. Tu vous faut un Schtroumpf fort sur qui vous puissiez Schtroumpfer. Etje suis Schtroumpf. Certains kjene Schtroumpferes pas ici Schtroumpferant kjene Schtroumpfe que les honneurs. Cen est pas Schtroumpf. C'est votre Schtroumpf tu kje ver etje me Schtroumpferi jusque la Schtroumpf sil faut pour que la Schtroumpf regne dans nos Schtroumpfs. Etc kje Schtroumpfe, je Schtroumpferi, voilà ma devise. C'est pourquoi tout ensemble, la Schtroumpf dans la Schtroumpf, vous voterez pour moi. Vive le pays Schtroumpf. The Schtroumpf language seems to lack all the requisites of a working language. It is a language devoid of synonyms and full of homonyms, more than a normal language could handle. But not only do the Strumpfs understand one another perfectly well, the reader does too, and that is what counts. This would seem to work in favor of Davidson's position. The Strumpfs do not speak in a void, they do not utter sentences outside any given situation, but in the context of a comic strip, and therefore in a multimedial context, where we not only read, or hear, what they are saying but also see what they are doing. But this is the situation in which we usually interpret other people's words, and it is because we speak within a situation that we are able to apply the deictics, such as this or that. Therefore it might be said that, on hearing that burst of homonyms in a given situation, we attribute the speaker with the same beliefs we would cleave to in the same situation, and by the principle of charity we lend him those terms he has not uttered but which he could or should have uttered. Or we might say, as Wittgenstein might have said, that in the Strumpf language the real meaning of the term is its use. Obviously I am referring not so much to the Strumpfes Strumpfikos Strumpficus as to the Strumpfisk Untersk Strumpfungen. But here two objections arise. The first is that we lend or attribute to the speaker the terms he has not uttered precisely because these terms, with their conventional meaning, pre-exist in our lexicon. If readers understand my joke about the Strumpf and Wittgenstein, it is because they have already heard the original titles mentioned. We can negotiate a contract only because a predefined semiotic, intertextual, system already exists, in which the various expressions have a content. In the second place, the electioneering speech quoted earlier does not refer to the perceivable situation, i.e., to what the picture shows. It refers to the political speech scenario and its rhetoric. It refers to a large quantity of utterances we have heard in analogous situations and therefore to the universe of intertextuality. An expression like unquel conque Strumpf qui ne Strumpfe pas plus loin que le bout de son Strumpf is understandable, because we know the stock phrase he cannot see any farther than his own nose. An utterance like emi Strumpferi jusqu'à la Strumpf can be decoded, because we have heard on an infinity of occasions / will fight to the death, and we have heard it within the context of the rhetoric of deliberative speech. La Strumpf dans la Strumpf is understandable, because we have heard hand in hand thousands of times. This means that the Strumpf language responds to the rules of a linguistics of the text, where the sense depends on the identification of the textual topic. It is true that, see Eco 1979, every text is a lazy machine that requires active interpretative cooperation on the part of its receiver, and this laziness seems to invite us to make texts in Strumpf. Our collaboration is possible, because we appeal to the universe of intertextuality, and we can understand Strumpf, because all speakers use the term Strumpf and its derivatives always and solely in those contexts in which a phrase of that kind has already been pronounced. The Strumpf language is a parasitic language, because, although nouns, verbs, and adjectives are replaced with the all-purpose homonym, it would not be understood if it were not backed up by the syntax, and the various lexical contributions, of the base language, be it the original French or its translations. Now, in one of the stories we meet the enemy of the Strumpf, the wicked wizard Gargamel. He speaks the same French on which Strumpf is based, but normally. Gargamel casts a spell to change himself into a Strumpf and goes to the village of his little enemies. But he has to restrict himself to sidling along walls without replying to those who ask him why. We are told, he does not know the Strumpf language. How is this possible, if we have seen that the base language is the same as his, and he could interpret what the Strumpf say to him if only he applied the principle of charity? The fundamental rule of Strumpf is, replace every term of the common language with Strumpf as often as you can without excessive ambiguity. But Gargamel's problem is clearly that he finds all contexts ambiguous, or incomprehensible, for the simple reason that he has no intertextual information. Let us suppose that an English speaker of average culture hears a Strumpf poet reciting I Strumpfed lonely as a Strumpf. He would certainly grasp the reference to Wordsworth. Obviously he would also grasp the reference to Shakespeare into Strumpf. Or not to Strumpf. but he might well be stuck on hearing Strumpf is the Strumpfest Strumpf because he may never have read T.S. Eliot before and may not know that some months are cruder than others. He would find himself in the same situation as Gargamel. 2.8 Every application of the principle of charity to what someone is about to say is based on a modicum of lexical information but, above all, on a vast amount of information about what has already been said. Chapter 5. Notes on referring as contract. After having spoken of meaning as contract, one is tempted to see if the notion of contract/negotiation might not also apply to the phenomenon of referring, and if so, to what extent. It is no accident that the paragraphs of this essay are not numbered. This is precisely to exclude even the slightest suspicion that my discourse harbors any systematic ambitions. The question of referring, in all its ramifications, is one that would put the fear of God into even the strongest among us. Here I have restricted myself to a series of problematic observations, which throw light on some reasons why it is convenient to think that operations involving referring have a contractual nature or at least a strong contractual component. In Eco, 1976, 163, I accepted Strawson's, 1950, proposal, whereby mentioning or referring is not something an expression does but something that someone can use an expression to do. Strawson went on to say, to give the meaning of an expression, is to give general directions for its use to refer to or mention particular objects and persons and, to give the meaning of a sentence is to give general directions for its use in making true or false assertions. I still think that this is a satisfactory arrangement and that referring is a linguistic act. Which does not alter the fact that it is very tricky to say what kind of linguistic act it may be and what are its conditions of felicitousness. Between the meaning of an expression, which also provides instructions for the identification or retrieval of the referent, and the meaning of the sentence, which also ought to regard the expression's truth value, what remains empty is precisely the space for referring. Can we refer to all cats? First of all, so that these most partial notes may be understood, I must clarify what I mean by the term referring. I intend to exclude a broad use of the term, one, and I think it would be appropriate, also in the light of the previous essays, to limit the notion of referring to what is perhaps more properly describable as cases of designation, that is, to utterances that mention particular individuals, groups of individuals, specific facts, or sequences of facts, in specific times and places. From now on I shall also be using the generic notion of individual for identifiable spatio-temporal segments, such as April 25, 1945, and I shall hold to the golden decision by which nominantur singularius et universalia significantur. I refer the reader to Eco, 1989, for the extremely tortuous story of terms such as denotatio and designatio, which have taken on different senses in the course of the centuries, but I think we can accept what has now become the established custom whereby general terms denote properties of class or genera, while singular terms or expressions that circumscribe precise portions of space-time designate individuals. See, example Quine 1955, 32-33. I maintain therefore that we perform acts of reference by using designative sentences like look at platypus, go fetch me the stuffed platypus I left on the table, the platypus in Sydney Zoo is dead, while I maintain that sentences like platypuses are mammals or platypuses lay eggs do not refer to individuals but assert some properties that are attributed to genera, species, or classes of individuals. To return to the computer example I gave in 4.2, I am talking not so much about platypuses as about the way in which our directory tree, or that of the zoologist, is organized. We are not referring to any individual or group of individuals but reasserting a cultural rule, making a semiotic and non-factual judgment, 2. Reiterating the way in which our culture has defined a concept. Defining a concept means elaborating a unit of content, which corresponds in fact to the meaning, or to part of the meaning, of the corresponding term. Saying that one refers to meanings is at best a bizarre way of using the word referring. If instead I say in 1884, Caldwell saw a platypus while it was laying eggs, I am referring to an individual X, Caldwell, who at the time Y. 1884, examined an individual platypus, which one I don't know. But he did, and it was certainly that platypus and not another, and I imagine it was a female, to discover that it laid ovoidal objects SS2, and I don't know how many, but he certainly knew, and the assertion refers to those objects and not to others. While some authors hold that there are cases of reference to essences, which I shall call quidditates, here I should like to deal only with the designation of haeusitates. Naturally I mean quidditas in its scholastic sense, as the essence itself seen as knowable and definable. To quote Aquinas, who however was referring in his turn to the words of Averroes, De and et essentia 3, Socrates nihil aliat est quam animalitas et rationalitas, qui sunt quidditas ejus. In this context I am insisting on the fact that one can designate Socrates but not his quiddity, and I harbor doubts regarding the legitimacy of saying that we refer to the quiddity of Socrates. By bringing into play the concept of haeusitas, schedist and not thomist, I am calling into question the notion that Socrates is nihil aliat than his quidditas. And as a matter of fact Aquinas was well aware that, to talk of Socrates as an individual, it was necessary to appeal to a principium individuationis, which was the mater signata quantitate. Since my purpose here is neither to teach the history of medieval philosophy nor to profess neo-Thomism or neo-Scotism, I shall make free use of the notion of haeusitas as an unrepeatable characteristic of individuals, whether it depends on the mater signata quantitate or any other principle of individuation as, for example, a genetic inheritance, or registry office records. I assume the notion of individual in its most intuitive sense, the way we use it in everyday speech. Usually we think not only that there are unrepeatable objects of which no replica or double is conceivable, such as my daughter or the city of Grenoble, but that even in the case of groups of objects in which each is the double of the other, such as the sheets in a ream of paper, it is always possible to choose one of those sheets and decide that, although it has all the properties of the others, it is nonetheless that sheet, even though the only mark of individuality I can allow it is that it is the sheet I am holding in that moment. But that sheet is so individual that, if I burn it, I have burned that one and not another. It seems to me that the medieval notion of materia signata quantitate is no different from the idea of the principle of individuation expressed, for example, by Kripke, 1972, 350. If a material object has its origin in a certain hunk of matter, then it could not have its origin in any other matter. This idea that the individual possesses a haeusitas still has nothing to do with the idea that man or water, in general, has an essence, even though in current causal theories of reference these two problems often appear together. Which is a good reason, in itself, for distinguishing between designation, of individuals, and denotation, of genera. However, I did specify that I intend to use referring not only for the designation of individuals, in the broadest sense of the term, and so even April 25, 1945 is an individuable segment of space-time, and the assassination of Julius Caesar is an individually punctual fact, but also for groups of individuals. By groups of individuals to which we can refer, also including generic spatio-temporal segments, such as the 30s, we must understand a set of individuals that has either been counted, or was countable, or might one day be countable, so that every single individual could be individuated. References to the first victim of the Second World War or to the first men to settle in Australia are certainly very vague, but in using them, we nevertheless presume that it may be theoretically possible one day, or that it may have been possible in the past, to ascertain who the individuals in question were, if nothing else because of the fact that they certainly existed. Deciding whether a sentence designates individuals or classes depends not on its grammatical form, on the basis of which one can construct an infinite number of bold examples and counter-examples without ever solving the problem definitively, but on the intention of the senders and on the assumptions of the receivers. Therefore a first contract is necessary to decide whether the sentence has a referential function or not. Sometimes discriminating is very simple. This sticky is 1 meter long certainly designates a certain individual stick, while 1 meter equals 3.2802 feet expresses a law or a convention. But other cases require more thought. If Herod, before the birth of Jesus, had said to Herodias that he hated all babies, she probably would have agreed about the fact that Herod was not referring to some particular babies but expressing his dislike of babies in general. But when Herod ordered his cutthroats to kill all the babies in Galilee, by his order he intended to designate all the babies born that year in a precise place, one by one, apart from anything else. They were identifiable thanks precisely to the census that had just been made. 3. But there is a point that needs to be made clear, even though it should have been clear since the days of Plato and Aristotle. Isolated terms assert nothing, at best. They have a meaning. What is true and false is said only in the sentence, or in the corresponding proposition. Now, I am not saying that referring is the same thing as saying what is true and false. We shall see that acts of reference can be made even when we have not decided if what we are referring to is in fact the case or not, but without a doubt, if we always refer only to individuals, we refer to states of a world, any world. And to do this we need to articulate a sentence. If I say cat, I am not referring to anything. I can refer to one cat only, or to some cats localized or localizable in time and space. On the other hand, when people say we can refer to generalia, they are suggesting that referring is something we do with isolated terms. I often happen to hear otherwise entirely respectable persons stating that the word cat refers to cats, or to the essence of cats. For the reasons given previously, this strikes me as misleading, so I shall refrain from putting the problem that way. The word cat always means or denotes, if you will, the essence of cat, or the NC, or the corresponding MC, in all circumstances, outside all contexts, and therefore its signifying or denotative power belongs to the lexical type. The same word designates a given cat only in the context of a sentence that has been uttered and that contains specifications of time and place, and therefore the function of designation is performed by the token. The sentence type cats are mammals expresses a thought, in whatever context it appears, even if it is found in a bottle, and in any case one can decide whether it is true or false, while the sentence there is a cat in the kitchen refers to an X located in space-time and, if found written in a message in a bottle, it loses all referential efficacy. Even though we may suspect it to be an act of reference, we can no longer prove whether it was true or false at the time and place it was uttered. See Ducret 1995, 303-05. Having clarified the conditions under which the following discourse may be followed, follow me. Referring to horses. If we return to the story of Montezuma related in 3.3, we see that, his messengers transmitted the NC of horse to him by interpret ants. 2. They were obviously referring to something they had seen in the course of the Spaniards' landing. 3. Montezuma understood they were referring to something even before he understood what it actually was. 4. On the basis of their interpretation, he constructed a CT of the horse, thanks to which, presumably, he was able to recognize the referent when he came across it. It seems that after having received the message, he kept silent for a long time, and we may suppose that he never referred to horses until the moment came when he recognized one, and, 6, at the right time. He might have recognized the mysterious macatl his messengers had told him about, yet, continuing to brood, he might have refrained from talking about and therefore referring to horses. Therefore we can link an NC to a term, and this NC, which should have a corresponding CT, contains instructions for the recognition of the referent, but the instructions for the recognition of the referent and recognition itself have nothing immediately to do with the act of reference to something. Now let's make our story a little more complex. The Spaniards arrive in Montezuma's palace. He thinks he recognizes a macatl in the palace courtyard and dashes off to his courtiers, whose number include his messengers, saying that there is a macatl in the courtyard. In that case he would certainly be referring to a horse, and this is what his messengers would understand, given that they are the ones who told him the meaning of the word. But one of the messengers might harbor a doubt: is it certain that Montezuma is using the word macaque in the sense they use it? This is no small problem. If Montezuma is right, and a horse really has appeared in the courtyard, this means that the Spaniards have already arrived in the capital. And what if, on listening to their description, Montezuma has misunderstood, and thinks he has seen a horse when in fact he has seen something else? Even though some otherwise respectable people will insist that the word horse always refers to horses and to horses only, to horsehood, independently of the intentions or lexical competence of the speaker, I don't think the messengers can content themselves with this comforting certainty, because their problem is to know what Montezuma has seen, and what he is referring to, even though he has got the name wrong. The messenger's problem is the same as the one facing many philosophers today: how to fix the reference. But their problem is not how to identify the referent of the word macaque, about whose NC they have already agreed upon. They would be almost in agreement with those who define the extension of a term as the set of all the things for which the term is true, except that, where they were still talking of terms and not sentences, they would have made a suitable correction: the set of things to which one may correctly apply the term when wishing to utter true propositions. But they must decide whether Montezuma is applying the name properly, and the criterion of correctness is the one they the nominates fixed on the day the Spaniards landed, and only after having made this decision will they be able to fix the reference understood by Montezuma by the sentence "there is a macaque in the palace courtyard." Note that by speaking, Montezuma presumably intends to use the word macaque in the same sense as his messengers use it, but this is hardly a guarantee for us, and even less so for them. They could, out of the principle of charity, assume that Montezuma is using it in the same sense as they are, but they cannot be sure. The messengers are sure that Montezuma is referring to something, and what he is putting into effect is an act of reference, but they are not sure that it points to the referent they mean. What are they to do? There is only one solution: to question Montezuma, to know if by the word macaque he intends to refer to animals made in such and such a way. But even this is not enough. Certainty will be attained only when Montezuma points out a certain animal to them while uttering the appropriate term, but until that time it is necessary to stimulate Montezuma's interpretations with a view to making the NC of macaque as public as possible. Long negotiations must therefore follow, at the end of which both parties are holding a sequence of words, gestures, and drawings made public, like an affidavit or a sort of notarized deed. Only through that express contract can the messengers be reasonably sure that Montezuma is referring to the same thing they intend to refer to when they say macaque. Fixing the reference of the sentence again means, as it does for the interpretation of the CT through an NC, making explicit a chain of intersubjectively verifiable interpretants. At this point the messengers might be sure that Montezuma is referring to something and that what he is referring to is something they are prepared to recognize as a horse, yet they still cannot be sure that there really is a horse in the palace courtyard. Which tells us that referring to, intending, by referring, to use the language the way one's interlocutors do, and possessing the same instructions for recognizing the referent still have nothing to do with the question of whether a linguistic act of reference expresses a true proposition. I think these differences should be borne in mind when it is admitted that semiotics of a structuralist stamp has ignored referring. I don't think anyone has ever denied that we use language for acts of reference. Perhaps it has never been stated with sufficient forcefulness that the meaning of a term also includes a series of instructions for identifying the referent of this term, when it is used in a sentence with referential functions, but neither has it ever been denied that there should be something in the meaning of cat, even if it is meowing feline quadruped animal, that allows us to distinguish between a cat and a mat when necessary. Instead, given that the problem facing structuralist semiotics was how to define the functioning of systems of signs, or of texts, the emphasis was placed, independently of the world to which they might refer, eminently on the relation between signifier and signified, or between expression and content. 5. Certainly no one was doubting that any system of signs could be used to refer to objects and states of the world, but, in extremely simple terms, it was held that, to be able to use the word cat to refer to a cat, the speakers had to agree on the meaning of cat beforehand. 6. Which was another way of putting, in a different context, Wittgenstein's later assertion, 1953-40, that one must not confuse the meaning of a name and the bearer of a name. When Mr. NN dies, one says that the bearer of the name dies, not that the meaning dies. And it would be nonsensical to say that, for if the name ceased to have meaning, it would make no sense to say MRNN is dead. Structuralist semiotics started from the principle that acts of reference are possible only insofar as we know the meaning of the terms used for referring an idea with its supporters within the analytic paradigm, see Freya, for example. But unlike Freya, structuralist semiotics did not feel it worth going any deeper into the phenomenon of referring, considering it an extralinguistic accident. My suspicion is that the problem has also remained obscure for truth-functional semantics, and for obvious reasons, the problem of referring cannot be solved in formal terms, because it has to do with the intentions of the person speaking and is therefore a pragmatic problem. As such, it has eluded the grasp of both structural semiotics and model theoretic semantics. The provocative notion we owe to the theory of rigid designation, even though, as we shall see, I do not find it convincing, is that there can be acts of reference that, at first sight at least, do not presuppose an understanding of the meaning of the terms used for referring. The true story of the Sarkiapon. This is the story of the Sark-Japon, a famous humorous sketch from the Italy of the 50s, performed by the actors Walter Chiari and Carlo Campanini. For the purposes of my analysis, I have condensed the sketch into 6 phases. Phase 1. Chiari enters the compartment of a railway train and greets Campanini and the other travelers. At a certain point, Campanini gets to his feet and reaches up to the luggage rack, where there is a basket covered with a cloth. He withdraws his hand suddenly, as if he has been bitten. He asks the others not to make a noise, so that the Sarkiapon, known for its irritability, will not be disturbed. Chiari, a vainglorious braggart, does not want people to know that he has no idea what a Sarkiapon is. He sets to chatting about the animal like someone who has been dealing with Sarkiapons all his life. Phase 2. Not knowing what the Sarkiapon is, Chiari opts for trial and error. For example, having learned from Campanini that his is an American Sarkiapon, Chiari says he has only seen Asiatic Sarkiapons. This allows him to hazard the enunciation of properties that Campanini's American Sarkiapon does not have, but he soon runs into problems. He hints, using gestures, at the typical snout of the Sarkiapon, but Campanini stares at him with a quizzical air and asks what he means by saying that the Sarkiapon has a snout. Chiari adjusts his sights, declaring that in alluding to the beak, he expressed himself poorly, metaphorically. But no sooner has he said the word beal carrot than he notes an amazed expression on Campanini's face. Chiari hastens to make amends by referring to the creature's nose. Phase 3. From this point on, we have a crescendo of variations that follow one another thick and fast, in the course of which Chiari gets more and more stubborn and agitated. Defeated also on the nose, he turns to the eyes, then immediately after talks about a single eye. Defeated also on the eyes, he attempts to talk about the ears. Faced with the flat denial that the Sarkiapon has ears, he immediately talks about its fins, then falls back on the chin, the fur, the wool, the feathers. He makes a tentative attempt to describe the way the animal walks, only to check himself immediately, saying that he meant its typical hopping gait. He guesses at the paws, progressively corrects himself about their number, tries to mention the wings, has a stab at scales, hints without success at the color, yellow, blue, red, uses more and more half-words and interrogative syllables in an attempt to second-guess Campanini's, inevitably negative, reaction. 8. Phase 4, the climax of the sketch. Exasperated, Chiari bursts into a violent and cathartic tirade against that disgusting beast, that impossible animal, which has no snout, no beak, no paws, hooves, claws, fingers, feet, nails, feathers, scales, mane, wattles, eyes, crest, tongue. He has by now given up trying to figure out what on earth it is. Phase 5. Chiari demands that Campanini show the Sarkiapon. The other passengers draw back terrified, and, as Campanini makes to open the basket, even Chiari is frightened. But then Campanini seraphically reveals that the Sarkiapon does not exist. He shows Chiari that the basket is empty and confides that he often uses this trick to fend off the importunate and to keep the compartment to himself. Phase 6. There follows a coda in which Chiari, cocky as ever, tries to have everybody believe that he knew all along it was a joke. Are there closed white boxes? I think the story of the Sarkiapon is exemplary. In Phase 1, the first interlocutor posits a term in the discourse, while the other, keeping to the rules of conversation, presumes until the emergence of proof to the contrary the existence of the corresponding object. 9. Given that at first Chiari does not know what properties a Sarkiapon possesses, except for that of being presumably an animal, he negotiates the corresponding term on trust. Perhaps I ought to clarify what I mean by on trust. Although it has little to do with peering into that black box, whose contents I have repeatedly stated I do not wish to inspect, we might nonetheless understand trust as a kind of white box. A black box is something that by definition one cannot open, while a white box, even if closed, might be subsequently opened. We accept white boxes, especially when they are presented to us adorned with a handsome ribbon at Christmas time or on a birthday. Before opening such a box, we already guess that it contains a present, and we begin to thank the donor. We put our faith in this person, presuming that he or she is not an oafish prankster bent on surprising us with an empty box. In the same way, buying something on trust means having faith in the seller, presuming that the box will effectively hold the guaranteed contents. In day-to-day communicative interaction, we accept a great number of references on trust. If someone tells us he must take urgent leave of absence because Virginia is ill, we accept that somewhere or other there is a Virginia, even if we have never heard of her before. If instead our interlocutor says that we must apply to Virginia if we wish to be reimbursed for our traveling expenses to the Chipping Norton Conference, we hasten to ask him if by that name he means the American state or the woman clerk in Chipping Norton, and we want to know right away how to identify or find out which is which. But this is an extreme case. Usually, unless we have some reason to harbor misgivings, if the speaker posits someone or something in the discourse, we accept that the someone or something exists somewhere. We collaborate in the act of reference, even when we know nothing of the referent and even when we do not know the meaning of the term used by the speaker. In 3.7.1, I related how even though I too am incapable of telling an elm from a beech, I can easily recognize mangroves, which I was able to identify one day thanks to having read about them in many travel books, and banyan trees, about which I had received plentiful instructions in Emilio Salgari's adventure books. But I was convinced I knew nothing about the Platypus, mentioned equally frequently in Salgari's books, until on reading an encyclopedia one day I discovered that, in Italian, Platypus is simply another word for mangrovia. Now I could reread Salgari, imagining mangroves every time he mentioned Platypus. But what did I do for years and years, from childhood on, reading about these Platypus without knowing what they were? From the context I had deduced that they were plants, something like trees or bushes, but this was the only property I could manage to associate with the name. Nevertheless, I was able to read on by pretending to know what they were. I used my imagination to integrate what little I had been able to glimpse within the half-opened box, but in fact I was taking something on trust. I knew that Salgari was referring to something, and I kept the communicative interaction open, to be able to understand the rest of the story, assuming, on trust, that Platypus existed somewhere or other and that they were plants. Acceptance on trust might be understood as a case of rigid designation. According to the theory of rigid designators, in a counterfactual conditional that abstracted every known property from Aristotle, we would still have to consider him the man who was baptized Aristotle at a determined moment, and by so doing we would accept on trust that a sort of unbroken bond connected the current utterance of the name to the individual thus baptized. But there is one ambiguity, and perhaps more than one, in the theory of rigid designation. On the one hand, we are supposed to assume through an unbroken chain that binds the object that receives the name in the moment of its baptism to the name used by whoever refers to it that the object is what causes the appropriateness of the reference, Kripke 1972, 298-99. On the other hand, Kripke maintains that the receiver of the name must intend to use it with the same reference as the person from whom he has learned it, Kripke 1972, 302. This is not the same thing. Given that the sarkiapon does not exist, no object exists that could have caused the use of the name. Nonetheless, there is no doubt that Chiari agrees to use the name sarkiapon in the same way Campanini presumably uses it, on trust. If there has been a causal chain, it therefore runs not from the object to the use of the name but from Campanini's decision to use the name to Chiari's decision to use it as Campanini uses it. We are faced not with a causality object name but with a causality use, of the name use, of the name. I have no intention of solving this problem from the point of view of a causal theory of reference, since I do not agree with such theories. We might say that if the sarkiapon existed and had an essence, we would have rigid designation, while if it was imagined by someone who used that name to baptize a figment of the imagination, we would have soft designation. But I really do not know what either rigid or soft designation mean, because while this difference perhaps has ontological importance, it does not have semiosic importance. The act of reference set in motion by Campanini and accepted by Chiari would work the same way in both cases. The problem seems to me to be different. And it is that the metaphor of the white box is imprecise. White boxes, just to spin out the metaphor a little longer, always tell us something about what is inside, because they inevitably have a label. If I use a proper noun such as Gideon, I am automatically stating that the bearer of the name is a human being of the male sex. If I use Dorothy, I am stating that she is of the female sex. If I insert my brother James into the discourse, James is already a human being who has the property of being my brother. Salgari had labeled the Pallitoveri as plants, and to conclude, if I mention Giuseppe Rossi, there is a strong possibility that the person designated is an Italian male, and if I mention Jean Dupont, there is a strong possibility that he is French, and if I mention Paolo Sestoleone Pio Odescalchi Spigliosi Colonna, there is a strong possibility that he belongs to the Roman aristocracy, apart from the fact that, at least originally, if someone was called Smith, he was described as the son of a blacksmith, and if he was called Miller, he was the son of a miller. Too little to be able to identify Peter Smith or Frank Miller as such, but enough to say that even proper names are not entirely devoid of content. Note too that if proper names did not have a content, but only a designatum, there could not be such a thing as the second type of antonomasia, which is not the figure in which a general term par excellence is applied to an individual, the emperor for Napoleon, the voice for Frank Sinatra, but the figure in which the name of an individual is used, par excellence, as the sum of properties. He is a Rambo, Hercules, or Judas, she is a Messalina or Venus. At first the story of the sarkiapon seems to be that of an unwary purchase made on trust, but in reality, by saying that the sarkiapon must not be disturbed because it is irritable, Campanini is already attaching a label to our white box, or basket. The sarkiapon is a living creature. Chiari takes it from there, and instantly uses the term as a peg upon which to hang descriptions. His attempts in phase 3 are aimed at ascertaining the properties of the animal and therefore at obtaining instructions for the identification and recognition of the referent. Note that this sketch also exemplifies the difference between speaking of and referring to. Campanini refers to an individual sarkiapon, in the basket. Chiari accepts the reference, and it is to that sarkiapon that he refers. But, in order to establish what it is like, he appeals to the universal, or to general objects. He asserts that he has come across other sarkiapons and, in trying to define their properties, he talks of sarkiapons in general. In other words, he is trying to acquire information with which to construct at least tentatively the NC of sarkiapon and to form its CT, i.e., to have a chance to recognize the sarkiapon type. To do this, he always refers to the animal in the basket as if to a token that ought to exhibit all the properties of the type. You do not negotiate the reference without bringing content into play. The dialogue in phase 3 can be understood as a process of successive emptying of all possible properties, so that the peg for hanging descriptions on remains exposed. When Campanini denies all possible properties for the sarkiapon, Chiari is left with little alternative, apparently, but to accept the name in a rigid manner. And he seems to do this, when in phase 4 he insults the mysterious beast, accusing it of not corresponding to any possible description. But he does not stop referring to that cursed being as a beast. When Campanini, in phase 5, reveals that the sarkiapon does not exist, Chiari realizes that he has been talking of a non-existent creature, in other words, of a figment of Campanini's imagination, a fictitious individual that existed only in the possible world of someone else's tall story. But in phase 6, even after the trick has been revealed, Chiari still refers to the sarkiapon. Except now he refers to it not as an element of the real world but as an element of a world invented by Campanini. We might argue that in phases 1-5 Chiari is talking of a sarkiapon, which he thought existed, while in phase 6 he is referring to a sarkiapon, which he now knows exists only in a fictitious world. Yet he is still referring to the sarkiapon that Campanini was talking about, except for the fact that, before, he attributed it with the property of existing in the real world and, after, he attributed it with the property of not existing. 1-0 The two have reached perfect agreement and know exactly what they are talking about. The moral of the story is that, referring is an action that speakers perform on the basis of a negotiation. 2. In principle, the act of reference effected by using a term might have nothing to do with the knowledge of the meaning of the term or even with the existence of the referent with which it has no causal relationship. 3. Nevertheless, there is no designation definable as rigid that does not rest on an initial description, label, albeit a highly generic 1. 4. Therefore, even apparent cases of absolutely rigid designation constitute the start of the referential contract, or the auroral moment of the relation, but never the final moment. One might object that we are dealing with a comic sketch. Would the same thing happen if the dialogue were between two scientists, one of whom began to talk of a substance X, which she had discovered, and it was made clear at the end that that substance did not exist or had none of the properties that the discoverer attributed to it? In a similar situation, a scientist would behave differently from the scientific and moral point of view, publicly discrediting whoever had lied to her, but from a semiosic point of view things would go no differently. In the course of a subsequent scientific conference, the scientist would continue to cite substance X as an example of an imaginary substance, the subject of a scientific fraud, or of a major blunder, but she would continue to refer to it as the one she had spoken of when, before making the necessary checks, she had assumed, on trust, that it existed. I am well aware that there is another interpretation, if not of the story of the sarkiapon, at least of substance X. Some would say that, as the substance does not exist, the expression substance X has no referent, nor did it have one when the scientist thought, on trust, that it did. But to say that an expression cannot be applied to any referent does not mean to say that it cannot be used for an act of reference, and this is the point I wish to insist on. In this oscillation between the possible referent of the term and the use of the term in an act of reference there lurks an ambiguity that has been the cause of much debate on the ontology of reference. By an ontology of reference I mean above all the philosophical position according to which individuals, St. Paul, Napoleon, Prague, or the Thames, can be defined rigidly, in the sense that, whatever description we assign to a name, it refers in any case to something or someone that has been thus baptized in a given moment of spacetime, and no matter how many properties may be denied it, it will always remain that someone or something, a principium individuationis based on a materia signata quantitate. However, the ontological theory of reference has also been extended to the quiditates, the essences, or general objects, which, even if we did not know them, would be natural constants with an objectivity of their own above and beyond both our mental acts and the way in which culture recognizes and organizes them. The extension of the hypothesis is not unjustified, if it is assumed that a name of a person can be connected directly to a haesitas, even a past and therefore an immaterial one. Why can a generic name not be linked directly to a quiditas? Which is more immaterial, horsehood or the haesitas of Ashurbanipal, of whom I believe we no longer possess so much as a handful of dust? As we shall see, in both cases one cannot avoid assuming that the connection is provided by what Putnam, 1981, 3, calls noetic rays, which are merely a theoretical fiction. From this point of view, for an ontological theory of reference, the term water would refer to H0 in any possible world, just as the name Napoleon would always refer rigidly to that unicum of the history of the universe that occurred, genetically, physiologically, and biographically, once and once only, and would remain that way even if in some future world governed by radical feminists Napoleon were remembered only as the individual whose sole property was that of having been the husband of Josephine. This would be a strong ontology, in which the reference to water would seem to be independent of all knowledge or intention or belief on the speaker's part. However, on the one hand this point of view does not exclude the question of what the reference is, while on the other hand it does not eliminate the notion of cognition, it simply moves both from psychology to theology. What does it mean if we say that the word water always refers to H0 regardless of all of the speaker's intentions? We would have to explain that species of ontological wire that binds that word to that essence, and, just to spin out the metaphor a little longer, we would have to think of the essence as a very bristly something from which protrude many wires, which connect it to water, aqua, agua, wasser, voda, shut, and even to the term, still non-existent, that will be used in 4025 by visitors from Saturn to indicate the transparent liquid, unknown to them, that they will find on our planet. To exclude the intentions of the speakers, but to forge in some way the referential bond, a strong ontology would have to presuppose a divine mind, or an infinite one, if you will. Taking for granted that the world exists independently of our knowledge of it, and that it exists as a population of essences reciprocally governed by laws, only a mind that knows the world exactly as it is, and as it created it, and that indulgently accepts that the same essence can be referred to in different languages, can fix the referent in a stable manner. To return to the well-known example from Putnam, 1975, 223-27, if there existed on a twin Earth something that resembled the water of this planet in every way, something that looked the same, had the same flavor and biochemical effects, but nonetheless was not H0 but XYZ, in order to say that whoever, on both planets, spoke of water would be referring to H0 but not to XYZ, we would have to assume that some infinite mind sees things in exactly this way, because only its thought would guarantee the connection between names and essences. But it was Putnam himself, 1981, 3, in setting up an internal realism in opposition to the externalist point of view, who said that for the latter position to be tenable, we would need to presuppose a divine eye. But postulating a divine mind poses an interesting problem in terms of intentionality. We must admit that the divine mind knows that every utterance of the term water refers to the essence of water, and that the nature of the intentional relation that binds the divine mind to the content of its knowledge eludes our understanding, and in fact we postulate that things happen this way, but we do not say how they happen. But what guarantees that all our utterances of the term water correspond to the intentionality of the divine mind? Clearly nothing, if not our good intentions, i.e., that when we speak of water, we intend to do, so to speak, the will of God and intend, voluntarily, to correspond to the intention of the divine mind. Note that I say the intention and not the intentionality of a divine mind. Wondering about the intentionality of a divine mind goes beyond the limits of these humble reflections and beyond those of far prouder reflections too. The problem is that it is also difficult to decide what corresponding to the intention of a divine mind means. I admit that there is now a phenomenon that might serve as a model of a divine mind, and of an absolutely rigid designation. It is the phenomenon of the email address. The name constituted by this address, let's say, adam@eden.being, corresponds to one entity and one alone. It is not necessarily a physical individual, it might be a company, but only that company and not another. We can be entirely ignorant of any properties the addressee might have. Adam might not be the first man, might not have eaten from the tree of knowledge, might not be the husband of Eve, etc., but we know that that name, address, points to, via a chain of electrical phenomena that it is not worth analyzing in detail here but whose efficiency we witness daily, an individual entity distinguishable from all others, independently of our beliefs, opinions, lexical knowledge, and of the knowledge we have about the way in which it points. In the course of time we could associate many properties with that name, but we do not need to. We know that if we type it into our mail program, we will reach that address and not another. 1-2 And we know that everything depends on a baptismal ceremony, and that the referential power of the address we use is causally due to that baptism. But a phenomenon of this kind, so absolutely pure and beyond argument, independent of the intentions and the competence of all correspondents, exists only in email. That the email system may be a model of the divine mind may appear both reassuring and blasphemous, but there is no doubt that it is the only case in which we use an absolutely rigid designation in accordance with what is at least the model of a divine network, if not of a divine mind. How do we withdraw from a strong ontology, guaranteeing at the same time a certain objectivity of the reference? By thinking up a weak ontology of the mind of the community, whose privileged representatives are, depending on the field, the experts. In this sense, referring correctly to water means referring to it in the same way as the community of experts who agree that water is H0 today but tomorrow, by taking the fallibilism of knowledge into due account, might opt for another definition. But in no way does this solve the problem posed by the hypothesis of the divine mind. What guarantee do we have that when we use the word water in an act of reference, we are using it as the mind of the community does? The answer lies simply in our voluntaristic decision to use that word in the same sense as the experts do. Now, in the sketch about the Sarkiapon, was Chiari doing anything different when he decided to use the word Sarkiapon the same way Campanini used it? Chiari simply assumed that Campanini was an expert. There is an ontological difference between Campanini's opinion and Einstein's? There is only our persuasion that, statistically speaking, our encyclopedias register Einstein as a qualified expert while they do not mention Campanini, and I grant there are good reasons for this preference. This means to say that, when we speak, we have an idea, sometimes vague and sometimes precise, about some matters covered by the consensus of the community. But while the terms describing so-called natural kinds, such as water and gold, suggest that there is an expert as a privileged interlocutor, an interpreter authorized by the community, this is not the case with my cousin Arthur, Mafalda's cat, or the first hominid to reach Australia. Here there is ample possibility of a contract, because here Campanini's word is as good as Einstein's. For example, faced with the sentence Napoleon was born in Cambridge, convinced as I am that my Napoleon was born in Ajaccio, by no means do I agree to use the name according to the intentions of the community, because, out of the principle of char ity at least, I immediately suspect that the speaker intends to refer to another Napoleon. Therefore I do my best to check the appropriateness of the reference, trying to induce my interlocutor to interpret the NC that he makes correspond to the name Napoleon, to discover perhaps that his Napoleon is a used car salesman born in this century, and so I find myself faced with a banal case of homonymy. Or I realize that my interlocutor intends to refer to my Napoleon, and therefore intends to make a historical proposition that defies current encyclopedic notions, and therefore the mind of the community. In such a case I would proceed to ask him for convincing proof of his proposition. But now let us try to take seriously the decision to use a term according to the intention and the consensus of the experts or the community. Let us suppose that, faced with the threat of extinction of the African elephant, the ECO, Elephant Control Organization, realizes that, there are 3,000 elephants in the Kwambia area, more than the number that the ecological balance can sustain. The elephants ruin the crops and therefore the population is led to slaughter them, whereas, if their number were lower, they might be tolerated. 2. In the Bwana area, the elephants, slaughtered by ivory poachers, are on the verge of extinction. Strict laws have been passed that might ensure their survival, but the number of them in circulation is too low to guarantee the continuity of the species. 3. It is necessary to capture 1,000 elephants in Kwambia and transfer them to Bwana. 4. The Confederation of African States and the World Wildlife Fund have approved the operation and have ordered the officers of the ECO to carry it out. In the course of these preliminaries, reference was made to Kwambia and Bwana, and the supposition is that there is an agreement regarding the referent of these territorial names. Now all the 3,000 elephants in Kwambia are being designated, one by one, and the assertion is that 1,000 of these will have to be transferred to Bwana. It is not yet known which animals the 1,000 will be, but, just as we can designate a child about to be born, it is possible to designate 1,000 elephants that, on the day of the transfer to Bwana, will be exactly those and not other individuals. The problem is ensuring that the officers of the ECO have an exact knowledge of the meaning of the term elephant and do not transfer rhinoceroses or hippopotamuses by mistake. It is not enough to say that the officers of the ECO intend to use the term elephant to refer to the same genus of creatures that the experts are referring to. This understanding, based on the experts' goodwill, is good only for getting the discourse underway. The experts want to be sure that there is no possibility of misunderstanding. Therefore they communicate to the officers in charge that by elephant they mean an animal that, according to official science, has the properties XYZ, and they also provide instructions for the recognition of animals with such properties. If the officers in charge agree and state they want to capture and transfer 1,000 specimens of animal XYZ, the operation may begin. At this point it is irrelevant to state that the officers of the ECO intend to use the term according to the experts' intention. As a matter of fact, between them and the experts there is the beneficial space of a series of interpretants, descriptions, photos, drawings, and it is on these that the agreement is based. If by chance there are some very rare white elephants in Kwambia, the contracting parties will have to agree on whether the term elephant includes or excludes white elephants, given that the correctness of the ecological operation depends on this agreement. Yet again, rigid designation has had an introductory function, to get the contract underway, but it is not on this basis that the contract is concluded. Quid pro quo and negotiations. Let us suppose that someone tells us a peace conference was held in Aix-la-Chapelle in 1748 and that we do not know that Aix-la-Chapelle is the other name for the city of Aachen. We find ourselves confronted with a white box that is still unopened and that is not the one in which we habitually collocate the city of Aachen. Perhaps the matter interests us so little that we drop all negotiations. Perhaps we request further information, asking questions about that strange city, our curiosity aroused by the fact that another peace conference was held at the same time as the one held in Aachen, and finally perhaps, out of the principle of charity, we immediately suppose that by the name Aix-la-Chapelle the speaker meant to refer to the same city that we call Aachen. But in any case we would see how much our encyclopedic knowledge, and therefore our knowledge about content, conditions, and directs our negotiations for the success of the reference. Such knowledge also makes it possible to solve the apparent paradox. My example is a somewhat free elaboration of an idea taken from Kripke 1979, of a certain Pierre who had always heard tell in France of Londres and had conceived the idea that it was a most beautiful city, and so he wrote in his diary, Londres est une ville merveilleuse, and then he chanced to go to Great Britain to learn English from the source and visited a city called by its inhabitants London. He found it intolerable and wrote in his faithful diary, unfortunately for us a bilingual one, London is an ugly city. Hence the fears of his Italian translator, who would have to make him say, contradictorily, that Londra is both beautiful and ugly at one and the same time, not to mention the misgivings of logicians who would not know how to deal with two so shamelessly contradictory statements, etc. All this amounts to an injustice with regard to translators, logicians, and normal people. The story offers two possibilities. After having visited the place and on the basis of some description Pierre received when someone told him about London, English city on a river, with a tower, either Pierre realized that there was only one city where before he had believed there were two, or he is an imbecile who accepted the first reference to Londres on trust, without knowing anything other than that it was a city, and never understood that the names Londres and London refer to the same object. In the first case, let's give Pierre a chance to converse with other people and correct his beliefs, and perhaps to say that at first he thought, on the basis of unverified rumors, that London was beautiful, and later on he discovered it was ugly. In the second case, Pierre remains locked in his cognitive and semantic confusion, and apart from the fact that at this point one wonders why the diaries of an imbecile merit translation, the translator will have to insert some notes, to make it clear that we are dealing with an interesting semiotic and psychiatric document, because Pierre is one of those men who mistakes his wife for a hat or talks of Napoleon Bonaparte, as first consul and the loser of Waterloo, with the intention of referring to himself. All of which is of interest to psychiatry, not semantics. Note that misunderstandings of this type are far commoner than suggested by the example chosen with a taste for the improbable that we have just examined. A collector of old books may see in a catalogue that the first, 1662, edition of Gaspar Schott's Physica Curiosa was published in Wiertburg. Then in another catalogue he finds that the first edition was published in the same year in Herb Polly's. Therefore he notes in his diary that there are two editions of the same work from the same year, in two different cities, not an unusual phenomenon at that time. But a little extra information would enable him to verify that the pleasant Bavarian town of Wiertburg includes among its encyclopedic properties the fact that it was previously designated as Herbipolis, and that the German name is simply a translation of the Latin name. End of the tragedy. All he had to do was ask. When they listen to acts of reference, people usually ask lots of questions. If our collector does not know enough to ask, or consult highly precise lexicons on such matters, then he simply becomes the subject of an amusing anecdote, like the student who, and this is apparently true, mentioned in a term paper essay the well-known debate between Voltaire and Arouet. All in all, it seems to me that these contractual conditions, backed up by cognitive operations, provide a picture of what we effectively do when we refer to something that is more faithful than the one portrayed by ontological theories of reference. None of this amounts to a suggestion on my part that the question of ontological reference or the treasures of subtlety that have been spent on settling it is a trivial matter. And not just because the question is of particular importance in the universe of scientific discourse, where if two astronomers talk about the G14 nebula, they must be sure of what they are saying. Even referring to the G14 nebula is a matter for negotiation, certainly more so than occurs in our day-to-day acts of reference, in which we often decide to let it drop, and certainly according to far stricter criteria. The problem lies rather in the fact that to be able to refer continuously and pragmatically, we need the regulative idea of ontological reference. The strange case of Dr. Jekyll and the brothers Hyde. In London there are two brothers, John and Bob Hyde, identical twins and alike in every respect. The two, don't ask me why, but evidently they like it this way, decide to create a single public personality, Dr. Jekyll, and they prepare for this from earliest childhood. They study medicine together, begin their internship, become a Dr. Jekyll, of considerable renown, who is nominated director of the university hospital. Right from the start, the brothers observe a rule: they impersonate Jekyll on alternate days. When John is Jekyll, Bob stays at home eating canned food and watching television, and vice versa the following day. In the evening, the one who comes home from work tells the other all about his day in meticulous detail, so that the next day the other can take his place and no one will notice the substitution. One day, John, who is on duty, embarks on an affair with a colleague, Dr. Mary. Naturally the next day, Bob carries on the relationship, and so the affair continues, to the enormous satisfaction of the three protagonists, John and Bob in love with the same woman, Mary convinced that she loves one man. Now if Mary tells her best friend, Anne, from whom she has no secrets, yesterday I went out with Jekyll, and granting that Bob was on duty yesterday evening, who is Mary referring to? An ontological theory of reference would allow us to say that, even if Mary thinks that Bob's name is Jekyll, since she is referring to the person she went out with yesterday evening, who was christened Bob Hyde when he was a baby, she is referring to Bob. But if, this evening, she spends a night of passion with John, and the following day again tells Anne that she went out with Jekyll, to whom is Mary referring? Although she believes that John Hyde's name is Jekyll, from the point of view of a divine mind she is referring to John. Therefore she refers to different people on alternate days, through the same mistaken name, but she does not know it. It is clear that from a pragmatic point of view this double reference is of minimal importance for us, as it is for her. A celestial accountant, who had to take into consideration the exactitude of all the acts of reference pronounced in the world, would probably have registered that on the 5th of December Jekyll was Bob, and on the 6th he was John. John and Bob might want to see themselves from the point of view of an infinite mind, because it might be very important for them to know if, in the course of her confidences with Anne, Mary judges one evening more satisfactory than the previous one. But John and Bob are indeed exceptional characters, whose function in this story of mine is that of the deus ex machina, and therefore we shall take no notice of their referential accounting. Besides, I fancy that they too have lost count. The accounting that interests us is that of Mary and of all those in London who know Dr. Jekyll, and are unaware of the existence of the Hyde brothers. For all these people, every reference to Dr. Jekyll is the reference not to an essence but to an actor in the social comedy, and in this sense any one of them knows one Dr. Jekyll and one only. They have a CT of him, they can list some of his properties, and they speak of him and no one else. Anyone who has been treated by Dr. Jekyll, has signed a contract with him, has received a good check from him, has told someone to find him Dr. Jekyll, and had his wish fulfilled, or says he has spoken with Dr. Jekyll and means to be believed, behaves as if there were one Dr. Jekyll and one only. From an ontological point of view, we might say that Dr. Jekyll does not exist, that he is only a social figment, an aggregate of legal properties. But this social figment is sufficient to make every proposition concerning Dr. Jekyll socially true or false. One day, while John is on duty, he trips on the stairs and breaks his ankle. He is immediately taken to the hospital orthopedist, Dr. Holmes, who takes an X-ray, puts the ankle in plaster, gives John 2 splendid aluminum crutches, and sends him home in a taxi. Fiendishly clever, the two brothers understand that it is not enough for Bob to put his foot in plaster, Dr. Holmes might want to replace the plaster, and would discover the deception. Heroically, Bob, after having made a careful study of his brother's X-ray, we must remember they are both doctors, takes a hammer and with one precise blow breaks his ankle too, puts the foot in plaster, and shows up at the hospital the following morning. The thing might work, but Holmes is highly meticulous. At the time of the accident, he ordered some blood tests on Jekyll John, and a few days later, worried about an excess of triglycerides, he repeats the tests, but this time on Bob. And he notices that the results of the two tests do not coincide. Having no reason to suspect, so far, a deception, he presumes there has been an error and ingenuously speaks of the matter to Bob. That evening the two brothers put their heads together, scrutinize the results of the tests, and one of the two decides to go on a strict diet to bring his level of triglycerides to that of his brother. They do what they can, but it is not enough to fool Dr. Holmes, who after the tests have been made again, and twice at that, and by a trick of fate on both John and Bob still notices a discrepancy. Holmes begins to suspect the truth. The two brothers engage in a deadly struggle with their enemy. In various ways they try to ensure that the fracture heals in the same time. They continue with their rigorous diet, but tiny details make Dr. Holmes more and more suspicious. He injects one of the two with an allergen that has an effect within 20 hours and lasts 2 days, and he notices that after injecting Jekyll with the substance on Tuesday at 5 p.m., on Wednesday at the same time the effects still have not manifested themselves. But on Thursday they appear. Holmes has grounds to conjecture that there are two people involved, but he has no convincing proof to show in public. One way of ending the story would be that Dr. Holmes manages to reveal the deception. From that moment, not considering all the legal, romantic, or social problems that would result, the social body would have to decide that the name Jekyll is a homonym indicating two different people. Among other things, even if they were sentenced to prison, the two brothers would be obliged by the judge to wear a lapel badge stating their blood group and other medical biological data, so that they might be recognized. The other, more appealing, solution is that Dr. Holmes does not attain absolute certainty, nor does he manage to exhibit any decisive proof of the deception, because the two brothers are smarter than he is. The affair therefore continues ad infinitum, in a sort of hunt in which the prey always eludes the hunter but the hunter does not give up. But in this case what interests us is, why does the hunter not give up? Because Holmes, although used to pragmatic ways of referring like everybody else, has his own stubborn idea of ontological reference. He believes that, if Jekyll exists, there is an essence, a Jekyll haeasitas that represents the parameter of an ontologically true reference. Or he believes that, if two different people were to exist in place of Jekyll, as he suspects, at a certain point he ought to identify two different haeasietates. Remember that Holmes does not know which principium individuationis he is hunting for. It could be a particular composition of the blood, a minimal variation in two electrocardiograms, something that could be revealed by a scan or an intestinal exploration, the discovery of two different genetic makeups, a miraculous X-ray of the soul. Holmes tries everything, he will always be defeated, but he will not stop searching, because he postulates the essence, that is, the thing in itself, which is not the unknowable but the very postulate of infinite research. 1-3 This persuasion that an ontological point of view may exist can be found in Peirce's notion of the final logical interpreton, the wholly ideal moment in which knowledge coincides with the totality of the thinkable. This is a regulative concept, which does not hinder the progress of semiosis but does not discourage it either, so to speak, and let it be understood that, even if it is infinite, the process of interpretation tends towards something. Like Peirce, Holmes thinks that by continuing to search, he is carrying forward the torch of truth, and that in the long run the community might agree to an incontestable final assertion. He knows that the long run could last for millennia, but Holmes has a philosophical and scientific mind, and he believes that those who come after him will arrive at the truth, perhaps through the examination of puzzling osteological evidence some hundreds of years later. He does not aspire to knowing, he aspires to carry on searching. Holmes could even be a relativist, who believes that we can provide infinite descriptions of the world as it is, and yet he is also a realist, in the sense of Searle 1995, 155, for whom a profession of realism does not mean to assert that we can know the way things are, and not even that we can say something definitively true about them. Realism means only to assume that there is a way in which they are, and that this way does not depend on us or on whether or not we will one day know it. 1-4 Holmes has found a photo of Dr. Jekyll in the hospital archives. By now convinced of the existence of the two Hyde brothers, even though he perhaps does not call them this way, he knows with absolute certainty that, if the photo is a snapshot taken at a certain time on a certain day, it can be only causally connected to one of the two brothers, of whose existence, as Peirce would have put it, it is an index, and this is for him, as it is for us, an inconfutable certainty. But the photo is of no use to him at all, it is not even the proof that his hypothesis is right. It is the certainty alone that his hypothesis is right that drives him to think that the photo is causally connected to only one of the two individuals who impersonate Jekyll on alternate days. For anyone else, the photo is causally linked to Dr. Jekyll, and social credence prevails over the ontological datum that is hidden, presumed, believed, but inaccessible. What is the moral of our story? That in everyday life we always have to do with pragmatic acts of reference, and it would be our hard luck if we made too much of a problem of it. But to ensure the development of knowledge, we can invoke the ghost of ontological reference as a postulate that permits research in progress. Let's get back to negotiation. I apologize for reusing a decidedly overworked example, but after the impudence with which I have reflected on bachelors, nothing embarrasses me anymore. Let us return to the renowned example used by Donnellan, 1966, to distinguish between the referential and attributive use of a sentence. One used referentially, the sentence "Smith's murderer is mad" means that description is intended to indicate a specific person, known both to the speaker and the listener. Used attributively, to assess the brutality of the crime, it means to say that whoever has the property of being Smith's murderer also has the property of being mad. Unfortunately, the matter is not that simple, and here is an incomplete list of the various situations in which the sentence could be uttered. The speaker means to refer to Jones, who was caught as he was killing Smith with a power saw. 2. The speaker means to refer to whoever murdered Smith with a power saw. 3. The speaker means, 2, but he does not know that in reality Smith is not dead, he was saved in extremis by Dr. Jekyll. In fact, there should not be a referent for the expression Smith's murderer, but the principle of charity prompts one to imagine that the speaker means to refer to the unsuccessful murderer, who would still be mad, and incompetent into the bargain. 4. The speaker means, 2, but the speaker is probably mad, because no one has made an attempt on Smith's life. The listeners understand that the speaker is making a hallucinatory reference to an individual or a situation from the possible world of his beliefs. The speaker believes, mistakenly, that Smith has been murdered, that the murderer is Jones, and that everybody knows this. If the listeners do not know that the speaker harbors these strange beliefs, we are in situation 4. If the speaker goes on to make his beliefs explicit, the listeners will understand that he is referring to Jones. Now it will be necessary to decide whether the speaker thought Jones was mad because Jones was Smith's murderer or for other reasons, with the result that the speaker will still think Jones mad, even though Jones did not murder Smith. 6. Smith really has been murdered, and the speaker believes that the murderer is Jones, while everybody knows it was Donnellan. The interlocutors do not know the speaker's beliefs and think he means to say that Donnellan is mad, which is clearly false, because Donnellan has murdered Smith for scientific reasons, so as to be able to work on the difference between attributive and referential use. I imagine that, if the conversation went on for a little, it might be possible to clear up the misunderstanding, but as in extra information will be required to establish whether the speaker means to refer to Jones, though Jones is innocent, as a madman. 7. Smith really has been murdered, and the speaker believes that the murderer is Jones, while everybody knows it is Donnellan. But the listeners know that the speaker is biased against Jones and has repeatedly stated that he believes him to be Smith's murderer, and therefore they understand that the speaker means to refer to Jones. 8. The Smith murder trial is coming to an end, and in the dock Donnellan is listening to the sentence that officially defines his guilt. The speaker, a psychiatrist, has just entered the courtroom and thinks that Donnellan is a certain Jones he had known in the mental hospital. He is therefore referring to Jones and not Donnellan. Naturally the listeners believe he is referring to Donnellan. But I imagine that they will ask him to explain his judgment, and in the course of the conversation the referential misunderstanding might be cleared up. This is a set of cases in which the reference is negotiated, and in which we cannot speak of an act of reference that is independent of the intentions and knowledge of the speaker and that points to a haeasitas of which the speaker knows nothing. What does Nancy want? But the same distinction between referential and attributive use leaves many borderline cases uncovered. Let's take a look at another famous example, reworked for the occasion. Let's suppose that I say, Nancy wants to marry an analytic philosopher. We can give two semantic interpretations, I, and, to, of this sentence that are possible even when the sentence is uttered out of context, and at least three pragmatic interpretations, 3, through, v, that depend on some inferences regarding the speaker's intentions. Interpretations, 3, through, v, can be attempted only after a decision has been made between, I, and, to. I, Nancy wants to marry a determined individual X, who is an analytic philosopher. 2. Nancy wants to marry anybody, as long as he is an analytic philosopher. 3. Nancy wants to marry a determined individual, an analytic philosopher. She knows who he is, but the speaker doesn't, because Nancy has not told him the name. 4. Nancy wants to marry a determined individual X, an analytic philosopher. She has also given the speaker the name and introduced them to each other, but out of discretion the speaker has thought it more fitting to avoid going into details. V. Nancy has taken a fancy to a fellow and wants to marry him. She has told the speaker who he is. The speaker happens to know that the person in question is an analytic philosopher. At this point it is irrelevant whether or not Nancy knows that the fellow is an analytic philosopher, or whether or not the speaker has told her. The fact is that, as Nancy is doing her dissertation on Derrida, the speaker thinks that the two of them will never understand each other and that their marriage is doomed to fail. He tells his interlocutors, who know Nancy's ideas very well, of his perplexity. Interpretations, 3, through, v, depend on interpretation, I, that is to say, on the decision, which has been made, to consider the sentence referential. The listeners will presumably ask for more information about this X, and in that case the speaker must either confess that he does not know him, case 3, both he and the listeners must accept the reference on trust, or justify reticence, case 4, only the listeners must accept the reference on trust, or provide instructions for X's identification or retrieval, by opening our white box. Or the listeners are uninterested in the identity of the speaker. This piece of gossip is juicy only because X is an analytic philosopher, and there the matter stops. This leaves interpretation, 2, which at first sight would seem to point to an attributive use of the sentence. But, above all, we should note that attributive use, a la Donnellan, is also a case of referring. As a matter of fact, although the speaker did indeed define whoever killed Smith as a madman, in reality his supposition was that Smith was killed by a specific individual, albeit an unknown one as yet, and that was the individual he was referring to, even though on trust. Talking of Smith's murderer was like talking of the first victim of the Second World War. The unknown X who killed Smith was mad, that precise X who was killed before anyone else was unlucky. But madness and bad luck are predicated of an X, who, while remaining socially or historically or juridically indefinable, is ontologically defined. But here we are talking not about whom Nancy may marry, in which case that man, even unknown, would still be one person and one only. Nor are we talking about whomever Nancy will marry, that is, net possible husband, in which case it would be as if a pregnant woman talked of the child to be born to her in a few months. Whatever it may be, it will certainly be the son/daughter born of her womb at a fairly specific moment and equipped with a given genetic inheritance, or it might not be born, and this is precisely why it is possible. We are talking about whom Nancy would like to marry. The entity in question is not only possible but also optative. The individual whom Nancy is said to want to marry is not only undefined as yet but also might never even come on the scene, and Nancy would remain single. To the extent that she is prepared to marry whoever has the property of being an analytic philosopher, she is in love with the property, as if she wishes to marry whoever has a mustache. Perhaps during her wildest erotic fantasies, Nancy has assigned a face to this imprecise X, imagining that he looks like Robert De Niro. She is prepared to compromise on looks, height, and age, as long as her ex is an analytic philosopher, and therefore Kripke or Putnam would be equally good for her, but certainly not Robert De Niro. Nancy, or whoever is talking about her intentions, is referring not to an individual but to a class of possible individuals, and therefore she is not performing an act of reference. Nancy's ex is a general object, such as cats in general. And since I feel it is inopportune to talk of referring in the case of general objects, the sentence ought to be translated as Nancy has the property of appreciating analytic philosophers, in general, and of desiring them as possible husbands, or among their many properties, analytic philosophers also possess that of being desirable to Nancy. Even though this would still be a reference to Nancy, it would not be a reference to any specific analytic philosopher. We should also consider that it is by no means certain that Nancy wants to marry whoever is an analytic philosopher. It might mean that she intends to get married, has not yet decided with whom, but definitely wants the chosen one to be an analytic philosopher. Also, she does not intend to throw in her lot with just any analytic philosopher, only with an analytic philosopher she likes. If a marriage broker suggests she try Marco Sant'Ambrogio, who has the dual property of being an analytic philosopher and remarkably good-looking, Nancy might grumble, for example, because she does not appreciate his Vispolmica. Before saying that Nancy has a difficult character, let us acknowledge how difficult it is to negotiate referring, because this last case involved negotiating, beforehand, to see whether we were dealing with a case of referring or not. On the other hand, who is Nancy? One presumes that the speakers are not fools. If there were many people with the same name in their circle, they would do well to ask for specifications. Unless they think it wiser to let the interlocutor, who is perhaps a little tipsy, to ramble on, that white box ought to be opened immediately. Nevertheless, there is someone who has assumed the name Nancy in a highly rigid fashion, and that someone is we, I the writer and you the readers of these pages. We do not know who Nancy is, except that she is a girl with a weakness for analytic philosophers, a case of a labeled white box. But all things considered, we are not all that interested in knowing more about her. It was enough for us to know that she is the girl that the fellow in the example was talking about, and if someone will be so good as to talk to others about this book, Nancy will be the girl on whom I carried out this exercise in referring as contract. No one will be able to deny that for some pages we were referring precisely to her. 1/8. Who died on the 5th of May? A puzzling digression. Some people think that descriptions do not help to fix the reference. We have seen that there is no reference that does not acquire substance with some description. But there are cases in which it seems that the reference is fixed through descriptions only, leaving the name out of consideration. The Italian writer Alessandro Manzoni wrote an ode called 5 Maggio, May 5, that deals with the death of Napoleon. However, those who go to read it again will notice that the name Napoleon is never mentioned. If we were to sum the ode up rather brutally in terms of macro propositions, and without any respect for its artistic value, we would say that the speaker is telling us, I, the person of whom I am speaking, to whom I am expressing my sentiments, is no more. 2. This person was characterized by a series of properties: he rose to great heights, fell, rose again, he performed memorable deeds from the Alps to the coasts of Africa, from the Iberian Peninsula to the borders of France and Germany. It is unsure whether his was real glory, but there is no doubt that God saw him as a sublime representative of the human species. He tasted victory, power, and exile, and twice at that, as he knew both triumph and defeat. He may be considered the arbiter of 2 centuries. For a long time he planned to write his memoirs recalling the events of his past, etc. Those who do not know that the ode was written in 1821 and that therefore the date May 5 refers implicitly to a precise day in that year, and those who do not know that Napoleon died on that day, which our encyclopedia has registered, by antonomasia or metonymy, as the date of his death, would have no other instructions apart from the rather vague description offered by Manzoni with which to identify the person designated. I have no desire to attempt an inspection of universal history, but I am fairly convinced we would find another historical figure to whom this description could very well apply. With a little goodwill, and by understanding some expressions as metaphors or hyperboles, someone might apply it to Nixon or to the great Italian cyclist Fausto Coppi. This is a very difficult case for many theories of reference, because we know that that text refers to Napoleon only on the basis of much circumstantial and intertextual negotiation, and convention. Without these negotiations, the text would be most obscure, referentially speaking. But let's make things more complex. Let's suppose that Manzoni, who luckily was not a wag of this type, wrote an ode very similar to the sketch about the Sarkiapon, which went roughly like this: I sing of the death of a great man. All I will tell you of this man is that he did not rise to great heights, did not fall, did not rise again, he did not perform memorable deeds from the Alps to the coasts of Africa, or from the Iberian Peninsula to the borders of France and Germany. He was by no means the arbiter of 2 centuries, and, come to think of it, he is not even dead. How could we understand his reference to this man, to whom he was evidently continuing to refer? We would give him carte blanche, in the expectation that he would tell us something more about this person. We would still be unsure as to whether he meant to talk of Julius Caesar, Henry VIII, of his next-door neighbor, or of any other individual you care to choose from the billions who have populated the planet. Endorsing this carte blanche would be a form of acceptance of a really soft designation. It would have to be admitted, to keep the interaction going, that he was talking about someone who appeared somewhere or other, who was conceived with a certain genetic program, probably baptized in some way or other by his parents or by whoever saw him the first time, but what would not be known, for the moment, is who this person was. Nevertheless, the designation would not be completely soft, the description given would lead us to exclude Napoleon at least. Have I perhaps hypothesized an impossible communicative interaction? Of course not. Things of this kind happen often, such as when someone says, met a fantastic girl at the disco yesterday evening, you can't even imagine what she's like. And what do? We wait for the rest of the story. But we know that the reference is to a woman and not to a man. Impossible objects. According to one of its interpretations, the sentence about Nancy brings optative possibilia into play. Sentences such as "we will have a son and call him Louis," or "am certain I will find the man of my life in Hong Kong" are cases of reference to optative possibilia. The same holds for "I'm waiting for my croissants to arrive," insofar as at the moment they were ordered, croissants in general were required, but at the moment they arrive, they are undoubtedly wholly individual croissants possessed by the speaker. As they are optative possibilia, these individual things might also, successively, not exist, but references to possibilia can be made. Is it possible to make references to impossibilia or, in any event, to inconceivable objects? I should like to avoid the usual squared circle, which is a general object like the unicorn, and at best a formal individual, see 3.7.7. But if I say the highest prime number will be discovered in 2005, I am referring not only to an optative possibilium but also to something inconceivable. All impossible objects are inconceivable, but not all inconceivable objects are impossible. For example, a limitless universe is more than our imagination can handle, but it is not impossible in principle. On the other hand, becoming the son of our own sun seems impossible as well as inconceivable, at least as long as we live in a universe with open causal chains and not loops. But what distinguishes both conceivable and inconceivable possibilia is the impossibility of constructing a CT and NC for them. I maintain that for inconceivable possibilia it is possible to construct an MC, but I'm not sure of what type. Since it has been said that it is possible to refer, completely on trust, to objects whose NC is unknown, which would therefore be objects impossible to identify, recognize, retrieve, or even interpret, it seems clear that we can also refer to inconceivable objects. The fact that many novels or science fiction movies talk of characters who travel backward in time and meet themselves as youngsters, or become their own fathers, and the fact that we are able to follow these stories, albeit with a certain sense of vertigo, proves that we can nominate inconceivable objects, and therefore, since referring is a use we put language to, refer to them. 1.9 in Eco, 1990, 3.5.6, it was shown that not only can we name these objects but also, as a result of a cognitive illusion, we get the impression that we can conceive them. There are cognitive and referential ambiguities just as there are perceptual ambiguities. We have the impression not only that we can refer to these objects but also that we can, so to speak, open the white box that contains them, in the sense that if we examine them in toto, we can't manage to conceive them, but if we examine them one piece at a time, we have the impression that they may have a form, even though we are unable to describe it. Besides, if someone gives us what are recognizably bicycle parts but taken from bicycles of different makes, so that in the end we cannot manage to assemble them, it does not follow from this that we have failed to recognize them as the parts of a dismantled, possible and optative, bicycle. A visual example of an impossible possible world is the famous drawing as shown in Figure 5.1, an archetype of many visual impossibilia. At first sight this figure seems to represent a possible object, but, if we follow its lines in accordance with their spatial orientation, we realize that an object of this kind cannot exist, in our universe, at least. However, and this is what I am doing at this moment, not only verbally but visually, I can refer to that figure, which, apart from anything else, is found in many psychology texts. 2.0 But that's not all, I can provide either a person or a computer with instructions for constructing it. The objection that, by so doing, one is referring to the expression, the graphic signifier, but not to the object, does not hold water. As I have already said, in Eco, 1994, 100, the difficulty does not consist in conceiving this figure as a graphic expression, we can easily draw it, and therefore it is not geometrically impossible, at least in terms of plane geometry. The difficulty arises when we cannot avoid seeing the figure as a two-dimensional expression of a three-dimensional object. It would be sufficient for us not to understand shading as a graphic sign that stands for the shadows of a three-dimensional object, and the figure would be easily perceivable. But we cannot manage to avoid the hypoiconic effect, see the discussion on surrogate stimuli in 6.7. And it is certainly the interpreted figure we are referring to. A persuasive explanation of the cognitive illusion is supplied by Merrill, 1981, 181, who offers us a segmented version of the image as shown in Figure 5.2. If we observe in isolation either Zone A or Zone B of the figure, each one presents itself as a possible three-dimensional object. It is simply that in Zone A we see cylinders, while in Zone B we see parallelepiped. The Zone ADB can be seen alternatively either as part of A or part of B. If focused on separately, it shows us only parallel lines. The difficulty arises only when we try to conceive the object as a whole. Likewise in Eco, 1990, 3.5.6, I showed that even an inconceivable situation like that of an X, who meets himself as a younger man, X, can be sustained, by cognitive illusion, if the point of view is assigned consistently to the same entity, either always to X, or always to X. On the other hand, we shall see in 6.10 that we have no problem in imagining that we have a third eye on our index finger, with which we can observe the nape of our neck or see into cavities inaccessible to our normal eyes. The inconceivability arises when we try to imagine what would happen if we were to point the third eye toward our face. Would we see the index finger with the eyes in our head, or the eyes in our head with the index finger? Once more, either we go by zones of focus, we imagine, alternately closing the eyes in our head and the eye in our finger, or we slip into complete imaginative confusion. Therefore I hold that when we refer to inconceivable entities, we behave as if, on being faced with our white box, we were to peep into it by alternately lifting opposite sides of the lid for a few millimeters. Each time we would see something inconceivable, we would have problems in reconciling the various points of view, and we would concede that the box contains something whose properties strike us as obscure or incoherent. But this would not stop us from referring to that something. The identity of the vase. With regard to pragmatic referring as a phenomenon of negotiating, there is always the venerable example of the ship of Theseus, which brings into play the problem of identity and any possibility of rigid designation. This is a well-known problem that has been treated of in various ways, from Hobbes to our own day, but for the sake of convenience, given that we know very little about Theseus's ship, let's talk of another ship, the vase. In 1628, in Stockholm, more specifically in the Skepagärden shipyard, it was decided to build a formidable warship that was to be the royal flagship of the Swedish fleet, a ship constructed out of thousands of oak trees, fitted out with 64 heavy cannons, with masts over 30 meters tall, and several hundred painted and gilded sculptures. One Sunday morning, August 16, the ship was launched before cheering crowds. But, as we know from a letter from the Council of State to the King, once it was out in the bay off Tegelviken, the ship took a little more wind and began to heel over downwind before righting itself a little, but when it reached Beckholmen, it heeled over completely to one side, the water came in through the gun ports, and the ship slowly sank with all its complement of sails and flags. A very sad business. We shall not wonder why the vase went down, nor shall we follow the numerous attempts made since that day to salvage her. The fact remains that the salvage operation was finally carried out, and today the vase is a poignant exhibit in the museum of the same name in Stockholm, from whose catalogues I have taken all the true information given here. Moreover, I have seen the ship. She's not in perfect condition, of course, some parts are missing, but I know that what I saw is indeed the vase that sank like a stone on that morning in 1628. Now let us imagine that the vase did not sink on the day of its launching but happily sailed the seas of the world. As happens with ships, especially after facing heavy seas and tempests, various components will have been replaced, on one occasion a part of the planking, on another a part of the masts, on another again some fixtures, often the cannons, until the moment in which our hypothetical vase on display in the Vasa Museum of Stockholm no longer had a single part of the original vase. Would we say that it was the original vase? In other words, would we rigidly designate as vase what no longer possessed any material part of the object that had been baptized as such? One of the criteria for giving a positive answer is that three conditions must be observed. The replacement of the various parts must have taken place gradually and not all at once, so that the chain of perceptual experiences has not been interrupted, and the replaced parts must be morphologically the same as the ones that have been eliminated. Therefore we would say that the modern vase is identical to the vase of the past, because we would take as decisive parameters, I. Gradual continuity, 2. Uninterrupted legal recognition, and 3. Form. 21. Gradual continuity and legal recognition are the sole conditions that allow someone to recognize me as the same individual who was born in 1932. If one were to wax subtle about cells, God only knows what has changed between then and now. But the changes were gradual, and moreover the registry office has always defined me as the same person, at 6, 20, and 60 years of age. I would not know what to say about my form. Those who have not followed me year by year have trouble recognizing me in a photo from the 50s, but it's all easier with the vase, as it was easier with Bach's Second Suite for solo cello, C 3.7.7, which we recognize as the same even if played on different cellos and even in a transcription for the recorder. Therefore the modern vase would be the same as the old vase not only because it has always been nominated that way in the course of 4 centuries but also because whatever alteration it may have undergone in terms of materials it still has the same form as the original vase. But for whom would it be the same? Certainly for a naval historian who wanted to examine it to understand how the vessels of the 17th century were constructed. Would it be the same for a conference on the physics of materials, interested in knowing how wood and metal have reacted to the passage of time and the inclemency of the elements. Such scientists would have no use for the modern vase, and they would say that it was not the original vase. I shall now list, without any pretensions to establishing a definitive typology, a series of cases in which the attribution of identity, or authenticity, depends on different parameters, negotiable or negotiated from one time to the next. The Abbey of St. Guinness was built in the 12th century. Scrupulous abbots had it restored day by day, replacing stones and fixtures as they fell victim to wear and tear, and so from the point of view of materials the abbey we see today no longer has anything to do with the original, but from the point of view of architectonic design it is the same one. If we favor the criterion of the identity of form over that of identity of materials, and if moreover we introduce the criterion of homolocality, the modern abbey stands exactly in the same place as the original abbey, from a tourist's point of view, and to a certain extent from that of an art historian, we are led to say that this is the same abbey. 2. All that is left of the Abbey of St. Paul-Early-Fouas, never restored, is a lateral wall and the ruins of the transept. Why? Do we consider it original? It is not enough to say that we consider original not the abbey but only its ruins. Many tourists go to visit the renowned Abbey of Port Royal just outside Paris, and yet the abbey has disappeared, there is nothing left there anymore, not even a ruin, all that remains is a place. A place where something once stood but has subsequently disappeared. What is there that is original at Port Royal? 3. Citizen Kane, who dreams of building the perfect residence, finds it in Europe in the Abbey of Cognac, which has remained intact since the time of its construction. He buys it, has it dismantled and the stones numbered before having it shipped to Xanadu and reconstructed. Is this the same abbey? He certainly thinks so, but certain supercilious European critics and historians think otherwise. Their preference is not for identity of materials or form but for homolocality. Would they therefore be obliged to say that Port Royal, which no longer exists, is more original than Cognac, which fundamentally exists, even though it is in the wrong place? 4. The buildings in the Valley of Kings in Egypt risked being flooded when it was planned to build a new dam. UNESCO had those buildings dismantled stone by stone and then reconstructed in another valley. Are these the same buildings? UNESCO's assumption is that they are. What counts is the form and the identity of the materials, but those who contested the authenticity of Kane's reconstruction would have to disagree. Why should cases 3 and 4 be different? Why do we think that UNESCO has the moral and scientific right to do what Kane did arbitrarily and out of personal interest? The Parthenon in Nashville, Tennessee, was designed to resemble the formal structure of the original Parthenon in all respects, so much so that there was a rumor, how veracious, I do not know, to the effect that, after the last war, in order to restore parts of the Parthenon in Athens, experts went to gather evidence on the basis of the Nashville Parthenon. Furthermore, the Nashville Parthenon is painted, as the original edifice is supposed to have been. Yet no one would dare to consider it original, even though the form is the same, simply because the stones are not the same ones, because it does not stand in the same place, among other things, it stands on a plain and not on an acropolis, and, above all, because the other one is still there. 6. Poland, as a political entity, has been one of the most tormented nations in history. All one has to do is glance at a historical atlas to see how its frontiers have expanded and contracted. Depending on the period, indeed, at a certain point it all but disappeared from the map. What does the name Poland refer to? It depends on the historical context in which it is used. Is the sentence Bialisto carat belongs to Poland true or false? It depends on when it was said. 2. In the light of a contractual theory of reference, I think it may also be possible to solve the knotty problem of referring to fictitious characters, such as Sherlock Holmes or Pinocchio. If a strong ontological version of reference, from the standpoint of the eyes of a divine mind, is asserted, then all the arguments that have filled tens and hundreds of books can apply to fictitious characters. 2-3 If a weak ontological version, internal realism, reference in the eyes of a community, is accepted, the discourse seems less dramatic, because we would refer to Hamlet every time we assumed we were dealing with the character described in Shakespeare's possible world and regarding whom all encyclopedias recognize some properties, though not others, just as the encyclopedias agree in saying that water is H0. The interesting problem is not whether fictional characters exist in the same way as real people. In that case, the answer is no, not even if one were to accept the realism of Lewis, 1973, 85, for whom possible worlds are just as real as the one in which we live from day to day. The interesting problem is why we can refer to them in the same way in which we refer to real people, and we understand one another perfectly well both when we say that Napoleon was the husband of Josephine and when we say that Ulysses was the husband of Penelope. This happens because the encyclopedias agree in assigning to Josephine the property of having married Napoleon as her second husband and to Penelope that of having married Ulysses. It has been said that narrative worlds are always little worlds, because they do not constitute a maximal and complete state of things, see Pavel 1986, Dalzell 1989, 233 FFI, Eco 1990, 4. In this sense narrative worlds are parasitical, because, if the alternative properties are not specified, we take for granted the properties that hold good in the real world. In Moby Dick it is not expressly stated that all the sailors aboard the Pequod have 2 legs, but the reader ought to take it as implicit, given that the sailors are human beings. On other hand, the account takes care to inform us that Ahab had only 1 leg, but, as far as I remember, it does not say which, leaving us free to use our imagination, because such a specification has no bearing on the story. Once we have accepted the commitment to read a story, we are not only authorized but also invited if we so wish to make inferences both on the basis of events narrated and on those presupposed. In principle we could do the same thing with a sentence that refers to events that really happened and with a sentence from fiction. Given Julius Caesar was assassinated in the Senate, in Rome, on the Ides of March, 44 BC, we can infer in what year of Urbi Condita the event took place, but we have to decide if it refers to the dating of Cato the Elder or to that of Varro. Given D'Artagnan arrived in the city of Meung, on a soirée nag at least 14 years old, on the first Monday of the month of April 1625, by consulting a universal calendar one might conclude that the first Monday of that April was the 7th. But while it is of some interest to know in what year of Urbi Condita Caesar died, it is not narratively of interest to know that D'Artagnan arrived in Meung on the 7th of April. It is of interest to establish that Hamlet was a bachelor, because the observation has some bearing on an understanding of his psychology and of the business with Ophelia. But when, at the end of chapter 35 of The Red and the Black, Stendhal, in recounting how Julian Sorel tries to kill Madame de Renal, concludes, Tu tiras sur el un coup de pistolet et la manca, il tira un second coup, el tomba. Is there any sense in wondering where the first bullet ended up? As has already been stated in Eco, 1979, fictional characters have different types of properties. We have, first and foremost, those properties that are not made explicit by the text but must be presupposed in the sense that they cannot be denied. A character's hair may not be described, but this is no reason for the reader to presume he is bald. The extent to which such properties may not be denied is seen in the processes of intersemiotic translation. If in a film version of the tale, Julian Sorel went off try to commit murder without his shoes, not mentioned in the story, the matter might appear curious. 2. Then there are those properties that in Eco 79 are called S necessary, or structurally necessary, such as the property of maintaining, within the possible narrative world, reciprocally defining relationships with other characters. In the narrative world of Madame Bovary, there is no other way to identify Emma if not as the wife of Charles, who in his turn has been identified as the boy seen by the narrator at the beginning of the novel. Any other narrative world in which Madame Bovary were to be the wife of Monsieur Homa would be another world, with its complement of different individuals. In other words, we would no longer be talking of Flaubert's novel but of a parody or remake of it. 3. The properties explicitly attributed to the characters in the course of the story are seen as particularly evident, such as having done this or that thing, being male or female, young or old. They do not all have the same narrative value, some have an important bearing on the story, example the fact that Julian shot Madame de Renal, others less, the fact that he fired as the lady was at prayer with her head lowered, and that he fired 2 shots instead of 1 only. We can make a distinction between essential and accidental properties, for, finally there are the properties that the reader infers from the story, which are sometimes crucial for its interpretation. In order to make inferences, accidental properties are sometimes transformed into essential ones. For example, the fact that Julian's first shot missed can allow us to infer that he was particularly nervous at that moment. In point of fact, a few lines before, it says that his arm was trembling, and this changes the nature of his deed, no longer due to cold determination but to a disordered passionate impulse. Just to stay with Stendhal, with regard to Armance there is critical debate as to whether Octave de Malivert was really impotent, since the text does not state this clearly. 2-4. In general, however, when we refer to fictional characters, we do it on the basis of the properties most commonly registered by the encyclopedias, and the encyclopedias usually register properties of the type 2 and 3, because those are the ones made explicit in the texts and not the ones they presuppose or lead one to conjecture. To talk of properties made explicit means thinking of a fictional text as a musical score, just as a score prescribes the pitch, duration, and often the timbre of sounds, so a story establishes the properties and the essential properties of the characters. The fact that a story also supplies accidental properties, the majority of which may be deleted without losing the identity of the character, could be similar to the fact that in order to identify a musical composition, it is not strictly essential for, let's say, certain differences between forte and fortissimo to be respected, and a given melody can be recognized even though it is not executed con brio, as called for in the score. I have returned to the analogy with the musical score because I intend to refer to the discussion, in 3.7.7, on formal individuals. On that occasion both a musical composition and a painting or a novel were considered as formal individuals. Now I intend to suggest that fictional characters, inasmuch as they are intersubjectively and encyclopedically identifiable through the necessary and essential properties that a text has attributed to them, may be referred to just as one refers to Bach's Second Suite for solo cello. We have said that, above and beyond the practical and theoretical difficulties involved in its recognition on the basis of 2 or 3 notes, whoever talks of SC2 intends to refer to that formal individual that, in the impossibility of ascertaining the musical thought in Bach's head when he composed it, is represented by its score or an execution of it held to be correct and faithful. In this sense fictional characters are formal individuals to whom we can refer correctly as long as all the properties made explicit by the original text are attributed to them, and on such a basis we can establish that anyone who asserts that Hamlet married Ophelia or that Sherlock Holmes was German is stating a falsehood, or is referring to some other individual who by chance bears the same name. However, what I have said may be applied to fictional characters insofar as they are recounted by a specific work, which constitutes their score. What can we say about mythical or legendary characters who migrate across various works, occasionally performing different actions, or who simply survive in the mythic imagination without being bound to any one work? One typical example is Little Red Riding Hood, where the variations between the popular tradition and the literary versions are extremely numerous and also involve marginal details, see Pisanti 1993, 4. Let us limit ourselves to dealing with a fundamental difference between Perrault's version and that of the Brothers Grimm. In the first, the story ends when the wolf, after having devoured the grandmother, devours the little girl too, and the tale ends with a moralizing warning for rash and imprudent young ladies. In the second, the hunter comes on the scene and opens up the beast's belly to release both the little girl and her grandmother. To whom are we referring when we speak of Little Red Riding Hood? to a little girl who dies or to a little girl who emerges from the belly of a wolf. I would say that the cases here are two. If someone talks of the resurrection of Little Red Riding Hood, reference to the Grimm score, and the interlocutor has in mind the Perrault score instead, then the interlocutor will ask for extra information. Negotiations will continue until an agreement is reached regarding which score is being referred to. Or else the interlocutors are thinking of the popular score, the one that showed itself the stronger in the end, which is less complex than that of the various written versions and which circulates in a given culture as a basic fabula. This fabula is substantially the Grimm's version, and it is to this popular score that we usually refer, namely, the girl goes into the woods, encounters the wolf devours the grandmother, takes on her appearance, devours the child, the hunter frees them both, while details that are important in the cultivated versions, example whether the little girl undresses and gets into bed with her grandmother, or are only marginal, example whether the girl took her grandmother cakes and wine or cakes and butter, are dropped. On this popular basis therefore we refer to Little Red Riding Hood in a contractual way that is defined independently of the detail of whether she took her grandmother wine or butter. It likewise happens that certain characters from novels, once they are famous, come to be a part of, as they say, the collective imagination, and in terms of the basic fabula they become known even to those who have never read the work in the first place. I think that The Three Musketeers is a typical case. Only those who have read Dumas can take part in trivia games knowing that the nag on which D'Artagnan appears in the first chapter is from Beam, is 13 to 14 years old, and was a present from his father. Most of the time, the Three Musketeers are referred to in terms of a basic fabula: they are daring, they duel with Richelieu's guards, they perform swashbuckling deeds in order to recover the Queen's diamonds, etc. In this basic fabula not much distinction is usually made between their actions in The Three Musketeers and the actions they perform in 20 years after, while I would say that the popular fabula pays no attention to what happens in the less famous The Vicomte de Brigillon, proof of this being that the infinite series of film versions ignore it. Thus we recognize D'Artagnan or Porthos even in film versions where events occur that do not happen in the novels of Dumas, and we are not disturbed by this, as we would be if someone were to tell us that Madame Bovary cheerfully divorced Charles and lived happily ever after. In all these cases it is a matter of negotiating the score to be referred to, a specific work or a fabula deposited in the collective imagination, and, afterward, the reference occurs without ambiguity. So much so that, in the case of trivia games, one may hear protests of the type, "Look here, the daughter of Milady that you are referring to appears in the film. In 20 years after she is Milady's son." Ultimately, in such cases, the possible world in question is negotiated. And that agreement is not always reached, maybe because of the number of possible worlds at issue, not because it is impossible to fix the reference in a possible world negotiated with precision. 2.5. Ich liebe dich. Anyone who maintains that a pronoun in the first person singular is identified with the person speaking without the mediation of an agreement regarding its own content ought to explain what happens when a foreigner, whose language is unknown, says Ich liebe dich. The objection that this is not a case of failed reference but simply of linguistic incompetence, is self-defeating. In point of fact, I am saying that in order to understand the reference I must know not only the meaning of a verb such as liebe but also the meaning of the two pronouns, otherwise that declaration of love will end up as a case of infelicitous reference, and never was adjective more appropriate. We had begun by taking as implicit and almost obvious the fact that, in order to use terms in acts of reference, it was first necessary to know their meaning. As we went on, we realized that, at least in part, we can understand acts of reference even without knowing the meaning of the term. Then we had to conclude that there are no white boxes without at least a label, that meaning creeps back in everywhere, and that finally we cannot have a reference crowned by success unless we first agree on the meaning of the terms, and only at that point can we proceed to negotiate with regard to the individual we intend to refer to. Let us conclude with some observations regarding the importance of a NC and of a successive negotiation, even for those terms that seem, so to speak, to acquire life, to make sense only when directly attached to an individual and, when detached from them, to float in a fog of nonsense. I am always puzzled by the fact that some people maintain that the indexical terms, the ones usually accompanied by a gesture, such as this or that, the deictics, relative in the context to the speaker and his spatio-temporal position, such as yesterday, now, soon, not far from here, not to mention the personal pronouns, designate directly without any mediation on the part of any possible meaning they might have. I tried to show in Eco, 1975, 2.11.5, how even these types of signs must be contained in their meaning if they are to be applied in acts of reference, but I always find someone who denies this because of the simple fact that the instructions for understanding how one can use cat to refer to cats are different from the instructions for understanding how one can use / or this to refer to either the person who emitted the sentence or to the thing that is being indicated with a finger. It is certainly true that what I have called the NC of a term can suggest very different instructions for identifying the referent of cat and cousin. But saying that the instructions take on different formats does not mean that they are not there. 26 Bertuxeli Poppy, 1993, 197, gives the example of these two sentences, Alice left yesterday and Sylvia 3 days ago, and 2. Alice left yesterday and Sylvia 2 days before. If the two sentences are uttered on Saturday, in both cases Alice must have left on Friday and Sylvia on Wednesday. But in the expression ago refers to the day of the utterance, Saturday, while in 2, the adverb before is anchored to the point of temporal reference contained in the sentence itself, yesterday. If we were to replace before with ago in 2, Sylvia's departure date would be shifted to Thursday. The author suggests that ago is therefore intrinsically deictic, while before changes its value according to the temporal point of reference it stands in relation to. In any case, it is clear that the use of the two expressions to designate a precise day depends on highly complex rules of textual linguistics, and I do not see why the set of rules cannot be understood as the content of the respective expressions if by NC we do not mean a simple definition but also, or sometimes only, a complex set of instructions for identifying the referent. 2.7 It has been said that / denotes the one who utters the sentence is an insufficient instruction for identifying the referent, given that the referent changes according to the context and the circumstances and therefore does not represent the content of the pronoun /. Yet again we are confusing instructions for the identification of the referent with a way of fixing the reference. The instruction for identifying the referent of / is as generic as that for identifying the referent of interlocutor, a term that identifies different persons according to the situation of linguistic exchange, of assassin, given that Caesar's assassin and Kennedy's assassin refer to two different people, or even of cat, given that the instructions for identifying cats are certainly not sufficient to fix the reference of the cat I gave to Lewis yesterday. To give instructions for identifying, in a variety of circumstances, the possible referent of a generic term is not the same as deciding, by pragmatic negotiation, how to fix the referent when referring to individuals. Putnam, 1981, 2, admits that a pronoun such as / has no extension but a function of extension that determines extension according to context. I would agree to consider this function of extension as part of the NC of the pronoun, and we might admit that it is a matter of an instruction for identifying the referent in an act of reference. Putnam also says he would rather not identify this function of extension, which would be an intention in Carnap's sense, along with meaning. But here, and I refer the reader to the discussion in 3.3.2, on the difficulties that can sometimes be caused by the term meaning, he simply means to say, on the one hand, that this rule is an abstract function and, on the other, that it does not include all. That we understand by the meaning of an expression, in the sense that both cube and regular polyhedron with 6 square faces, says Putnam, have the same intension and extension in all possible worlds but retain a difference of meaning. In point of fact, the NC of a pronoun includes an instruction for identifying the referent, as an ability to apply a function of extension in a concrete fashion, and yet there is more to the content than that. I shall give a series of examples, which apart from anything else ought to provide grist for my contractual mill. Let us suppose that someone says, "I'm sorry, we can't come tonight." If the content of "we" were wholly identified with an instruction for identifying the referent, we would be up against a tricky problem, because it would oblige us to identify a community of authors of the utterance, whereas we can identify only a single individual. But we also possess a pragmatic rule whereby someone may speak on behalf of the group for which he is, let's say, the spokesman. And thus we go to search in the dialogical context to see whether a group had been designated previously. Finding that the speaker was invited to dinner along with his family, we know that the plural pronoun refers to the members of that family. But there are also semantic pragmatic rules. For example, the rule of the royal we. In such cases we know that a single person has the constitutional right to use the first person plural instead of the first person singular of the personal pronoun. But even when we know this, other contractual elements come into play. If a monarch today says, "We feel tired," we know right away that he is using the royal we as a matter of etiquette, and therefore the we refers to him individually and the sentence is intended to express an inner state of his. If, on the other hand, the same monarch says, "We confer upon you the Order of the Golden Fleece," or "Today we have declared war on Ruritania," he is expressing something that was not the general will until that moment but becomes it as soon as the sentence is uttered. Therefore in some way that we refers, willy-nilly, also to the subjects listening to him. According to the context, the receivers fix the reference of the pronoun in different ways. Now let us suppose that a scientist writes, "We cannot reasonably admit that the hole in the ozone layer has a decisive influence on the world's climate." To whom does that we refer? Not to the members of her family, not to the subjects she does not have. However, for the meaning of we, an ideal dictionary ought to provide the contextual selection can be understood as the authoritative plural, thanks to which a single speaker presents himself or herself as an interpreter of the scientific community, of sound reasoning or common sense. At this point we can identify the referent in various ways. There is a first reading that I would define as rhetorical charity, by which we recognize linguistic use as a stylistic mannerism, and we refer the we to the writer. We translate we as / as if the writer was expressing herself in another language. 2. There is a fiduciary reading, whereby we refer the pronoun to the scientific community. What the writer is saying is gospel. 3. There is a reading of persuasion, whereby we feel involved and think that in fact we, the readers, are obliged to be subjects who think that way about things. There is finally a reading in terms of textual semiotics, not available to just any receiver, which leads us to reflect on what the writer in using the authoritative plural wanted to have us believe about her. Not only has she made an explicit statement regarding a physical phenomenon, she has also implicitly presented herself as a subject entitled to speak in our name too, or in the name of a superior cognitive authority. I admit that this reading should have nothing to do with the phenomenon of referring. We are still referring to the author of the written text, even though we now see her in a different psychological light. Yet it cannot be denied that a bias with regard to the writer, she wants to convince us by claiming an authority to which she has no right, can determine the way we referentially interpret that we. We can decide that she did not intend to use a stylistic mannerism with which to say / that she in fact wanted us to understand that she intended to refer to the scientific community. This decision would involve an analytic judgment regarding the proposition she has expressed. Supposing we are convinced that the hole in the ozone layer does in fact influence the climate of the planet, and that every reliable scientist today has stated this. If this person meant / then she said something false about a physical fact. If she meant we, she said something false about the opinions already expressed by the scientific community, or perhaps she wanted to deceive us on both counts. Whatever the reading, the sense of the sentence changes as well as the lexical content of that we, which therefore does not boil down to the instruction for identifying the referent. Without a first tentative application of the instruction, it would not be possible to decide whether it was necessary to interpret the pronoun as an authoritative plural, but without the knowledge of that aspect of the content, it would still not be possible to apply the instruction, in any of the senses considered above. Chapter 6. It may be that the moon, and likewise the rest of the universe, does not exist, or the moon may be an image projected by some Berkeleyan divinity. But, even so, it would still count for something for us, and for the dogs who bay at it by night, Berkeley's God has a thought for them too. We therefore possess a cognitive type of the moon, and it must be a very complex one. We recognize it in the sky whether it appears full or only as a sickle, whether it looks red or as yellow as custard. Even when it is obscured by clouds, we guess its presence thanks to its diffused glow. We know we have to look for it in the sky in positions that vary in the course of the night and the month. Our cognitive type of the moon, and the corresponding nuclear content, also includes the information that it is in the sky, and this is what allows us to understand that the moon in the well is only a reflection. The fact that it is spherical and, even though we can see only one side of it, that it has another side that we do not see and have never seen, is part of a more elaborate, and historically variable, molar content. For example, both Epicurus and Lucretius were convinced that the moon, and the sun too, was exactly as large as it appears to us. In short, I should like to make it clear that I believe in the existence of the moon, at least to the same degree as I believe in the existence of everything else, my own body included. I am stressing this point because once I was accused of not believing in the moon. It all came about in the course of what has been defined as the debate on iconism. In their obstinate idealism, they the semiolinguists dispute everything that, one way or another, might oblige them to admit that reality in this case, the moon exists. This was how, in 1974, Tomás Maldonado, with regard to what I had written on iconic signs, reminded me of my Galilean duty to look through the telescope, thus opening the final phase of the debate on iconism that was in progress during the 60s and 70s. One to this accusation of idealism definitely something to worry about in those days, I replied, Eco 1975b, with an equally polemical essay, entitled, Chi ha paura del canakiel? Who's afraid of the telescope? It is an essay I have never since republished, because I was beginning to realize that the debate had assumed, in public, heated tones that it did not have at all in private. Almost 20 years later, Maldonado republished his article, but minus the pages that concerned me, because, he stated, some of my criticisms of his critique have contributed, I'll admit this willingly, to modify in part the presuppositions of my analysis. 1992, 59n. May this example of intellectual honesty inspire me now, as I review some of the positions I held at the time. The debate came about at the wrong time, because, while Maldonado was publishing his essay, my theory of semiotics, which he could not have seen, was already in print, with a chapter on sign production that would have perhaps proved to him that we were in agreement on more points than he thought. In any case, it is singular that, after the row exploded, the general discussion reached an impasse, as if it had become a dead letter. There was a hiatus, I should say, of a decade, and then it flared up again, in the hands of others, who had taken a second look at the whole business. To the progress of the debate between iconists and iconoclasts seems linked to a 10-year cycle. This is not a symptom to be taken lightly, in the sense that perhaps everything should be reconsidered by bringing the zeitgeist onto the stage every so often. Group P observes, 1992, 125, that two works dealing with images appeared in 1968, Languages of Art, by Zelson Goodman, and My La Struttura Assenti, and that these two books, written at the same time by two authors from two completely different cultural areas, contain some very similar examples and observations. As if, by way of a confutation of all idealism, the moment two persons distant from each other set to looking at the figures, they noticed some common reactions. When I reread the debate of 1974-75, 1 emerged clearly that the discussion hinged on three problems: I. The iconic nature of perception, 2. The fundamentally iconic nature of knowledge in general, and 3. the nature of so-called iconic signs, in other words, of those signs that Peirce called, and which we shall be referring to exclusively as such, from now on, hypoicons. In my answer to Maldonado, it seems that I take point I for granted without discussing it. I do not compromise myself over point 2, while I discuss point 3 at length. I made the mistake of separating the three problems, but perhaps Maldonado erred in keeping them bound together too tightly. From his convictions regarding the motivated nature of perception, Maldonado derived, on the basis of the early Wittgenstein, a definition of knowledge in terms of Ableldungstheorie, and consequently of the cognitive value of hypoiconic signs. From convictions regarding the highly conventional and cultural nature of hypoicons, I raised doubts regarding the motivation of cognitive processes. With hindsight, it seems like a comic strip version of the Credulous. Is it by law or by nature that the image of Mickey Mouse reminds us of a mouse? Points I and 2 have already been dealt with in 2.8. I don't think that people, whether they stood for an epistemology of specular reflection or a constructivist epistemology, had any doubts about point I, even back in the 70s. However, I must admit that, in order to discuss the problem of the hypoicon, I relegated the problem of perceptual iconism to an area of scant semiotic pertinence. For on the other hand, many philoiconists, not only Maldonado, have identified the iconism of perception with the iconism of so-called iconic signs, attributing to the second the virtues of the first. Finally, for a series of reasons we shall be dealing with later, the debate led people to identify both icons and hypoicons with visual entities, both mental images and those signs that, to avoid using a term overburdened with meanings, such as image, we shall call pictures. Once more, this sent the discussion partly off the track, whereas it should have been clear to everybody that both the concept of icon and that of hypoicon concern non-visual experiences too. 5 asterisk. Now let us try to consider the matter calmly. On the one side were people who questioned the vagueness of a concept such as likeness and who wanted to demonstrate how impressions of likeness caused by hypoicons were the effect of rules for the production of likeness, see Volley 1972. Is it possible that these people were denying that most of our everyday life is based on relations that, for want of a better term, are of likeness, that it is for reasons of likeness that we recognize people, that it is on the basis of likeness between tokens that we are able to use general terms, that the constancy of perception itself is ensured by the recognition of shapes, that it is for formal reasons that we can tell a square from a triangle? And even if we move on to hypoicons, is it possible that these people were denying the evidence, for example, that a photograph by Pen or Avedon looks more like the person portrayed than does a figure by Giacometti, and that even a person from a non-Occidental culture, if shown a group of statues from ancient Rome, ought to recognize them as human bodies? 6. Evidently not, and it is almost pathetic to see how, in the second phase of the debate, from the 80s until now, many illustrious iconoclasts hasten to make professions of faith in the iconic nature of perception, like the accused in a Stalinist or McCarthyite show trial, obliged above all to reiterate their loyalty to the system. See, for example, Gombrich 1975. On the other hand, could it be that people so profoundly convinced of the iconic motivation of perception could at the same time deny that graphic conventions, proportional rules, and techniques of projection all come into play in the production and recognition of hypoicons? It seems improbable. This was not a debate between madmen. 7. As Sonesson also recalls in many of his writings, in the field of semiotics it all began when Barthes, 1964, in his famous essay on Posta Panzani, stated that visual language was a language without a code. This was a way of suggesting that semiotics takes images exactly as they are and appear to us, and tries if anything to find the rhetorical rules for their concatenation, or to define their relations with the verbal information that makes up for their vagueness and polyvocity, thus contributing to establishing their sense. In the same number of communications 4, Metz launched what was to become the semiotics of the cinema. And he too assumed the cinematographic image as an image without a code, pure analogon, reserving semiotic studies, or, as they put it in communications, semiological studies, for the great syntagmatics of film. This happened at a time when semiotics was proposing itself as a clavis universalis capable of reducing all communicational phenomena to analyzable cultural conventions, at a time when people were adopting Saussure's principle, according to which the purpose of semiotics was to study the life of signs within the framework of social life, at a time when semiostructuralism was in the process of deciding to tackle not so much the study of laboratory-type expressions, linguistic or otherwise, like John eats apples or the present King of France is bald, as complex texts, even before there was any talk of textual semiotics. Most of these texts were taken from the world of mass communications, advertising announcements, photographs, images of television transmissions, and even when not a matter of mass communications, they were still narrative texts, persuasive arguments, and rhetorical strategies. The new discipline was interested not so much in the good formation of a sentence, a study it delegated to linguistics, or in the relation between sentences and facts, which was unfortunately left in obscurity, as in enunciative strategies for making something appear to be true. And therefore interest was focused not on what happens when someone says it's raining today and it really is, or isn't, but on the mechanism according to which, by talking, one can induce someone to believe that it is raining today, and the socio-cultural impact of that disposition to believe. Consequently, when someone was confronted with an advertisement showing a glass of ice-cold beer, the problem was not so much to explain whether and why the image corresponded to the object, and we shall see later that the problem would not go away, as to explain what universe of cultural assumptions was brought into play by that image and how the image aimed at reiterating or modifying that universe. 8. Invitation to consider the phenomenon of iconism should have come from the encounter with Peirce, and it should be said that most of the demand for a rereading of Peirce as a semiologist came precisely from within the semiostructuralist paradigm. 9. But with regard to Peirce's work, there is no doubt that more attention has been paid to the aspect of unlimited semiosis, the growth of interpretations within the cultural community, certainly a fundamental and indispensable aspect, than to the more properly cognitive moment of the impact with the dynamical object. These were the reasons for the polemic against so-called naive iconism, which is based on an intuitive notion of likeness. The polemic was directed not so much at Peirce as at those who had simply confused iconism, as a perceptual moment, with hypoicons. If by icon one meant an iconic sign, and therefore, in Peirce's view, a hypoicon, whose symbolic or broadly conventional content he never denied, then saying that it possessed the properties of the object represented looked like a way of placing signs in a direct, and naive, relation with the objects to which they referred, thus losing sight of the cultural mediation to which they were subjected, in short, treating phenomena of thirdness as firstness. I think, and the reader is referred to 2.8, I have made amends for those past simplifications, but it is also necessary to understand the reasons why people reacted the way they did at the time. The virtually incontrovertible presupposition that hypoicons referred to their object by natural and immediate likeness, without the mediation of a content, was a way of reintroducing into visual semiotics that direct line between sign and referent that, with quasi-surgical brutality, had been expunged from the semiotics of verbal language. 10. It was a matter not of denying the existence of signs motivated in some way by something, and in fact I devoted to this problem the whole section on ratio difficiles in a theory of semiotics, but of making careful distinctions among motivation, naturalness, analogy, non-coding, weak coding, and unsayability. This attempt took various paths, some of which proved to be dead ends, but others led somewhere. As an example of an absolute dead end, I would cite the attempt to examine not only hypoicons but also semiotic systems such as architecture through linguistic categories, for example, minimal distinctive units, double articulation, paradigm, and symptom, etc. This attempt could not have led very far, but historic reasons applied in this case too. Consider the debate with Pasolini, 1967a, when he maintained that the cinema is based on a language of reality, an innate language of human action, in which the elementary signs of cinematographic language are said to be the real objects reproduced on the screen. Although Pasolini was later to moderate the radicalism of those early statements in an essay that ought to be reflected upon anew today from a Peircean standpoint, 1967b, his reaction was due to the fact that hardline semiologists were interested in demythologizing, as they used to say then, all productions of realistic illusion and in revealing all that was artifice, montage, and pretense in the cinema. 1 And that is why we had come to individuate at all costs the presence of analyzable linguistic entities in films too, and I cite my own pages, 1968, B4, 1.5 1.9, 1-2 on triple articulation in the cinema, pages unfortunately still translated and republished in various anthologies but not worth rereading, unless for documentary purposes. By way of an example of a path that certainly led somewhere but not in the direction intended, I would mention the attempt to reduce the analog icon to the digital, i.e., to demonstrate that those hypoiconic signs that appeared to be visually analogous to their objects could also be broken down into digitalized units and were therefore translatable into, and producible by means of, algorithms. I am proud to have posed a problem that might have seemed an irrelevant technicality in the 60s, but in the light of computational theories of the image is of the maximum importance today. But at the time the observation had rhetorical value only, because it suggested that the aura of unsayability surrounding hypoicons could be reduced. From a semiotic point of view this did not solve anything, because to assert the digital translatability of the image to the expression plane does not eliminate the question of how an effect of likeness comes about on a cognitive level. The other path was to prove more productive. Since the notion of likeness seemed vague and in any case circular, that which looks like is iconic, and that which is iconic looks like, it had to be dissolved in a network of procedures to produce similarity. 1-3 What the rules of similarity were was revealed to us by projective geometries, the Peircean theory of graphs, and the elementary concept of proportion itself. But this did not eliminate the problem of perceptual iconism, and of how an element of primary iconism, likeness in the sense of Peircean likeness, the very basis of perceptual constancy, can survive even in the perception of hypoicons, based on criteria of similarity. Taking their cue from Palmer, 1978, May and Schoenfeld, 1996, 195, propose the example as shown in Figure 6.1. Imagine a world represented only by the objects AD. It is not necessary to establish whether this is a real universe or a possible world inhabited by abstract entities. Consider AI, A2, and A3 as three different iconic representations of this world. Incidentally, these would have every right to be considered as three interpretations of the world, just like those discussed in 1.8. Each of these three representations adopts a single criterion for establishing similarity, by expressing the property of being higher than. The criterion / applied to AI, pertinentizes only the relations in terms of height between the four figures in the world, and this is why D is represented in D by a vertical line, abstracting from the undoubted property of breadth or horizontally that D shows in relation to the other three figures. The criterion G, in A2, again pertinentizes relations of height, but by representing the property of being shorter. Then, thus creating a visible relation of inverse symmetry between A1 and A2. The criterion H, in A3, is more complex. It pertinentizes the extent of area, but expresses the property bigger than through the mapping mechanisms employed in A2. In other words, the bigger an object, the shorter the vertical line that represents it. The three representations are certainly motivated by the nature of the objects. The length of the lines cannot be chosen arbitrarily, and therefore they certainly establish a hypoiconic relation between the representation and the represented. But this relation, which is defined as homomorphic and retains in the representation some structural properties of the thing represented, is not isomorphic, insofar as the representation does not have the same form as the thing represented. This is a good example of similarity, motivated yet established according to rules. A certain likeness between each representation and the thing represented is maintained even when the rules of similarity are changed. By the way, this procedure corresponds to what in a theory of semiotics I defined as ratio difficiles. Points of a virtual space of the content are projected onto the expression, and corresponds to what the post-Helmslevyian tradition, and, most of all, the school of Grieims, has called the semi-symbolic, where we have systems characterized not by the conformity between the expression plane and the content plane, as in a picture of a chessboard at a certain point in the game, or in a portrait, but through a correlation of two relevant categories of different planes, Grieims and Kort's 1979. In more comprehensible terms, in Jacobson, 1970, the motor gestures for yes and no are not motivated by an object, that they would resemble, but they correlate, according to a non-arbitrary relation, a motor spatial configuration, the movement of the head, with a categorial pair, affirmation and negation, and even when in some cultures they seem conventionally different from ours, they nevertheless have a relation of motivation with the content they express. Nevertheless, an understanding of these three representations is based on a perception of the difference in the length of the lines, not to mention the different format of the rectangles. Now, this property of being longer or shorter is not established by the rule of similarity but is its requirement on the basis of the natural iconism of perception. When I perceive a ball as such, I react to a circular structure. I cannot say to what extent my initiative contributes to my perceiving the ball as spherical too, but it is certainly on the basis of a preformed cognitive type that I also know that the ball ought to be made of rubber, be resilient, and therefore be capable both of rolling and bouncing according to how it moves or is thrown. To know that the statement "this is a ball," which crowns the perceptual judgment, is true, I would have to grasp it and throw it. The pragmatic maxim holds here. But there is no doubt that what launched the perceptual judgment is the phenomenon of primary iconism, on the basis of which I immediately grasped a likeness with other objects of the same kind, which I had already had experience of, or of which a cognitive type had been transmitted to me in a very precise fashion. To our distant ancestors, who saw the moon without being provided with elaborate cognitive types, the moon probably did not appear as spherical at first, but certainly, when it was full, as round. This primary iconism is an indefinable parameter. It is, to repeat a question posed by Wittgenstein, 1953-50, like asking the length of the standard meter bar in Paris. Obviously the bar is exactly 1 meter long, since it represents the parameter on the basis of which we establish lengths according to the metric decimal system. Naturally, in the case of the standard meter bar we can elude the cell predication by applying another parameter and measuring it in feet and inches. But in the case of primary icons it is not possible to shift to another system of qualitative measurement, because even though there is another one, it does not exist on a perceptual level, as when we interpret colors according to wavelength. On a perceptual level you cannot predicate anything of a likeness other than the recognition that it is that likeness. We may later say we were mistaken. The perceptual impact of a color can be modified by setting it alongside another color, but in that case we would simply be choosing one likeness in place of another. Therefore this innate experience of likeness cannot be used to judge similarities, and rules of similarity cannot be used to define primary iconic likeness. But we must get back to the old dispute, and to the reason why attempts were made to shift likeness wholly onto similarity. There was a tendency to favor iconographic techniques, whereby, to return to the classic example in Gombrich 1956, Dyer's rhinoceros had scales in accordance with a cultural type, while little attention was paid to the fact that, while today it strikes us as a quasi-rhinoceros, we are nevertheless unlikely to take it for a crocodile. One example of iconoclast vehemence was the polemic about outlines. I am going to quote myself again, because it is not a good idea to reprove others for carelessness or errors that we may have committed along with them. In La Struttura Essenti, I held that we cannot say that hypoicons have the properties of the objects represented, because if I take a sheet of paper and draw the profile of a horse, the only property that the pictured horse has, the continuous black line, is the only property that the real horse does not have. Therefore I would not have reproduced so much as the conditions of the perception. The problem of outlines was taken up again by Hochberg, 1972, Kennedy, 1974, and Gombrich, who had become critical of his original conventionalism, 1975. While it was usually held that there are no lines in nature and that outlines are therefore a human artifice, observed Gombrich, psychologists now tend to deny that their comprehension must be learned just like any other code. Outlines are a perceptual surrogate and serve as indicators of discontinuity. He notes that outlines can serve as an anticipation of the parallax effect of movement, because the objects within our reach will always detach themselves from the background but maintain an intrinsic coherence even if we move our head slightly. 1975, in other words, if, on looking at a horse standing against a landscape, I move my head or change my position, I see other aspects of the landscape that I did not see before, while the horse is still the same. And therefore the drawn outline accounts for this perceptual boundary 1. For already in a theory of semiotics, 3.5.2, taking my cue from some observations made by Kochhofen 1972,1 returned to the topic of outlines, this time of a hand. Again it was denied that the hand possessed the property of having a black outline, but it was granted that, if the hand were placed on a clear surface, the contrast between the edges of the body that absorbs more light and what reflects the light can generate the impression of a continuous line. I was picking up the idea of surrogate stimuli, already proposed, as we shall see, in La Struttura Assented, but before we move on to surrogate stimuli, it is worth reflecting a little more on what it means to say that outlines are given in nature. Let us consider the ecological version of Gibson's psychology, according to which the object seems to have some privileged features, which directly excite our nerve cells, with the result that what we grasp of the object is exactly what the object preferentially offers us. In this regard, Gregory, 1981, 376, observes polemically that to assert that all the information necessary for perceiving the environment without the intervention of any interpretative mechanism reaches us in the form of light stimuli that are already objectively organized would mean returning to the theories of perception prior to Alhazen's and Alkindi's observations on light rays, in other words, to the notion of simulacra coming from the object. We would still be adhering to a medieval idea of an intellect that grasps of the object precisely what counts for most in the object, its essential skeleton, its quidditas. But the admitted seductiveness of Gregory's argument is no proof that it is correct. As a matter of fact, nothing forbids us, in principle, from thinking that the ancients were right and that Gibson is right in returning to them. I think there is a difference between saying that outlines are already offered by the stimulating field and saying that the stimulating field offers the object in a definitive way, already wrapped to determine our completed perception, which simply recognizes and accepts what has been offered to it through the senses. This difference concerns the moment Peirce thought of as that of primary iconism, or of what he called the percept, and the completed perceptual judgment. Hubel and Wiesel, 1959, and Hubel, 1982, tell us that in perceiving a stimulus, our nerve cells respond to an optimal orientation that already exists in the stimulus. After inserting tungsten microelectrodes in the brain of a cat, Hubel and Wiesel were able to ascertain which cells reacted to what stimuli, and proved that the animal, when shown a blot moving across a screen, reacted more to movement in one direction than to movement in the other. But that's not all. At a certain point, while a slide was being placed in the ophthalmoscope, the cat reacted with a sort of instantaneous cellular explosion. It was ascertained that the reaction had nothing to do with the images on the slide but with the fact that, on entering the machine, the slide had impressed the shadow of its own border on the cat's retina, and that was exactly what the cell wanted. Now, these data tell us how sensations are received, but it is doubtful whether they can tell us how perception works. They tell us that cats, which cannot have been infected by iconoclastic idealism, do not receive an uncoordinated mass of sensations but are led to focalize certain features of the stimulating field at the expense of others. But is this due to the way the object is made or to how the cat is made? Psychologists are very cautious about drawing conclusions from these experiments. We can easily accept that when a cat sees a table, it is struck more by the luminous incidents at its edges than by other aspects of the surface, and that it is the same for us, but from this to go on to state that the same process is prolonged, in us and in cats, always through the initiative of the object, all the way to the higher levels of perception, is another kettle of fish altogether. True, Hubel maintains that our cortical cells respond poorly to diffuse light, with the result that, when I look at an egg against a dark background, the cells concerned with the central area of the egg are not stimulated, while those stimulated by the borders of the egg respond. But right after that, Hubel concludes, how the information from such sets of cells is assembled at subsequent stages in the path to build up what we call perceptive lines or curves, if indeed anything like this happens at all, is still a complete mystery. 1982, 519. Quite rightly, conclusions on the level of a theory of perception are not drawn from data on the modalities of sensation, and the experimenter does not risk stating that therefore knowledge is a mirror-like correspondence and not also a construction. In referring to the research carried out by Hubel and Wiesel, Johnson Laird reminds us that trying to understand vision by studying only nerve cells, as Marr remarked, is like trying to understand bird flight by studying only feathers. 1988, 72. All this research says nothing about the differences between what is calculated, how our perceptual system elaborates that computation, and how our cerebral hardware functions in this computational process. Independently of the mechanism by which our retina receives stimuli from the environment, the problem of how our mental mechanism elaborates this input concerns our system of expectations. No matter how much information is in the light falling on the retina, there must be a mental mechanism for recovering the identities of the things in a scene and those of their properties that vision makes explicit to consciousness. Without such mechanisms, retinal images would be no more use than the images produced by a television camera and, contrary to the naive view, they cannot see anything. These processes must rely on certain assumptions about the world. Johnson Laird 1988, 61. Moreover, maintaining that the process from sensation to perception involves unvarying privileged patterns to which the brain, human and animal, responds in a constant fashion, and even fully accepting an ecological theory of perception, in its most brutal form, we see what is there, and that's all, still tells us nothing about the hypoiconic modalities with which we artificially represent those same objects of perception. The real crux of the misunderstanding yet again lies in the immediate passage from the primary iconism of perception, that is, from the evidence that relations of likeness exist perceptually, to an established theory of similarity, in other words, of the creation of the effect of likeness. Anyone who has ever visited a perfume factory will have come up against a curious olfactory experience. We can all easily recognize, on the level of perceptual experience, the difference between the scent of violets and that of lavender. But when we want to produce industrial quantities of essences of violet or lavender, which must produce the same sensation, albeit a little enhanced, stimulated by these plants, the visitor to the factory is assailed by intolerable stenches and foul odors. This means that in order to produce the impression of the scent of violets or lavender, one must mix chemical substances that are most disagreeable to the olfactory sense, even though the result is pleasant. I am not sure if nature works like this, but what seems evident is that it is one thing to receive the sensation, fundamental iconism, of the scent of violets and another thing to produce the same impression. This second operation requires the application of various techniques with a view to producing surrogate stimuli. Think, for example, of two schematic figures, in some perspective, of a cylinder and a cube. 1.6 A naive iconist would say that they represent a cylinder and a cube exactly as they are, a supporter of the cognitive value of iconism would say, and we cannot disagree, that under normal circumstances when the cultural inheritance is equal the figures would allow a subject to identify a cylinder and a cube and to distinguish between them, the supporters of the natural nature of outlines, whose number I have decided to join, would say that the lines of the two drawings exactly circumscribe the profile by means of which the object presents itself to us. But the representation is good from a certain point of view, and such is the function of all representations in perspective, whatever the projective rule applied. Perspective is a phenomenon that brings into play both the object and the position of the observer, and that position also has a role to play when a three-dimensional object is being observed. Therefore the hypoicon in some way transcribes these conditions of observation. But now let's reflect on the fact that the straight lines that circumscribe the contours of the cylinder do not have the same semiotic function as those that circumscribe the surfaces of the cube. The parallel lines that circumscribe the contours of the cylinder are surrogate stimuli that represent the way in which, from whatever direction we look at it, we will see the cylinder stand out against its background. The number of these lines, if we were to rotate the cylinder, would be infinite, and Zeno would admit that we would never stop seeing the cylinder's infinity of outlines. The lines of the cube, on the other hand, represent not only the profile of that object seen from that point of view but also, at the same time, the edges of the solid, which remain as such, even though their perspectival relation changes, depending on the point of view we look at or represent the cube. In both cases, we are dealing with surrogate stimuli, but, again in both cases, these stimuli surrogate different phenomena, which depend partly on the form of the object and partly on the way in which we decide to look at it. It is not true that the iconoclasts took into consideration only the profiles of horses or fanciful rhinoceroses, without posing the problem of the immediate impression of likeness experienced by the observer when in the presence of a realistic or hyperrealistic image. In La Struttura Assenti, 1968, 110 FFI, I examined an advertisement showing a foaming glass of beer, which evoked a sense of pronounced coolness, because on the glass you could see a film of icy vapor. Clearly the image contained neither glass nor beer nor icy vapor, therefore it was suggested that the image reproduced some of the conditions of the perception of the object, where, on perceiving the object, I would have been struck by the incidence of light rays on a surface. In the image there were certain chromatic contrasts that produced the same effect, or an effect that was satisfactorily equivalent. Therefore, even though I realize that what I see is not a glass but the image of a glass, but there are cases of trompe-l'oeil where I do not realize the image is an image, the perceptual inferences I bring into play to perceive something, and certainly on the basis of previous cognitive types, are the same ones I would bring into play to perceive the real object. From the relatively satisfactory way in which these surrogate stimuli stand in for the effective stimuli, I will take the image either as a good approximation or as a miracle of realism. Now, this idea of surrogate stimuli has frequently been asserted by various psychologists. For example, Gibson, 1971, 1978, has spoken in these cases of indirect perception or second-hand perception. Hochberg, 1972, 58, says on several occasions that the scene represented by a picture is a surrogate, because it acts on the eye of the observer in a way similar to the real scene, that an outline is a stimulus that is equivalent in some way to the features by which the visual system normally encodes the images of objects in the visual field. 1972, 82, that when a border between two surfaces appears in the visual field, it is usually accompanied by a difference in luminosity, and therefore, an outline provides an index of depth insofar as it makes us perceive, in a vicarious fashion, the very border where the luminous difference is found. 1972, 84. Research by Mar and Nishihara, example 1978, 6, on computer simulations of perceptual processes tells us that a scene and the drawing of a scene look similar to us, because the artist's symbols correspond in some way to natural symbols that are computed out of the image during the normal course of its interpretation. But there is no doubt about the vagueness of all these definitions, in which we frequently come across expressions such as in some way. More than explain how surrogate stimuli work, these definitions acknowledge the fact that they exist and function. We have to do with surrogate stimuli in all those cases in which the same receptors react as they would in the presence of the real stimulus, just as birds respond to decoy whistles or as a sound effects expert in the radio or the cinema supplies us, through the use of strange instruments, with the same acoustic sensations we would experience on hearing the gallop of a horse or the roar of a racing car. The mechanics of surrogate stimuli remain obscure, also because these surrogations range from the highest of high fidelity, as we shall see, to a simple invitation to behave as if we were receiving a non-existent stimulus. The fact that even though we do not know exactly how they work, there are surrogate stimuli is exemplified splendidly in Diderot's pages on Chardin, the 1763 Salon. The artist has placed on a table an old porcelain china vase, 2 biscuits, a jug full of olives, a basket of fruit, 2 half-full glasses of wine, a Seville orange and some pate. To look at the pictures of others it seems that I need to have new eyes made. To look at Chardin's, all I need do is keep the eyes nature gave me, and use them well. The thing is that the porcelain vase is porcelain, these olives are really separated by the eye from the water in which they float. Should I wish to eat the biscuits, all I need do is reach out and take them, all I need do is peel this orange and squeeze it, take this glass of wine and drink it, peel these fruits, take this pate and sink my knife into it. O Chardin, it is not white, red, or black that you spread on your palate, it is the very substance of the objects, it is the air and the light that you gather with the tip of your brush and put on the canvas. At first sight Diderot's praise expresses the delight of a spectator who, believing that there cannot be absolutely realistic painting, finds himself in the presence of a masterpiece of realism, in which there is no gap between the stimulus that may come from the real object and the surrogate stimulus. But Diderot is not so naive. The first effect having worn off, and well aware that what he can see is not real fruit and biscuits, he seems to get closer to the painting, where he finds out he is long-sighted. One cannot understand this magic. The color is applied in thick layers, one on top of the other, whose effect transpires to the surface from below. Sometimes one would say that it is a vapor that has been puffed onto the canvas, sometimes it seems that it has been smeared with a light froth. You get closer, all is confused, flattens, and disappears. Move further away, all is recreated and reproduced. That is the point. The stimuli aroused by real objects, with variations that are negligible from the point of view of perceptual recognition, act at different distances. Surrogate stimuli, when examined from too close up, betray their illusory nature, their substance of the expression, which is not that of the objects they suggest, and to obtain their iconic effect they require a calculated distance. This is the principle behind the trompe-l'oeil, the epiphany of the surrogate stimulus. Chardin's magic is due to the fact that the stimuli he provides for the spectator are not the ones that would be provided by the object. Diderot confesses he cannot understand how the painter manages to do this, but he has to admit that he does it. In his own way, in celebrating the miracles of iconism, Diderot is stating the non-natural nature of hypo-icons. I should like to elaborate upon an observation made by Merleau-Ponty with regard to a die, 1945, 2-3. The die is there, visible from different points of view. It may be that those beside me do not see it, and therefore it is part of my personal history. As I look at it, it loses its materiality and reduces itself to visual structure, form and color, light and shade. I note that not all aspects of the die can fall within my perceptual field, the thing in itself can be seen only from my personal point of view. I grasp not the thing but my experience oriented by the thing, my way of experiencing the thing. The rest, we might say, is inference, a hypothesis as to how the thing might be if others could see it too. I perceive the die with my body, including the point of view from which I look at it. If my body, or my point of view, were to move, I would see something else. Thanks to long perceptual experience, I know all this. But in the presence of the surrogate stimulus, the representation of a die, regarding which, were I to shift my point of view, I could not perceive anything that might be behind it, I have already accepted that someone has seen for me. Therefore a good rule for detecting surrogate stimuli would seem to be the following: if I change my point of view, do I see something new? If the answer is no, the stimulus is surrogate. 1. The surrogate stimulus tries to impose upon me the sensation I would have were I to observe matters from the point of view of the surrogator. In front of me there is the outline of a house, and we have seen that outlines are founded in nature. If I move, can I see the tree behind the house? If I cannot see it, the stimulus is surrogate. Only by usurping the point of view of someone who has seen before me can I define if a stimulus is surrogate or not. The surrogate stimulus prevents me from seeing, or hearing, from the point of view of my subjectivity, understood as my corporeality. It gives me only one profile of things, not the multiplicity of profiles that real perception would offer me. In order to decide whether a stimulus is surrogate or not, all you have to do is move your head. My review of the historical reasons for the debate on iconism has perhaps already suggested some of the reasons why it can now be resumed sine iraet studio. The idea of a semiotics that has to study the workings of signs in social and cultural life no longer requires the polemic energies of apologist fathers, it is a matter of fact. Semiotic studies have been developed at a subcultural level, from zoosemiotics to the problems in cellular communication that I mentioned in 2.8.2, where concepts such as primary iconism re-emerge on the scene without their being dissolved in a broth of cultural stipulations. Many have gradually been converting from the semiostructuralist paradigm to the Peircean one, at least with attempts to blend the most interesting aspects of both. Faith in what interpretation posits and constructs with respect to any datum has led, certainly in the field of texts, with Derrida, but also with regard to the world, at least in the case of the latest Rorty, to the triumph of deconstructionist drift. For those who thought that we needed to regulate this in some way, it was necessary to tackle the problem of the limits of interpretation. This was precisely the expression I used for Eco 1990, apropos of textual interpretation, but already on that occasion the essay on drift and unlimited semiosis posed the problem of the limits of the interpretation of the world, and, as far as the world is concerned, I have dealt with this with greater resolution in 1.811. And so we can now return to the discourse of hypoicons. By so doing, I do not think I have succumbed to the temptation of having my own personal care. More modestly, all I think I am doing is bringing to the forefront what, without rejecting it, I had previously left in the background, but in such a way that both the figures remain legible. My discussion with Maldonado sprang from an objection he made in favor of iconism, that the image of the moon that Galileo saw in his telescope was an icon and as such possessed an innate likeness with the moon itself. I objected that the image in the eyepiece of the telescope was not an icon, at least not in the sense of an iconic sign. The iconic sign, or hypoicon of the moon, emerged when, after having looked in the telescope, Galileo drew the moon. And since Galileo already knew a lot about the moon, as a result of his having observed it like everybody else with the naked eye, I chose to discuss a more original and more unheard of situation, that of Galileo looking at Saturn through his telescope for the first time and then, as can be seen, for example, inside Reus Nuncius, making drawings of it. In such a case there are four elements in play: I, Saturn as thing in itself, as dynamical object, even when not an object, it would be a set of stimuli; 2, the luminous stimuli that Galileo received when he put his eye to the telescope, and it's up to optics to study what happens when the rays reflected by the planet travel through space, through the concave eyepiece, and through the double convex lens; 3, the conceptual type that Galileo reconstructed of Saturn, the immediate object, which will in some way be different from the one he had when struggling to observe it with the naked eye; 4, the drawing, hypoicon, that Galileo made of Saturn. Apparently the four stages come in this order: Saturn in itself, Saturn on the lens, cognitive type drawing. This is what I would do today if I wished to draw what I see in a telescope. But Galileo was looking for the first time. And, on looking, he saw something never seen before. There are various letters in which Galileo communicated his discoveries as they came along, and you can see the effort he made, as he looked, to see. For example, in 3 letters, to Benedetto Castelli, 1610, to Belisario Giunti, 1610, and to Giuliano de' Medici, 1611, he says he saw not one star but 3 joined together in a straight line parallel to the equinoctial, and he represented what he saw like this, figure 6.2. But in other letters, example to Giuliano de' Medici, 1610, and to Marco Velseri, 1612, he admits that owing to the imperfection of the instrument and the eye of the observer, Saturn might also appear like this, in the shape of an olive, figure 6.3. The figure clearly reveals that, since it is wholly unexpected for a planet to be surrounded by a ring, which apart from anything else clashed with every notion held at the time with regard to heavenly bodies, Galileo was trying to understand what he could see. In other words, he was laboriously trying to construct a new, cognitive type of Saturn. After looking and looking again, see his letter to Federigo Borromeo in 1610, Galileo finally decided that it was a matter no longer of 2 small round bodies but of larger bodies and of a shape no longer round, but as can be seen in the enclosed figure, 2 semi-ellipses with 2 very obscure little triangles in the middle of the said figures, and contiguous to Saturn's middle globe. This consideration led Galileo to a third representation, figure 6.4. If we look at the drawing, we recognize Saturn and its rings, but simply because we have already seen other elaborated representations, of which this sketch anticipates a few pertinent features, a globe with an ellipse around it, and it's up to us to see perspective in a sketch that does very little to suggest it. Note that Galileo did not see this perspective, otherwise he would have spoken not of 2 semi-ellipses but of an elliptical band. 1.8 Galileo still saw a kind of Mickey Mouse, a face with 2 large ears. But it cannot be denied that this third drawing is more like successive images, even photographic ones, of Saturn at its point of maximum inclination. In any case, on a morphological level it corresponds to the cognitive type of Saturn possessed by a person with average knowledge. Note that, due to the claimed coincidence between cognitive type and nuclear content or immediate object, if asked to represent Saturn, a person without particular graphic talents would today make a drawing fairly similar to Galileo's, probably completing the lower part of the 2 ellipses so that the ring passes in front of the globe. In the light of Galileo's efforts, one is led to think that it is not the construction of the cognitive type that precedes the drawing, if anything, it follows it. Saturn in itself, Saturn on the lens drawing cognitive type. It is only by trying to fix on paper the essential features of what was being received, in this stage, clots of firstness, an uncoordinated sequence of stimuli, that Galileo gradually began to see, to perceive Saturn and to construct a first hypothetical cognitive type. Which is also what I was trying to say in a theory of semiotics with regard to radical inventions. 1.9 Having said all this, we have still said nothing about the second element of the chain, Saturn on the lens. From a semiotic point of view, it would seem to be a negligible phenomenon. The telescope constitutes a channel through which Galileo received a series of stimuli, as he would have received them had he boarded a spaceship and traveled to a point sufficiently close to Saturn. But it is precisely this as if that demands some additional reflection, and never was metaphor so literal. Not so much to gain a better understanding of perception as to return yet again to the phenomenon of hypoicons. Normally we give the name prosthesis to any apparatus that substitutes a missing organ, but in a broad sense prostheses are all apparatuses that extend the range of action of an organ. When people are asked where they would like to have a third eye, were this possible, they usually provide rather uneconomical responses. Some would like one on the nape of the neck, others on the back, without taking into account that whereas this would certainly allow them to see what is going on behind them, it would not help with regards to an infinity of other places into which they often wish they could see, the top of the head, behind the ears, on the other side of a door, or inside the hole into which their key has fallen. The correct answer, in the sense that it is the most reasonable one, would be, on the tip of the index finger. It is obvious that in this way we might extend the range of our vision to the maximum, within the limits of our bodily range of action. 20 Well, if we had an artificial eye that was as maneuverable as our index finger, we would have an excellent extensive prosthesis with an intrusive function into the bargain, in the sense that it would go see not just in places where the eyes could look if we turned our head or moved, but also into places where the eyes cannot penetrate. Substitutive prostheses do what the body used to do but for one accidental reason or another no longer does. Such devices include artificial limbs, walking sticks, spectacles, pacemakers, and hearing aids. Extensive prostheses, on the other hand, extend the natural action of the body. Such devices include megaphones, stilts, and magnifying glasses, but also certain objects that we do not habitually consider extensions of our body, such as chopsticks or pliers, which extend the action of our fingers, shoes, which strengthen the action and resistance of the feet, clothes in general, which enhance the protective action of the skin and hair, and ladles and spoons, which substitute for and improve the action of the hands seeking to collect a liquid and bring it to the mouth. Another device that might be considered an extensive prosthesis is the lever, which in principle works like the arm but better, but the lever does this so well, and with such results, that it probably ushers in a third category, that of magnifying prostheses. These do something that our body had perhaps dreamed of doing but without ever succeeding: telescopes and microscopes, but also vases and bottles, baskets and bags, the spindle, and certainly the sledge and the wheel. Both extensive and magnifying prostheses can also be specified as intrusive. Among the extensive intrusive prostheses, we would mention the periscope or certain medical instruments that make it possible to explore immediately accessible cavities such as the ear or throat, while the magnifying intrusive prostheses include scanners, gamma-ray measuring devices in nuclear medicine, or certain probes equipped with miniature television cameras that explore the entire intestines and project what they see onto a screen. I have made use of this attempt at classification only to be able to talk of that original and special type of prosthesis, which is the mirror. What is a mirror, in the current sense of the term? It is a regular plane or curved surface capable of reflecting rays of incident light. A plane mirror forms a virtual, upright, reversed, or symmetrical, specular, of the same size as the object reflected, image devoid of so-called chromatic aberration. A convex mirror forms virtual, upright, reversed, and reduced images. A concave mirror is a surface of a type that, a. when the object is between the focus and the spectator, it forms virtual, upright, reversed, enlarged images, b. when the object's position varies, from infinity to coincidence with the focal point, it forms images that are real, reversed, enlarged, or reduced, depending on circumstances, at different points in space, which can be observed by the human eye and collected on a screen. Paraboloidal, ellipsoidal, spherical, or cylindrical mirrors are not in common use and, if anything, are used for deforming images and in catoptric theaters. 2-3 in Eco, 1985, I was struck by the oddity and the quasi-idealistic nature of the idea established in optical studies that the mirror image is reversed or, rather, inversely symmetrical. The naive opinion that the mirror puts the right in place of the left and vice versa is so deeply rooted that some people are surprised by the notion that mirrors reverse left to right but not up to down. Now let's reason for a moment. If in front of the mirror I have the impression that it reverses right and left, because in the image it seems that my watch is on my right wrist, for the same reason, if I look into a mirror on the ceiling, I ought to think that it has changed up to down, because I see my head where my feet ought to be. But the point is that not even vertical mirrors reverse things or turn them upside down. If we make a diagram of the specular phenomenon, we realize that camera oscura type phenomena do not occur in it. See figure 6.5. There are no intersecting rays in specular reflection, see figure 6.6. The mirror reflects our right exactly where our right is, and the same holds for the left. It is we who identify ourselves with the person we see in the mirror, or think that it is another person standing in front of us, and we are surprised at his wearing a watch on the right wrist, or his gripping a sword with the left hand. But we are not that virtual person in the mirror. All we have to do is avoid entering the mirror, and this illusion will no longer trouble us. In fact, we can all manage to comb our hair in the mirror in the morning without acting as if we had cerebral palsy. We know how to use the mirror, and we know that the lock of hair over our right ear is on our right, even though for the person in the mirror, were he there, it would be on the left. On the perceptual and motor plane, we correctly interpret the mirror image for what it is, but on the plane of conceptual reflection we still cannot entirely manage to separate the physical phenomenon from the illusions it encourages, in a sort of hiatus between perception and judgment. We use the mirror image the right way, but we talk about it the wrong way, whereas in astronomy we talk correctly about the relation between the Earth and the Sun, even though we perceive it wrongly, as if it were the Sun that moved. This is certainly a very curious point. That mirrors reverse left and right is an ancient belief, from Lucretius to Kant, and some cling to it to this day. 2. If things were like this, we would have to think about the fact that, when someone stands behind me, his right is on my right and his left is on my left, but if he turns around and stands in front of me, his right is where I have my left and vice versa, and he wears his watch on the opposite side to me. And so we would have to conclude that it is people who reverse, not mirror images, and this ancestral habit of seeing people reversed is what invites us to see mirror images as reversed, if we consider them as persons. This much, simply to say that mirrors make us lose our head. But if instead we would keep our head, we must conclude from this that mirrors do not provide reversal but perfect congruency, as when I press blotting paper on a sheet of paper. The fact that I cannot read what remains impressed on the blotting paper has to do with my reading habits, not with specularity. Leonardo da Vinci, who had other reading and writing habits, would not have had this problem. However, I could read what remains impressed on the blotting paper by using a mirror, that is to say, by having recourse to a mirror image of a mirror image. The same thing happens to me if I stand in front of the mirror holding the dust jacket of a book. I can't manage to read the title in the mirror, but if I have two ungulated mirrors, as people often have in their bathrooms, I can see reflected in one of the two mirrors, more easily in one than the other, depending on the angulation, a third image in which the letters on the dust jacket appear as they do when I look at the book directly. Moreover, I really would see myself with my watch on the left wrist. Now, this third image really is a reverse of the mirror image, which in itself reverses nothing. We use mirrors well, because we have introjected the rules of catoptric refraction. We use them well, when we know that we are dealing with a mirror. When we do not know this, misunderstandings or deceptions may arise. But, when we do know, we always start from the principle that the mirror is telling the truth. It neither translates nor interprets but registers what strikes it exactly, as it strikes it. And so we trust mirrors, just as we trust, under normal conditions, our own organs of perception. We trust mirrors just as we trust spectacles and telescopes, because, like spectacles and telescopes, mirrors are prostheses. There is no doubt that mirrors are extensive and intrusive prosthetics par excellence, for example, in that they allow us to look where the eye cannot reach, they allow us to look at our face and eyes, they allow us to see what is happening behind our back. Starting from this principle, we can use mirrors to obtain some very sophisticated intrusive effects. Think of ungulated dressing table mirrors that allow us to see ourselves in profile, or of barber's mirrors arranged en abime. Some mirrors are also magnifying prostheses, because they reproduce an enlarged image of our face, others are deforming prostheses. With complex theaters of mirrors we can create illusions, right up to the disquieting catoptric theater in Orson Welles' The Lady from Shanghai. With series of mirrors arranged at suitable angles we can extend our intrusive powers. I can construct systems of mirrors that allow me to see what is happening in the next room, even if I am not looking toward the door. We can use mirrors as channels for transporting or projecting luminous stimuli. Think of the various possible signaling systems that use light reflected by mirrors. But for the moment what interests us here are simple everyday mirrors, which I am going to consider as presemiasic phenomena. Of course, if I interpret my image in the mirror and draw conclusions about my aging, or my unfading beauty, I am already in a more complicated phase of semiosis. And this can also be said of that mirror stage in which Lacan saw the moment in which the symbolic was established. But the fact that children must learn to use mirrors does not mean, as some people think, that the mirror is not a primary experience. Children have to learn everything, even to use their hands and eyes. Let's give them time. But the magic of mirrors is such that it is hard for many people to accept the extremely banal experience that I stubbornly insist on proposing. I intend to speak of the mirror image in terms of the way I use the dressing table mirror every day, perhaps to adjust my tie, and in this phase there is no longer any interpretation, apart from that perceptual interpretation that also comes into play when I look at someone in front of me. The normal mirror is a prosthesis that does not deceive. All the other prostheses, insofar as they interpose something between the organ whose powers they extend or magnify and what they touch, can deceive our perceptions. Walking with shoes on leads us into making a poor judgment of the terrain, clothes give us poor information about the external temperature, pliers can give us the impression we have gripped something that then eludes us. But with mirrors we can be sure that we see things the way they are, even when we look in the mirror and wish we were not as we see ourselves. Naturally we must exclude mirrors that have misted over, cases in which we are deceived by our own mistake, such as when we think we see someone coming toward us, and it is our reflected image instead, misunderstandings in which we take for a mirror an empty frame on the other side of which there is someone who imitates our every movement, as in the Marx Brothers film. In normal circumstances we use mirrors armed with the certainty that they do not lie. We do it because we have learned that the specular prosthesis provides the eye with the same stimuli that the eye would receive were the prosthesis in front of us, perhaps on the tip of an index finger that we point toward our face. We are sure that the mirror provides us with the absolute double of the stimulating field. If an iconic sign, in the sense of hypoicon, really were an image that has all the properties, visual, at least, of the object represented, the mirror image would be the iconic sign par excellence, or it would be the only icon external to our mind of which we really have experience. But this pure icon stands only for itself. However, it is not even a firstness in the Peircean sense, because what we see is already interwoven with an awareness of a relation to a fact. If anything, the mirror image is a firstness already anchored to a secondness, insofar as it establishes a necessary and direct relation between the mirroring and the thing mirrored. But it, if not yet a sign. This statement holds as long as we assume that in order to define a sign as such, the following criteria must be respected. I. The sign is something that stands for something else in its absence. The mirror image, on the other hand, stands in the presence of the object it reflects. 2. The sign is materially distinct from the thing of which it is the sign, otherwise one might say that I am a sign of myself. The mirror image, on the other hand, is, as we have seen, an absolute double of the same stimuli that our eye would receive were it in front of the reflecting object. 3. In the sign the expression plane is distinguished by substance and form, and the form itself could be transposed into another substance. But with a mirror, at most I transfer, by reversing it, the same luminous substance onto an opposed specular surface. 4. For there to be a sign, it must be possible to relate a sign token to a type. In the mirror image, on the other hand, type and token coexist. V. The sign can be used to lie or to state, erroneously, even though in good faith, that which is not the case. The mirror image, on the other hand, never lies. The sign can be used to lie, because I can produce the sign even though the object does not exist. I can name chimeras and portray unicorns, while the mirror image is produced only in the presence of the object. The mirror image has no indexical value. It is not an index of the fact that we are in front of the mirror, because we would not need it. If anything, the absence of the image of the mirrored object could be a symptom, but only for the invisible man or for vampires. It is not an index of the fact that we have, for example, a mark on our nose. Insofar as the mirror is a prosthesis, we see the mark as we would see it if the mark were on our hand. The mirror image is not even an imprint, unless in the sense in which the sensation is a metaphorical imprint of what has been sensed. Imprints are such, and tell us something, when they subsist as material traces in the absence of an imprinter, and only then do they become a semiosic phenomenon. For someone following me, the tracks left on the ground by my feet are imprints, but not for me, because I am not concerned about the fact that my feet make an impression as they touch the ground unless, supposing I am drunk, I turn around to check my footprints to see if I have been walking in a straight line. If I had eyes in the soles of my feet, I would see my prints one by one as they were impressed in the ground, and I could interpret them in order to make inferences about the shape of my feet. But with mirrors, not even this happens. All I have to do is expose the soles of my feet to the reflecting surface, and I can see them as they are, without any need to infer anything. Sonesson, 1989, 63, referring to Maldonado 1974, 288 ff, has suggested that the mirror image may be a hard icon, as are the impressions on an X-ray plate or the mark left by a hand on the walls of a prehistoric cavern. But these are indeed imprints. See A Theory of Semiotics 3.6.2, in which the substance of the expression, stone, sand, film, has nothing to do with the material of which the imprinting object is constituted, and in which we can work up from a few features, generally profiles, to an inferential reconstruction of that possible object. Moreover, these imprints naturally subsist even after the object that made them, and therefore they can also be falsified, which does not happen with the mirror image. Finally, the imprint is a sign, insofar as it is fundamentally an expression that refers to a content, and content is always general. When Robinson sees the footprint on the sand, he does not say, "Man Friday passed here," but, "A human being passed here." A hunter on the trail of a given deer, or a tail following the tracks left on the ground by Mr. X, initially sees the prints left by a deer and a person, or of a shoe, and it is only by inference that the hunter or tail is convinced he is dealing with that deer or that Mr. X25. Naturally, one might object that objects are used as ostensive signs. I show a mastiff or a telephone to say that mastiffs or telephones are made like this or like that. See A Theory of Semiotics 3.6.3. In processes of Ausensein, an object is chosen as an example that refers to all the objects in its category, but we use an object as an ostensive sign precisely because it is first and foremost an object. I can look at myself in the mirror to tell myself that human beings are like me in general, but in the same way I could look at my telephone on the table to tell myself that all telephones are like this in general. And therefore the mirror image is yet again a prosthesis that allows me or others to see an object that can be chosen as an ostensive sign. 2.6 Therefore the image we see in the mirror is not a sign, any more than the enlarged image provided by a telescope or the one we can see through a periscope. 2. If anything, the dream of a sign that has the same properties as the mirror image springs from the fascination that mirrors have held for humanity since Narcissus's day. The specular experience can explain the birth of a notion such as the semiotic, one of the iconic sign, as hypoicon, but is not explained by it. But then, if we take this path, it is from the timeless appeal of mirrors that springs the idea of an understanding that is a complete correspondence, specular, in fact, between thing and intellect. The idea of indexes springs from such a specular experience. It says this and here and points to me looking at myself in the moment in which I look at myself. From it springs the idea of a sign that, devoid of meaning, refers directly to its referent. The mirror image is really the example of an absolute proper noun, it is really the most rigid of rigid designators, it resists all counterfactuals. I cannot suspect that, even were the mirror to lose all its properties, what I see in it would no longer be what I see in it. But these are metaphors which, when said by the poets, can become sublime. The character proper to the mirror image is that it is only a mirror image, it is a primum, and in our universe, at least, there is nothing that may be compared to it. 2.8. Let us suppose now that along a distance of some miles from a point A, where there is an object or where an event is taking place, to a point B, where there is an observer, a continuous series of mirrors has been put in place and angled in such a way that thanks to a play of chain reflections the observer at B sees, in real time, as they say, what is happening at A. The only problem is whether we want the observer to receive a mirror image or the image he would see were he physically present at point A to observe the object or the event there. In the first case, the number of mirrors must be odd, in the second, it must be even. Since we presume that the observer wants to see what is at A as if he were a direct witness to it, an even number of mirrors is needed. In that case, the final result will not be what a simple mirror produces but will correspond to the image produced by ungulated mirrors. If the observer knew that what he sees is transmitted to him by a chain of an even number of ungulated mirrors, he would be convinced he was seeing what was effectively happening at A and he would be right. Now let us imagine that the observer knows that the light signals reflected by the mirror can in some way be dematerialized, or translated or transcribed into impulses of another nature, and then recomposed at their destination. Confronted with the final image, the spectator would behave as if it were a mirror image, even accepting that in the process of codification and decodification something was lost in terms of the definition of the image. His behavior with regard to the received image would be similar to our behavior when faced with a mirror that is a little misted over, or when we see something in a dimly lit room, in other words, when we integrate the stimuli with what we know already or with some inference. This is what happens with the television image. The television can be seen as an electronic mirror that shows us what is happening at distances that our sight could not otherwise reach. Like the telescope or microscope, it is an excellent example of a magnifying prosthesis, and an abundantly intrusive one at times. Naturally, we have to think of television in its purest state, which would be a closed-circuit apparatus with a fixed television camera filming everything that happens in a given place. Otherwise, television, like the cinema and the theater, is something that shows us a mise-en-scene, Bettini 1975, set up beforehand with the aid of lighting effects, a play of field and counterfield, montage, Kuleshov effects, etc., and with this we enter the universe of signification or communication. But if we consider pure television, we are dealing with a prosthesis, albeit a foggy one, not a phenomenon of signification. Certain perceptual stimuli, however weakened, suitably translated into electronic signals, reach, decoded by a machine, the receiver's organs of perception. Everything that the receiver can do with those stimuli, reject them, interpret them, or whatever, is the same as would happen if the receiver were watching what was happening directly. In order to provide a more sharply defined picture of this equivalence between the television and the mirror, let us imagine that the closed-circuit television camera is in our home environment, and that it transmits what it films to a monitor in the same environment. We would have mirror-type experiences, in the sense that we would see ourselves from in front or from behind, as happens with opposed mirrors, and we would see what we were doing in that moment on the screen. What would be the difference? That we would not have the experience provided us by a simple mirror, instead, but we would see a third image produced by two ungulated mirrors, and therefore we would have to be careful when we used the image on the screen to comb our hair, shave, or put on makeup. This is the same embarrassing situation that occurs when you are interviewed in a television studio where you can see yourself at the same time on a monitor in front of you. But if the closed-circuit apparatus were to provide me with a reversed, it does this time, image, then I could use the monitor as a normal dressing table mirror. I leave it to the experts on vision to establish to what extent the television image is optically different from the mirror image, and the same holds for the various cerebral processes that the television image may bring into play. Here I am interested in the pragmatic role of the television image, the way in which it is received, and the truth value accorded to it. Certainly, also from the point of view of conscious reception, there are differences between the mirror and the television image. Television images, I, are reversed, 2, have poorer definition, 3, are usually smaller in size than the object or scene, and 4, are such that we cannot peek sideways into the screen as we do with the mirror, to see what it is not showing us. As a consequence, we shall describe such images as paraspecular. Let us suppose, however, that the television has been perfected to the point that we can have three-dimensional images large enough to correspond with the dimensions of my field of vision, and even, as suggested in Ransdell 1979-58, that the screen has been eliminated and there is some apparatus that transmits the stimuli directly to the optic nerve. In such a case, we would really find ourselves in the same circumstances as someone looking into a telescope or standing in front of a mirror, and this would do away with most of the differences between what Ransdell calls a self-representing iconic sign, as happens in the perception of objects or in mirror images, and an other representing iconic sign, as in photographs or hypoicons in general. The fact is that there are no theoretical limits to high definition. Today it is possible to follow on a screen what is seen by an intestinal probe fitted with a built-in television camera as it travels through our insides, an experience now accessible to anyone, and one that we are the first creatures of our species to be able to have. It is clear that the probe is a magnifying prosthesis par excellence, allowing us to see with a clarity and precision that is certainly greater than we would enjoy if we were lucky enough to be able to wander about inside our own body. Not only that, but, as the probe moves about, we can also see obliquely, as happens when we move our head to look beyond the physical confines of the mirror. However, the technology of image definition may develop, and even if one day it might be possible to have virtual gastronomic or sexual experiences, which also involve thermic and tactile sensations, taste and odor, all this will not alter the definition of such stimuli as stimuli received through a prosthesis, and therefore, from a semiotic point of view, just as relevant as the normal perception of the real object. If these virtual stimuli then provide us with something less defined than the real stimulus, and I think that this is the present status of virtual reality, which has to be made up for with a surplus of interpretation, albeit unconsciously, then we will have entered the category of surrogate stimuli, which we shall be discussing shortly. In this sense, television is a very different phenomenon from cinema or photography, even though the television may occasionally transmit filmed images or photographs, just as it is a different phenomenon from the theater, even though the television may occasionally transmit shows performed on a stage, of which it offers the paraspecular image. We can put our trust in cinematographic and photographic images insofar as they are an indication that something, which was there, has left an impression on a film. Even if we know or suspect them to be images of a pro-photographic or pro-filmic mise-en-scene, in any case we hold them to be indications of the fact that that mise-en-scene really took place. But we also know that such images are and always have been subject to elaboration, filtering, and photomontage. We are aware that, from the moment of impression to the moment in which the images reach us, some time has passed. We consider the photo and the film as material objects that are not identified with the object portrayed, and therefore we know that the object at hand stands for something else. This is why it is easy for us to treat photographic and cinematographic images as signs. Things are different with the television image, in which the materiality of the screen functions as a channel in the same way as the layer of glass that serves us as a mirror functions as a channel. Under ideal circumstances, i.e., filming live within a closed circuit, the image is a paraspecular phenomenon that gives us exactly what happens the moment it happens, even if what happens is a pre-tense, and it vanishes when the event comes to a conclusion. Someone eludes the grasp of the mirror, and vanishes. Someone eludes the eye of the television camera, and vanishes. Therefore, still from a theoretical point of view, what appears on the television screen is not a sign of anything, it is a paraspecular image, which is received by the observer with the same trust accorded to the mirror image. The fundamental concept of TV that most people have introjected is that of closed-circuit live broadcasting, otherwise the concept of television would not be thinkable, insofar as it is opposed to that of the cinema or the theater. And this explains the trusting attitude we have toward television, as well as our tendency to receive most programs as if they were closed-circuit live broadcasts. In short, we take the television image the same way as we take the telescopic image, with the result that when we look at the moon through a telescope, we think that those blotches are really there. Even the most credulous among us distrust signs. When someone tells us it is raining, we always think that in reality it may not be raining, but, almost always, we do not distrust our perceptions. We do not distrust TV, because we know that, like all extensive and intrusive prostheses, in the first instance it provides us not with signs but only with perceptual stimuli. Let us now try another experiment. By means of some procedure, be it technical or magical, we freeze a paraspecular image. We can freeze it altogether, by printing it on paper, or we can freeze a sequence of actions on a film that can later be reprojected so we can see the objects move through time again. We have invented both photography and the cinema. That is, even though historically they come first, from a theoretical point of view photographic and cinematographic images are an impoverished version of television images, clumsy inventions, so to speak, attempts to reach an optimum that was still technically impossible. And this is why these observations on mirrors lead us to rethink the semiotic status of photography and the cinema, and even of certain hyper-realistic painting techniques that seek to reproduce the effect of a photograph. We are thus led to redefine hypo-icons. Although they are frozen on an autonomous material, and without our considering the various possibilities of special effects and staging, photographic representations provide us with surrogates of perceptual stimuli. Are these the only cases of such a procedure? Certainly not. We have come to photography and cinema by deducing them, so to speak, from mirrors, but all hyper-realistic representation conceals a specular dream. The absolute maximum of identification between representative stimuli and real stimuli is to be found in the theater, where real human beings must be perceived as such, except for the added conventional fiction, as a result of which they must be seen as Hamlet or Lady Windermere. The example of the theater is an interesting one. To be able to accept, by suspending one's disbelief, that the woman acting on the stage is Ophelia, one must first of all perceive her as a female human being. Hence the puzzlement, or provocation, that would arise if an avant-garde director were to have Ophelia played by a man, or by a chimpanzee. Therefore the theater is an extreme example of a semiosic phenomenon in which, even before it is possible to understand the meaning of what is happening and to interpret gestures, words, and events, it is necessary first of all to bring into play the normal mechanisms whereby we perceive real objects. Then, on the basis of interpretations and expectations, on perceiving a human body, we participate in the semiosic process by applying all we know about that body and all we expect from it, hence the sense of wonder, pleasant or irritating, according to our disposition. If, by chance, in a theatrical fiction the human body is raised up into the air by some hidden contraption, or if a mime makes it move as if it were a marionette. On the first level of partial surrogation of the stimuli, we find the figures in the waxworks, where the faces are made as if they were death masks, perfect congruencies, but the clothes of the characters portrayed, and the objects surrounding the characters, tables, chairs, inkwells, are real objects, and sometimes the hair is real too. These are hypo-icons in which we find a balanced blend of surrogate stimuli, very highly defined, but still vicarious and indirect, and of real objects offered directly to the perception, as in the theater. This means that the concept of the surrogate stimulus is a very hazy one, which can range from a minimum of identification with the real stimulus, in which it obtains an effect vaguely equivalent to that of the real stimulus, to a maximum. Which leads us to think that a sort of principle of charity holds when we are confronted by surrogate stimuli. The fact that animals too can react to surrogate stimuli ought to make us favor the possibility of a natural principle of charity. I do not think I am introducing a new category. At bottom, a principle of charity is at work in normal perceptual processes too, When in circumstances where the stimuli are hard to discern, one tends to favor the most obvious interpretation, a rule broken by those who see flying saucers where others would interpret a bright spot that moves in the sky like an airplane in the process of landing. 3. Without therefore detracting anything from the active moment in the perception and interpretation of hypoicons, we must admit that there are semiosic phenomena in which, even if we know that we are dealing with a sign, before perceiving it as a sign of something else we must first perceive it as a set of stimuli that creates the effect of our being in the presence of the object. In other words, we must to accept the idea that there is a perceptual basis even in the interpretation of the hypoicon, Sonesson 1989, 327, or that the visual image is first and foremost something that offers itself to the perception, St. Martin 1990. If we get back to the waxwork figure, and admit that a good photograph poses the same problem, even though the stimuli it brings into play are more surrogate and vicarious, it must be admitted that the majority of attempts to analyze so-called iconic signs in morphological and grammatical terms as if they could be subdivided in a way typical of other sign systems, starting from the principle that a photo, for example, can be broken down into the smallest elements of the screen upon which it is founded, have been largely frustrated. These minimum elements become grammatical entities when they are intentionally magnified as such, that is, when the screen does not tend to disappear to give the effect of a perceptual surrogate but instead is enlarged and highlighted with a view to constructing, if nothing else, an objet trouvé, in terms of aesthetic interpretation, abstract symmetries and oppositions. In this case, in a picture, all we are doing is distinguishing the figurative elements from the plastic ones. Whereas a hypoicon refers, however it refers, and whatever the form of the expression, to a content, whether it be an element of the natural world or the cultural world, as in the case of the unicorn. In the perception of plastic elements one is essentially interested in the form of the expression. Therefore an enlargement of a photo that magnifies its screen would be a way of pertinentizing the plastic elements of the form of the expression, almost always at the expense of the figurative elements. 3. As has already been said, as long as the image is still perceivable, the fact that its digital nature has been made clear is no argument against its iconism. It is as if on the television screen we were to go to individuate, from close up, the lines traced by the electron beam. It would be an interesting plastic experiment, but usually the effect of those lines is comparable to the effect of a mirror that has been painted with opaque strips at regular intervals. If the strips are not too many, so that recognition of the image is rendered impossible, just as if on the television screen the lines are not too few, we treat the surface of the mirror as if it were misted over or marked, with reduced definition, as if the water in Narcissus's pool became cloudy, but not too much, and we do our best to integrate the stimuli and perceive a satisfactory image. Yet the screen test is not a useless one. The fact is that, by working on enlarged screens, we measure the threshold beyond which the image is no longer perceivable and a purely plastic construction appears. What counts, see Maldonado 1974, Plate 182, is the last stage of rarefaction at which the figure is still perceived. That stage represents the minimum of definition necessary for any stimulus to function as a surrogate stimulus, and not to function as a purely plastic stimulus. Naturally this threshold varies according to how well the object represented is already known. No matter how grainy the screen is, the faces of Napoleon or Marilyn Monroe will always be more recognizable than those of unknown persons. The lower the definition and the less known the object, the greater the inferential process required. But I think we can say that beyond this threshold we leave the territory of surrogate stimuli to enter that of the sign. There is a passage in Occam that has always perplexed and disquieted me, in which the philosopher states not only that if on coming across the statue of Hercules, I do not compare the statue to the original, I cannot say if it resembles him or not, an observation born of pure good sense, but also that the statue does not allow me to know what Hercules looks like if I have not met him before, i.e., if I do not have notitiament alice regarding him. Yet, as the police forces of the world have shown us, on the basis of a passport photo one can, or one can try to identify a wanted person. One possible interpretation of this curious opinion is that Occam was familiar with the Gothic and Romanesque statuary of the previous centuries, which portrayed human types, through highly regulated iconic schemata, rather than individuals, as was the case with Roman statuary and with the statuary of the centuries to come. Therefore he wanted to tell us that, in conditions of low definition, the hypoicon allows us to perceive generic but not individual features. Let us think of a normal passport photograph, one of those taken in a hurry and badly in a photo booth. On the basis of such a document it would be very difficult for a policeman to identify the right person in a crowd without making a major blunder. The same thing happens with police sketches, on the basis of which many of us could be held responsible for horrendous crimes, because it frequently happens that the sketch does not resemble the wanted person and that many of us resemble the sketch. Passport-size photos are imprecise, because both the pose and the lighting leave much to be desired. The police sketch is imprecise, because it represents an artist's interpretation of the verbal expressions a witness uses to make a schematic reconstruction of the features of an individual who in many cases was seen for only a few moments. In both instances, hypoicons refer to generic and not individual features. This does nothing to alter the fact that, in the presence of both the photo and the sketch, each of us is able to recognize these generic features. The person is a male, has a mustache and a low hairline, or the person is a woman, not that young, blonde, with full lips. All the rest is inferred in order to pass from the generic to the individual. But that modicum of the generic that is grasped depends on the fact that a very poor portrait has provided us in an even poorer fashion with surrogates for perceptual stimuli, otherwise the photo on my driving license would be indistinguishable from that of a penguin. Let us imagine that in a family the mother keeps on her desk a stack of rectangular filing cards, of various colors. She uses them for different kinds of notes: red cards for kitchen expenses, blue for travel and holidays, green for clothing, yellow for medical expenses, white for her work appointments, sky blue for noting down the passages that strike her most when she reads a book, etc. Every so often she adds these cards to the others in the filing cabinet, divided up by color, so she always knows where to find a certain piece of information. For her those rectangles are signs, not in the sense that they are the physical support for the graphic signs she has made on them, but in the sense that, even before they are filed away, they already refer to their own particular topic in accordance with the various colors. They are expressions of an elementary semiotic system, within which every color is correlated to a content. But her little boy always tries to get hold of them to play to build houses of cards, let's say. Naturally he distinguishes between their shapes and colors very well, but for him they are not expressions, they are objects, and that's that. We may say that the cognitive type that allows the mother to identify the cards is more complex than that of the child. She might feel a sense of disquiet on picking up a yellow card, blank or filled in as the case may be, because this would mean that she would have to deal with questions of health, whereas the child might be indifferent to the color and more interested in the consistency of the filing cards, or he might simply prefer his houses of cards to be red. But if mummy tells the little boy to go to fetch her a red card from the desk, and the act of reference is crowned with success, this means that the fundamental perceptual process for the recognition of the cards is the same for both mother and son. Before the upper levels of semiosis, where the cards become expressions, there is a level of stable perceptual semiosis for all the actors in this little domestic comedy. We can now consider ways of recognition that concern pertinent non-visual features, such as sound phenomena. The phenomenon of recognition is also at the root of a fundamental semiosic activity, such as verbal language. 3.2 As is suggested in Gibson, 1968, 93-93, phonemes are potential stimuli like natural sounds, but the characteristic thing about them is that for the listener they must be interpreted not just as pure stimuli but also as responses, for Gibson, in the sense that they have been deliberately produced by someone with a view to having that particular phoneme recognized. As Peirce would have put it, to recognize a sound made by the language as such, one must have already entered thirdness. If I hear a sound on the street, I can always decide not to interpret it, to consider it a part of background noise. I can do the same with phonemes too, when I vaguely register that someone is talking in my vicinity but am uninterested in what he is saying, and therefore I put it all down to noise or chatter. But if someone speaks to me, I must decide both that he is talking and what he is saying. Now, recognizing a phoneme certainly means identifying it as the token of a type. This recognition might be founded on a phenomenon of primary semiosis, that of categorical perception, see Petito 1983, 1985a, 1985b. But what most interests me is that, above and beyond the laboratory experience, to perceive a phoneme as such amid the confusion of the sound environment I must make the interpretative decision that it is indeed a phoneme and not an interjection or groan or sound emitted by chance. It is a matter of starting from a sound substance in order to perceive it as the form of an expression. The phenomenon can be rapid, even unconscious, but this does not alter the fact that it is interpretative. Moreover, we can categorize a phonation or a string of phonations as phonemes without having yet ascertained to which phonological system they belong. It is enough to think of international conferences. Someone comes up and starts talking, she emits one or two introductory sounds, and we have to decide what language she is speaking. If she says ma, we might be dealing with an adversative in Italian, or a possessive in French. Naturally, people speak in an uninterrupted flow, so even before we make an interpretative decision about the first phoneme that someone has emitted, we are already in the context of the spoken string. We are of course guided by the accent, by a meaning that we attribute tentatively to the phonations. But what should be stressed here is that this is in fact a matter of interpretation, whereby we decide both about the material identity of the stimulus and about the functional identity of the stimulus. 3. There is therefore a perceptual process both in the recognition of a dog and in the recognition of the word dog scribbled on a sheet of paper. However, I do not think we can say that it is the same thing to perceive a photo of a dog as the hypoicon of a dog, and as a consequence to perceive the dog as the token of a perceptual type, and to perceive a scribble on the wall as a token of the word dog. In cases of trompe-l'oeil, I might even think I am perceiving a real dog directly without realizing that it is a hypoicon. With the written word, I can perceive it as such only after I have decided that it is a sign. Having now established a few fixed points, let us try to take up the thread of our discourse. Basic semiosic processes take place in perception. We perceive fixed points because we construct cognitive types, interwoven no doubt with culture and convention but nonetheless largely dependent on determinations from the stimulating field. To understand a sign as such, we must first bring perceptual processes into play, that is to say, we must perceive substances as forms of expression. But there are signs whose expression plane, in order to be recognized as such, must be perceived, even if by virtue of surrogate stimuli, through basic semiosis, so that we could perceive them as signs even if we decided we were not dealing with the expression of a sign function. In such cases I shall talk of alpha mode. 3.5 On the other hand, there are cases where to perceive a substance as form I must first of all presume that it is an expression of a sign function, deliberately produced with a view to communicating. In such cases I shall talk of beta mode. It is through alpha mode that we perceive pictures, or photos, or a film image. Note the reaction of the first spectators at the Lumiere brothers' projection of a train arriving at the station, as if they were the scene itself. It is only on subsequent reflection that we establish the fact that we are confronted with a sign function. It is thanks to beta mode that the word house is recognized without being confused with hose. We favor the assumption that this must be a linguistic expression, and that this linguistic expression must find itself in a rational context, which is why, on having to decide whether the speaker has said the house in which I live is 100 yards away or the hose in which I live is 100 yards away, we tend, under normal circumstances, to favor the first interpretation. I define as alpha mode that mode in which, even before deciding we are confronted with the expression of a sign function, we perceive through surrogate stimuli a given object or scene which we then elect as the expression plane of a sine function. I define as beta mode that mode in which, in order to perceive the expression plane of sine functions, it is necessary first to presume that we are in fact dealing with expressions, and the supposition that they are indeed expressions orients our perception. The alpha/beta distinction does not correspond to that between motivated and conventional signs. The face of a clock is a motivated expression of planetary movement, or of what we know about it. We are dealing with a case of ratio difficiles. Nevertheless we must first perceive that face as a sign, beta mode, before being able to read it as a motivated sign, and so the position x of the hands is in motivated correspondence with the position y of the sun in the sky, and vice versa. Alpha mode would let me perceive only a circular form across which two little rods move, and this is how a primitive who has never seen a clock would see one. It is obvious that, whatever the circumstances, we must first perceive the substance of the expression, but in alpha mode a substance is perceived as form even before this form is recognized as the form of an expression. All that is recognized, as Griamas would put it, is a figure of the world. In beta mode, on the other hand, a form must be interpreted as the form of an expression before it can be identified. Just how fuzzy is the boundary between the two modes is revealed by the two drawings in figure 6.8, Gentner and Markman 995. The first impact is perceptual. Confronted with the surrogate stimulus that offers me two basic parallelepiped structures set above two circular structures, I perceive a generic land vehicle. Of course, in this phase 2, if I have never had any experience of a vehicle, it would be hard for me to identify it as such. Montezuma, who had no knowledge of wheeled vehicles, might have seen something else in these drawings, for example, two eyes under a strange shape of helmet. But he would still have interpreted surrogate stimuli in the light of one of his own cognitive types. When I move on from the perception of a vehicle to the interpretation of the various vehicles in play as motorcar, motorboat, and tow truck, much encyclopedic knowledge has already intervened. I have already entered thirdness. Once I have perceived vehicle, I must proceed from the recognition of the percept, owing to surrogate stimuli, to the interpretation of a scene. I then recognize it as the hypoiconic representation of a real scene, and I begin to use the image as an expression that refers me to a content. Only at that point can I elaborate macro propositions that put the two scenes into words. I note an inverse symmetry between them. In the first drawing, the car is being towed by the truck, in the second it is the car that is towing the motorboat, and, if I possess an unlucky weekend script, I can also put the sequence back in order by putting the second drawing in place of the first. But what interests us here is that only after having interpreted the two scenes as hypoicons can I understand the circle depicted in both images as a sun, otherwise it could have been any other circular object, or a circle, in the geometric sense of the term, and, above all, only then can I understand the two squiggles in the second image as birds. Out of context, I might have understood them as hills or as a clumsy transcription of the number 33. This example strikes me as a very useful one for demonstrating the oscillations that continuously intervene, in our interpretation of hypoicons, between the alpha and beta modes. That sun and those birds were not perceivable the way the vehicles were. First I had to decide that they were two signs that stood for something, and only afterward did I try to understand them as if they were surrogate stimuli, very poorly defined. In a certain sense, in order to interpret those signs as signs of surrogate stimuli, I had to appeal to the principle of charity. It seems clear to me that to speak of alpha and beta modes does not mean returning to the theory of scales of iconicity. The scales established degrees of abstraction, while here we are talking about a catastrophe point. The classic scales of iconicity can at best establish the difference between a photo of a car and a schematic drawing of a car, and they discriminate among different levels of definition of the surrogate stimuli. But the possible responses with respect to the two drawings we have examined go beyond the scales of iconicity to bring categorical relations into play. Yet we talk of similarity or analogy even with respect to categorical relations, just as we are led to say that the motorboat is similar to the motorcar from the standpoint of vehicular function. We have entered a territory that seems totally propositional and categorical, which is that of so-called metaphorical similarity, with the result that we can call the camel the ship of the desert, above and beyond all possible morphological similarities, and on the basis of a purely functional analogy. Let us examine a series of assertions, after Cacciari 1995. He looks like Stephen to me. 2. These flowers look real. 3. I think someone's ringing the doorbell. 4. That portrait looks like me. He looks exactly like his father. 6. Wittgenstein's rabbit looks like a duck, or vice versa. 7. That cloud looks like a camel. 8. This music sounds like Mozart. 9. When he smiles, he looks like a cat. X. She looks ill. 11. He looks angry. 11. A camel is like a taxi. 13. Conferences are like sleeping pills. 14. Sleeping pills are like conferences. Certainly, I, and, 4, are based on primary iconism. We have already dealt with the recognition of faces, and there are some who persuasively maintain that this is an innate capacity, also found in animals. Artificial flowers, like waxwork figures, are an example of very high-definition surrogate stimuli. As for the impression that we can hear the doorbell, it is like the impression of perceiving a certain phoneme. In the presence of imprecise stimuli, we relate the token to a type, but we could have decided that it was the telephone, or, as often happens, that the sound of a bell, very high-definition surrogate stimulus, was coming from the television program we were watching. Finally, the impression of likeness generated by those hypo-icons that are photographs and hyperrealist paintings, 4, has already been discussed. A sentence such as, V, has to do with primary iconism, and with the recognition of faces, but on a more abstract level. Here we are not recognizing a face, we are selecting some features common to two faces, leaving the rest in obscurity. We are all well aware that, from a certain point of view, a person can resemble his father and mother both, and sometimes the impression is wholly subjective, and optative, the last resort of cuckolds. Sentences 6 and 7 have to do with phenomena related to the perceptual ambiguity of hypo-icons. As the drawing gradually becomes more abstract, we enter the Drödel zone, as in figure 6.9, in which the iconic hook is minimal and the remainder is a system of expectations and prepositional suggestion, key to interpretation. Sentences 8 and 9 pose serious problems. A piece of music may resemble Mozart for reasons of timbre, melody, harmony, or rhythm, and it is hard to say on what basis, from which point of view, the judgment of likeness is made. Out of prudence I would consider the judgment of likeness as being akin to that of the likeness between father and son. In Malaparte's L'Appel, there is a fine page in which it is related how, on listening to Addinsel's Warsaw Concerto, certain English officers say that it sounds like Chopin, while the author manifests doubts of an aesthetic nature. I would say that Malaparte is behaving like a cuckolded but aware husband, who rejects attributions of likeness between him and his presumed son, or, better, he is refusing to recognize Addisel as the son of Chopin. For reasons that are still mysterious, I would put the sentence on the cat in the same category. The reasons for which someone's smile reminds me of that of a cat could be the same, cateris paribus, and so Addisel can seem to be Chopin, and they largely depend on what I think both Chopin and a cat are. To say that someone looks ill probably has only rhetorical value. As a matter of fact, the term to look is used metaphorically to express a symptomatic inference, but a perceptive doctor might say that by certain physiognomic features he can immediately recognize someone suffering from a certain disease. In this sense, saying that someone looks ill to me would be like saying that someone looks angry to me. It would concern a capacity, I do not intend to state whether innate or based on cultural competence, whereby a passion can be recognized by the facial expression. There is a great deal of literature on this subject, and I think the question is still open to debate. There is no doubt that from the point of view of the polemic from the 60s it was not difficult for the iconoclasts to recognize the evident fact that Asians express their feelings differently from Europeans, but it must perforce be admitted that a smile, whatever feeling it expresses, be it embarrassment or good humor, is perceived on the basis of iconically universal physiognomic features. It would be hard to say that 12 through 14 are based on morphological similarities. We are completely on the categorical level. Similarity is established from the point of view of certain properties that are propositionally attributed to the objects in play. To such a degree that, contrary to current opinion, see Kubovi 1995 and Tversky 1997, I think it can be said with equal efficacy both that conferences are like sleeping pills and that sleeping pills are like conferences. It is true that in the first case the salient feature of the predicate, sleeping pills induce sleep, is a peripheral feature of the subject, while in the second case it would seem that no salient feature of the predicate is a peripheral feature of the subject. But after years of frequenting seminars and conferences, I hold that one salient feature of conferences is their ability to induce sleep, and if I said to a colleague that sleeping pills are like conferences, my metaphor would be understood. Which confirms that on these conceptual levels similarity is only a question of cultural stipulation. What is the threshold that separates these levels of so-called similarity? I think we can draw a line of demarcation between cases I through 11 and cases 12 through 14. In the first 11 cases, the judgment of likeness is pronounced on perceptual basis. In the other 3 cases, we apply successive levels of interpretation and greater knowledge, which is why the analogy can be established on purely propositional basis. I can say that a camel seems a taxi or a ship of the desert even if I have never seen a camel and possess a purely cultural knowledge of them. For example, they have been described to me as animals that are used as a means of transport in the desert. I can say that uranium is like dynamite even if I have never had any perceptual experience of a uranium sample, knowing only that it is an element used to trigger atomic bombs. Yet even at these propositional levels there lingers, albeit in a most pallid form, a shade of primary iconism, in the same way as I would tend to say that cultural elements intervene even at levels on which the presence of primary iconism appears with greater clarity, as if to say that for different subjects the threshold between alpha and beta mode shifts in accordance with criteria that cannot be established a priori but depend on circumstances. In the expression "the dog bites the cat," it is beta mode that allows us to recognize dog and cat as words in the English language, but what has been called a phenomenon of syntactic iconism is recognized through alpha mode. In English syntax, the fact that the sequence is A plus verb plus B tells us, through a perception of vectoriality, that A performs the action and B undergoes it. An interesting example of similarity at the limits of the categorical is given by Hofstadter, 1979, 168-70, apropos of 2 different melodies, which he calls Bach and Cage, taking advantage of the fact that musical notation also makes use of alphabetical letters. The 2 melodies are different but share a skeleton that is the same from the point of view of the intervals and the relations between them. The first, from the opening note, goes down 1 semitone, then goes up by 3 semitones, and finally goes down again by 1 semitone, 1, plus 3, 1. The second goes down 3 semitones, goes up by 10, and then goes down again by 3, minus 3, plus 1 0, minus 3. It is therefore possible to obtain Cage by starting from Bach and multiplying each interval by 3 1/2 and then rounding down to the smaller number. I have tried playing the 2 melodies and would not say that a normal ear could perceive any likeness at all. Hofstadter has undoubtedly constituted a criterion of similarity on a conceptual level. Nonetheless, although we are a very long way from something that can be perceived, the iconism of perception is implicit in the fact that if the similarity is to be established, we must assume the perception of the intervals, or at least of the single notes, and in this regard at least, Peirce would say that we are in the presence of pure icons. 3.6 Again Hofstadter, 1979, 723, lists a series of bizarre objects that nonetheless strike us as similar from some points of view or, rather, that share a common conceptual skeleton, a tandem unicycle, a piano concerto for two left hands, a one-voice fugue, the art of clapping with one hand. In all these cases we would have a plural thing made singular and replace uralized wrongly. I would say, we have a context that demands two actants, we isolate only one of them and put it back into the original context to perform the function of two actants. Here I think it can be said that no element of perceptual iconism subsists. The rule can be expressed in purely propositional terms. The sense of familiarity aroused by these strange objects springs from reflection and interpretation, it is not immediately given. We apply the rule, and we immediately find an example that Hofstadter did not make but could have made. We find an activity with two actants, for example, the snap of two fingers. We isolate one actant only, the thumb, we put it back into the original context to perform the function of both actants, and we have the snap of one thumb. Naturally, it might always be said that each of these scenes could be mentally visualized, in a way similar to the impression one receives when confronted with impossible figures. But I would say that this is a consequent and non-necessary interpretative effect. I do not think anyone could visualize a bicephalus and a pentacalidus, because these are two objects that I have just invented, but I believe it is possible to identify a conceptual skeleton common to a monocephaloid bicephalus and a pentacalidus with two calids. Along the scale that leads by degrees from a maximum of alpha mode to a maximum of beta mode, we pass through a maximum of extremely high-definition surrogate stimuli, the waxwork figure, and a maximum of abstraction, where the stimuli, even if still visual, no longer have pictorial efficacy but only plastic value. Let us look at figure 6.9, which reproduces one of those very well-known visual puns called droodles. As some will know and others will not, the solution is bird's eye view of a Mexican on a bicycle, and once the key has been found, aided by a certain degree of goodwill, we can identify the sombrero and the external part of the two wheels. But with just as much goodwill we might also see a Mississippi paddle steamer or Cyrano and Pinocchio sitting back to back under a beach umbrella. This is why, during the polemic on iconism, the perfectly correct and indispensable principle was assumed that from a suitable point of view and in an appropriate context anything can resemble anything else, all the way to the equally famous black square that is to be read Black Cat on a Moonless Night. What perception gives me, in the case of the Mexican droodle, is not much help when it comes to making an interpretative decision. I certainly perceive two concentric circles and two radically flattened semi-ellipses. Let us admit that we are instinctively led to identify only one flattened ellipse, partly hidden by the larger circle. A whole psychological tradition is there to confirm this, even if we failed to notice it ourselves, and this is always a good proof of the inferential nature of perception. But in order to decide that those forms represent a given object or a scene, I must possess or guess the key, a verbal one in this case, unhappily. Afterward, I can adapt what I perceive to what I know. So, between the 60s and the 70s the polemic focused on a relaxed use of the notion of likeness, which exempted many people from the need to establish rules of similarity, and therefore there was more argument about those so-called iconic signs with symbolic characteristics, in the sense of thirdness, such as the Mexican droodle, than about photographs or hyperrealist representations. This also explains why opponents of iconism pointed out that the iconist position was weak with regard to iconography and diagrammatics in general. Much emphasis was very rightly laid on beta mode, but alpha mode was left in obscurity. In the heat of the debate, which has never completely died down, we neglected, and perhaps still neglect, to identify, according to individuals, cultures, circumstances, and contexts, the threshold between the two modes and to recognize its fuzzy nature. 3.7